Yo. Yo. Yo, Midas. Yo, Concho. I can answer that question for you, Midas. No, he does not. I don't actually think Concho and I share any single game we play anymore. I don't think we have for like 10, 15 years. Okay. Where did we leave off? Let's see. Support gems. Oh, Skyforge died in September? As in it shut down? Wow. Okay. So, man, I'm tired. Brain is not braining. Yeah, Conso's just been here forever, Midas. He's just the OG. Unleash, expand, salvo, and freezing salvo. Unleash, expand, salvo, and freezing salvo. Support. Freezing salvo support. All now use the same concept of seals. Oh, okay. Instead of each having their own version, this means standardized rules for seals that will be consistent for all cases, resulting in some behavior changes. Support granting seals now consistently all have the seal category. Freezing salvo and salvo support previously had an extra restriction that the relevant skill could not gain seals while you were performing that skill. This is no longer the case, bringing them into consistency with the other seal mechanics. Okay, salvo support previously gave a seal every 2 seconds up to a maximum of 3, provided 2 projectiles per seal. It now gains a seal every 1 second up to a maximum of 6, providing 1 projectile per seal. Advancing Storm can now support any storm skill under any conditions rather than only spells you use yourself. Argent's Metal now grant 25% chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills on dealing a killing blow with supporter skills. You play 2 grindy games? Wait, you're saying that PoE is not grindy enough for you? Really? Did it shut down, Control? Was a pretty decent game, but disgusting pay to win. PoE 2 is grinding carnage to you. Not as bad, but everything takes forever. Does it take longer in PoE 2 than it does in PoE 1? Oh, you've never played PoE 1. It is very grindy, at least. I think Concho more plays things where you like you grind dailies and stuff. I think Don't you play like really predatory, like mobile style games, like really predatory microtransaction game, but all free to play? Isn't that what you're doing, Konjo? I feel like that's what you're doing. Like War Thunder and like World of Tanks or Advanced Warfare or whatever it's called, like. Okay, Arjun's Medal. 25% chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills and dealing a killing blow with supporter skill. Previously 100%. Wow. They made you switch game client, go to the hoops of verifying things twice, and then they just shut down the server. Wow. RIP. I'm kind of curious if I should Skyforge. Skyforge has been officially shut down and all servers are offline. The game is no longer playable on any platform. It used to be pretty fun. It's a little Destiny-esque, but I never really got that far. That is from Skyrim. Play Armored Warfare, you're fed up with it because OP premiums are killing game and completely changed game meta. RIP. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is a aggressively monetized game, right? I do remember a good thing about Skyforge. If you talented after it, you could play anything you wanted basically, and you could have like multiple different characters in one. It was a lot of fun. I remember the big chainsword. That's what got me into the game in the first place. I haven't touched it in... I don't remember when I last fucking played it. But that was... I think it's because it was one of those, like... I stopped playing when I got to the point where you kind of had to pay. Right? Like, I stopped playing when the free-to-play started really slowing down. And then it's just like, yeah, now I'm not playing that anymore. That's how I play any free-to-play game. Except PoE. Is whenever it gets to the point where now I have to pay, I stop. It's like, nope. I probably push it a little bit past that. It's like what I do with mobile games as well, right? Like, if I have like a mobile game that I'm enjoying or addicted to, play when I'm shitting or something, right? Whenever it gets to that point where I'm spending more than my toilet time because I have to log in to do like certain milestones or spend energy or earn things, and I come up against, okay, well, now I'm not making progression anymore, so I need to either play fucking 5-6 hours a day or I need to spend money. I delete it. Play World of Warplanes, but bug game engine is crashing your computer very often and balance is terrible. RIP. So it sounds like you like the action, I guess, of the games. With shooting down shit. What about I mean, I guess, do you need the meta progression? I guess that's something. What about old games like there used to be this old flying game. I don't know what it's fucking called. Oh. That is so generic. Ace Combat. Jane Carrier. Oh, okay. Okay, when... Bro! That is a little bit too old, but I played this. Fuck! Dude, my dad and I played this. This is one of my dad died when I was 8. This is one of the few things I have memories of. The Red Baron. We had it up for PC. He would fly the plane because I wasn't very old, and I'd just shoot. So he was flying around and I'd shoot whenever he lined up a plane, and we played it together because I was like 6, 5, maybe 4, 5, 6 or something. Okay, not that old. 15, 20. Oh yeah, Hawks. Here it is. Yay. This is good. This is a good game. Well, I don't know if it's a good game. I had a lot of fun with it, at least. Yeah, bro. This fucking game. Oh, yes. Have you considered playing this, Conjo? You like games where you unlock things? I think you unlock fighter jets and armory for them. So I think you unlock different weapons, different rockets, different planes in this by completing missions. You could probably pick this up for next to nothing. And I don't think it requires much of your PC. Dude, this game was fun. Yeah, look here. Here's all the different jets that I think you have to... All the different jets that you can unlock, and then each jet has a certain loadout or whatever that I think you can unlock as well. I think... If you like fighter jet games, this game was fucking fun. You can see here, there is ground targets, there's all the fighter jets that you have to target and all that shit. Skyforge is second game your com? My com? Is that a company or something? Used to play Cloud Pirates, but they killed it a long time ago. Cloud Pirates. I've never heard of that. But yeah, Hawks. If you're tired of the World of Warplanes, maybe Hawks. I mean, it'll have a shorter lifespan than World of Warplanes, and I don't know how much disposable income you have. It shouldn't be too... Well, I don't even know if you can fucking find it anymore, though. But Hawks... From 2009, bro. I had a lot of fun with that game. And I think there's unlock stuff with it, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's not for you, you can just ignore it, but I had a lot of fun with it. I know you like picking up older... Oh, Mycom's a publisher. Okay. Where did we go? Argent's Medal. Oh, that's a big nerf, huh? So whenever you kill something, instead of loading a bolt every time, you now have a 25% chance. That's really bad. And Series Impatient can no longer support persistent skills. I don't know what that did. Or that does. Bater's Vengeance. When you freeze a target with supported skills for each 2 rage you have, you and allies in your presence gain 1% damage as cold. Basically for each 1 rage for Oh wow, that's a fucking nerf, huh? Impatience could be used on Blink. What does Impatience do? This is a massive nerf. Not only do they cut the damage in half, they also lower the duration. Grants 100% cooldown recovery. 100% cooldown recovery. So no cooldown on the ability? While also costing a lot of mana. Of life and mana, okay. Okay. And Blink is a persistent skill that doesn't cost anything, or? Oh, Blink changes your dodge roll, right? Isn't that what it does? Yeah, okay, so you used it on Blink and then you could spam. You just hold it down, I guess, and just go brrr. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Brink 1 can now be cut as level 1 support gem, previously level 2. Okay. Culmination 2 no longer has combo count loss for supporter skills occur 50% slower. It now has supporter skills lose combo if you generate no combo for 6 seconds, previously 4. Supporter skills can now gain up to 10 combo, previously 20. And supporter skills now deal 4% more damage per combo, previously 2. Oh, okay, so it's the same as before, just easier to get. Okay. Corrupting Cry 1 and 2 no longer causes the skill to inflict corrupted blood, but instead it triggers a skill which inflicts corrupted blood, scaled by the level of the gem it's socketed into. No longer causes the supported skill to inflict corrupted blood, but instead it triggers a skill which inflicts corrupted blood. Okay. Is that a massive nerf? Personally, you wanted to play Revelation online, but your computer was not strong enough on paper. They never took you in beta when I applied. Probably this is the real reason you never tried it. Revelation online. I've played a game that looks like this. What's it called? Let me see if I can find it on the Twitter. Maybe I'm still following it. I'm not sure. And yeah, I'm not pulling up Twitter fucking unfiltered on stream. That's absolutely not happening. Please tell me I'm not right now. Yeah. See where we're at. It's some Korean game, I think. And I need to clean up my... I really need to clean up my Twitter following. There's so much shit that I don't deal with anymore. Oh, Beat Saber. Fuck, that's fun. That is a banger game. Man, maybe I should do that this weekend. Blade and Soul. Yeah, Concho. If you... The Blade and Soul, I'm actually confused as to... Or I'm actually surprised that you haven't talked about that. This looks... exactly like Blade and Soul. It does. Like, look at this. Like, I can't fucking tell the difference. Look, it even have Revolution. It's close to Revelation. That looks way... What? That looks so cartoony. That does not look like what I played. No way. Where is it? Is this how it looks now? Yeah, this looks right. This looks like what I remember. Like, Blade and Soul is super grindy. And pay to win. Like crazy. I don't fucking remember. Dude, it's been years. But yeah, Blade and Soul is kind of fun as well. Until you run up to upgrading your weapon and it'll like... You don't even know how to get the materials because it's so obscure because it's just pay to win. But it was fun running around, killing things in that world. Okay, let's continue. Corrupting Cry? Like, so... Instead of it being the supported skill that makes Corrupted Blood, it triggers a skill. So I'm guessing it's an... I'm guessing you no longer get the... get to scale the damage as good. Scaled by the level of the gem it's socket into. So you can't scale Corrupted Blood with shit anymore. You just get like this extra one. Why? That seems weird. Why would you have this now? It's just a bit of... I guess it's an extra bleed? It doesn't matter. I don't really like bleed builds, so... Decay and Hex no longer causes the supported curse to inflict decay. Instead, it triggers a skill which inflicts decay. So it's the same shit. Okay. Didn't they say they wanted to buff these things? So this must be better than what you had before, or... This seems weird. Maybe... Is it so you don't have to scale hit up, or... I don't fucking know. Giela's Desire, 5 quality of supportive skills, previously 10. Sad. Sad. I do remember you talking about this, Midas. Okay, so 5% down in quality. That is sad. But I guess if you didn't have this, the Gemling Legionnaire would be crazy. Because everybody would just use this on the Gemling Legionnaire and it would get like an extra step in the quality for free. Well, not for free. Cost you a support gem. That's still sad though. I would love to see this stay. I like quality. But I mean, I guess you have to invest a little bit harder into it. Dodri's Undoing. It could also be that if it was too easy to get 40% quality, then the Gemling Legionnaire would be broken because of the things they added onto it. So they gave it some crazy shit and then they limited the quality. Dodri's Undoing. No longer causes cursed ground created by supporter skills to become hazard. Now causes cursed ground created by supporter skills to spawn witch toads on an interval which seek out enemies and explode, dealing chaos damage. Cursed ground created by supporter skills to spawn witch toads? Huh. That sounds kind of good for something like Simulacrum. Or like Abyss or Breach, I guess. Well, no, not Breach probably, because Breach you have to run around in. But like more stationary. Blight. More stationary mechanics. Infernal Legion grants minions from supporter skills take 10% of their maximum life as fire damage per second. Grants minions from supported skills take previously 20. And minions ignite enemies as though dealing base fire damage. Okay. Only 8 extra quality in an RPG is very little. Yeah. I do think it's a little sad. Right? Like, obviously, it shouldn't be too easy to just get quality, right? Like, because if it's too easy to get quality, then quality has to be nerfed down, right? Like, quality, in my opinion, should be insanely powerful, right? Because it's cool. It's one of those things where everybody gets it, right? But it feels like it's kind of like leveling up your gems, right? So it just feels good, right? I really like the gameplay loop, or the power up loop of gems in PoE 1, where, especially for the support gems, where you level up your support gems. Oh yes, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, right? Boom, 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 boom. And then, oh, it's level 20. And now I get to like start over. It's now quality 20 and I level it up again. So it's like, that feels really good. It's just, sometimes it's kind of not worth it. And sometimes it's like a tiny DPS gain. And you're like, it's oftentimes, if not always, better to like level a second support gem in like your offhand or whatever, and then use that one, because you're gonna, whenever you swap, because you can sell a level 20 support gem with a gem cutter's prism or whatever it's called, and then you get a level 1 support gem with 20 quality, and that is, I think, always a damage downgrade. So for the next like 10 15 levels of the support gem, you're just losing damage. So that's kind of whack. I would like to see the quality be much more powerful than that, so that it's like, oh shit, a level 1 support gem is actually already as good as a level 20 no quality or something. I know the power curve of that is crazy, but that would feel good. But I guess it's still okay as it is now. I just like quality to matter. Some skills, quality is just like, it doesn't do anything. The baseline of quality can't be bad. No, I think I would like to see quality be, honestly, the Gemling Legionnaire node, from what we're seeing with the quality that is giving, I would like to see more in that regard rather than what it is right now. Like, having a thing that gives you like 10% more attack speed, that is big, right? 20% increased attack speed is kind of like, right? I would like to see, I like the ones where it's like, oh, you get like extra projectiles. If it's like a skill with, let's say it fires off 1 projectile or 2 projectiles, and you get 2 more projectiles, oh, fucking double damage, right? Like, insane. Berserk might be the most insane quality. What does that do? I really like the quality system. I just want it to be really impactful for everything. But you take stuff like killing Palm. There's no reason to quality that. There's no reason to level it. Like, killing Palm is as good level 1, and no, maybe there is a reason to quality. It's one or the other. I remember raging about it. There's no reason to either level it up or quality it up. I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's leveling up. There's no reason to level up killing Palm, because all it does is increase the damage it does. And you're not gonna fucking do damage with killing Palm, bro. You're gonna execute things. It doesn't fucking matter how much damage it does. When they're below X%, they die. More damage is not gonna fucking change that. Like, leveling up killing Palm or any execute effect should increase the range. Like the calling range, right? Like, it starts at 5% and then at level 20, or it's 7%. Something like that. Then there'd be a fucking reason. But it's like, oh, it now does 120% damage. I don't use it for fucking damage, though. And I don't remember. Maybe the quality was a chance to gain an extra power charge, if I remember correctly. So that's actually increased rage effect. Increased rage effect is really good, yeah. Okay, so Infernal Legion is getting nerfed, I think. And there's no Whoa. Wow. You don't think it's nerfed? What do you mean you don't think it's nerfed? They take 10% of their maximum life as fire damage per second, previously 20. And they ignite enemies, dealing there equal to 10% of their life, previously 20. Was not the main core for damage. But as far as I'm aware, this was used for two things, right? One, it was used for igniting them. And two, it was used for killing them so they blow up. And it's worse at both, right? No, they die slower now. Put minion pack 2 and it's done. They die even faster. They die slower now, though. How is this not enough? It does less... Well, I guess they die slower, but... They do less damage. And they die slower. This is a nerf to the elephant build. I don't know what the elephant build is, but I'm pretty sure it's a nerf, yeah. What do you mean they don't do less damage? It literally says they do less damage. The core of damage is not Infernal Legion. But Infernal Legion does less damage. It doesn't matter if something else is doing most of the damage. It doesn't matter if Infernal Legion is doing 1% of the damage. Because now it'll be doing a half, right? Like, it's fine to say that the change doesn't make a difference, but it is a nerf to the support gem, right? And I don't want to be that guy, but this definitely makes a difference to something. PoEs or GGG is too good at their jobs for this to not be directed at something. Or maybe I'm coping, but that is my take. Okay, but no longer any Infernal Legion 3. Living Lightning no longer replaces minion when summoning a new one while already at maximum number of minions. Okay, I think this was causing issues because they were respawning and then not getting their damage out, right? It's definitely an elephant nerf build where you just have very high HP minion and kill everything with Infernal Legion. Yeah. I mean, the way I see this is it's definitely a nerf to whatever used whoever actually used Infernal Legion as the damage core, right? It's a nerf for, and maybe not everybody did. You can't wait idle to waiting minion dying. No, but like, so if you have a lot of minion life, right? And then you need to get some minion regen, and then you just get to everything to burn, right? So this in itself is a build. This here in itself is a build, right? Minion HP to scale ignite. That in itself is a build, right? And then it's about keeping your minions alive, and that's definitely a nerf to that. The damage is cut in half, right? No questions. Or you use this because there's a thing where another support gem, right? Where when your minions die, they blow up, right? So you have to make them die. This gem, maybe there's another gem, but this gem here definitely worse at it, right? So for both of those, it's a nerf. Because they'll do less damage and they'll die slower. right? They'll do half the damage and they'll live twice as long. So unless the issue was that, but yeah, I don't know. I was about to say then they'll live longer and get the damage out, but it's the same damage. It just takes twice as long, right? Like, I guess it's easier to keep them alive, but they also do half the damage. So it's like, they don't do half the damage. They do, though. What do you mean they don't? How do they not do half the damage? They do. Infernal Legion is a trigger. I mean, maybe for the one build you're talking about, right? But it definitely... There's nothing in this that says it's a trigger, right? Like... It might not matter specifically for one thing you're doing, right? Like, what's it triggering? Cast on Ignite? Instability? %25% chance that when volatility on you explodes, you gain an equivalent amount of volatility. Explode, dealing 100 physical to you per volatility. For 10 seconds after exploding, you gain volatility, gain blah 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 blah. How do you gain volatility? Volatility explodes after 4 seconds, dealing damage to you per volatility. For 10 seconds after explosion, you will gain volatile power, gaining 1% damage as chaos for each volatility which exploded. Explosion type will reset and gaining another stack of volatility. Can be gained once every 0.1. Am I trolling or is chaos trolling? What are you saying, Midas? Oh, minion instability did not bypass. I probably should look up minion instability. Chaos is trolling? Okay. Minions from supporter skills explode when reduced to low life, dealing 15% of their maximum life as fire damage. So it is a nerf, bro. Even to this. The minion build where minion does damage, you don't Infernal Legion. So, okay, let me just lay this out, right? Infernal Legion in itself can be a build, right? Minions live and they burn. They run around, they set everything on fire, that kills shit. That you can do that. Right? That is a build. That is nerfed. Right? If you want the minions to die or to reach low life, right? It is nerfed because they will reach low life slower, right? Now, potentially, depending on how life regen works out, it could be easier, right? But if it's... Because if you can get them to hover between low life easier with only the 10%, then it might be better, right? Then it might be above. But you will get there slower. So if it's the... Because I think there's one minion pack. I think there's one where... But maybe this is minion instability. But I feel like there's one when they die, they blow up. Spots damaging skills you use yourself, draining the life from one of your minions unused in order to boost the skill's damage. Only takes effect if you have a minion with enough life to drain. Support skills remove 150% of your maximum life from nearby minions unused to deal 35% more damage. Minion Pack 3? I don't think there is a Minion Pack 3. There isn't a Minion Pack 3. Yeah, but... Okay. What the fuck do you need the other one for? What do you need Infernal Legion for? If you have this. Why the hell would you use Infernal Legion then? The faster, the better. Okay. But the faster, the better. This is now half the speed, bro. Like, this just got cut in half. So now it's slower. So it is enough. Guess you guys exchange bills and know what the goal of it all is. Nah, so here's how I'm trying to look at things that I don't quite understand, right? I try to see what the change is and what the gem can possibly do. Right? So the way I see Infernal Legion, it can do two things. It can do damage by itself, and that's nerfed. And it can do damage by triggering things by killing or lowering HP on your minions. Right? That's two. That's the two things it can do. And now both of them are nerfed with the caveat that if it's low life and you can joggle it between and it's easier with 10%, then it might be stupid now. Like, let's say that you can quite easily get 10% minion HP regen every second, right? And then you have a way to put them down to, what is it, low life? Is that below 50 or something? If you have something like Minion Pact and you cut them down to say 55%, right? And then Infernal Legion ticks 45 and then Regen ticks 55 and you can keep it joggling, then this might be insane, right? But that's the caveat, right? For if we're just looking at it dealing damage, it now does half damage. If we just look at it killing minion, it now takes twice the time to kill the minions. That's the way I'm trying to look at it. It's one of those things where if I haven't played it before, I try to... Obviously, I don't know the ins and out of everything. But I'm just trying to see what can it do. And is it now better or worse at it? So if it can juggle, then it's easier to juggle. But other than that, it seems worse, I think. 4 built-in users are just waiting. Do you know cast on minion death? Yeah. Right? That was what I said, yeah? So if you want minions to die, it's now also worse. Because it'll take, instead of it taking 5 ticks, 5 seconds to die, whatever, it now takes 10. Right? So it's worse. Unless it takes 10 seconds to revive the minions, then it doesn't fucking matter, but... Did you know skeletal clerics can revive minions? No. But then my point stands, doesn't it? Like, if you can revive minions giga fast, then you want them to die even faster, right? If you want them to blow up. Or cast shit when they die, or whatever, right? Then it taking 10 seconds for them to die is significantly worse than it taking 5 seconds for them to die, right? And if you want like one big minion to just ignite everything around it, it's also worse. Because instead of 20%, it does 10. Have a fun setup where you have like 4 warriors and 10 clerics, and with every cast, minion pact explodes and a minion, the cleric revives it. Like just suicide bomber. No Infernal Legion needed. No. So again, it's fine that you can do things in other ways, but we're talking about Infernal Legion, right? And I'm trying to just determine what happens for Infernal Legion. Now, what happens for other minion builds and other way of doing it, and whether or not it impacts anything there, doesn't matter, right? Just looking at Infernal Legion. I'm not saying that the builds no longer work. I'm not saying you can't do it in other ways. I'm not saying anything other than that. I'm just saying strictly Infernal Legion is now worse at everything it did, except for the caveat of if you're bouncing low life procs, then it might be better. The old version of the build is worse. I mean, Chaos, there's several different builds that can use Infernal Legion, right? I get that maybe you have a build that is being buffed in this patch, but it's not being buffed by this unless it's bouncing, right? Like, unless I guess you give them fire resist and that's important. Like that, I would assume that that's the only thing. Like that's the only thing you're gaining is fire resistance. So yeah, if the fire resistance is what you needed, then I guess you got a buff. But for anything else, if we zoom in on Infernal Legion, unless you are bouncing, then it is just strictly worse, right? Now there might be other things that makes the build better, absolutely. But Infernal Legion alone is worse. Right? That's what I'm saying. Just Infernal Legion. Not whatever build you've slotted it into. But whatever Infernal Legion did for you before, it should now be doing worse. Unless, like I said, you're bouncing, then it might be easier. Then you can take some of the minion regen out and put it into other things. You said uptime is worse by 50%. Okay. Oh, the old, yeah. Okay. I think we agree. The build you're talking about specifically, if that got some increases and you're happy to play it, fix the uptime, it's the same. For sure, for the bit, there's probably solutions for builds, right? The only build that I think this breaks is the one that used Infernal Legion as the main damage source, which is not the one you're talking about, but I'm sure there were some, right? Have a really big minion, like take something. This might be in preparation for the Spirit Walker, right? You take a boss and you put Infernal Legion on it, it now does 20% of the boss's fucking health as an AoE ignite, right? And they said that these bosses were bigger and juicier than the other ones. They're also buffing companions in a lot of ways, right? So it could be in preparation for that. So you can't just have like the fucking gorilla, quadrilla just rolling around. Or whatever else, like the manticore just flying around with giga HP, just burning everything, right? But Infernal Legion, the support gem, seems to be definitely worse. Okay, Mark of Siphoning. Causes enemies marked by supporter skills to leech mana equal to 8% of physical attack damage. Okay, what did it do before? Mark of Siphoning 2 causes enemies marked by supporter skill because leech mana If an enemy's marked by supporter skills cause you to lose life. Is it a new thing they added, or? Okay. Morgana's Tempest can now support any storm skill under any conditions rather than only spells you use yourself. Ooh, okay, big. Overabundance 3 now probably describes the kind of support persistent skills. Overextends can no longer be obtained. What did overextend do? Overextend. Support attack skills you use yourself deal more damage with critical hits, but critical hitting an enemy with them will daze you for a short time. You're dazed for 5 seconds on critical striking with supported skills. Supported skills have 30% more critical damage bonus. Okay, I guess that's gone for whatever reason, but I guess you could completely ignore the daze. Huge buff on Storm. Yeah, if you can apply it to everything, it's and also apply it to triggered skills is kind of wild, yeah. Raids 1, 2, and 3 can now support minion skills. Your minions can be angry. Oh, we forgot. Paquet's Pack. No longer causes the supporter skill to inflict corrupted blood, but triggers a skill which is blah blah blah. No longer has lose 2% of maximum life per corrupted blood inflicted by support skill. Instead, it now has supported skill cost 10% of maximum life for each time they've been used recently, up to a maximum of 30%. It'll cost you 30% of your maximum life to use it? Owie. Ratha's Assault. Loads 4 bolts when you dodge, previously 5, so a nerf. Supporter skills load 3 additional bolts, previously 4. Now also grant supporter skills have 10% increased attack. That's a big nerf. I guess every crossbow in the universe was using it and now it's nerfed. Yikers. Refraction 1 and 2 additionally cause supported banner skills to grant allies deflection rating equal to. Okay. Shock Conduction 2 can no longer be obtained. Static shocks, updated description. Okay. Uthred's Augury grants 2 levels of supporter skills if exactly 2 other supports are modifying them. Previously 3. Okay. Plus 2 level of supported skills if exactly 2 other supports are modifying them. Previously plus 3. That's a big nerf, isn't it? Uthred's Omen grants plus 2 level of supported skills if exactly 1. Wait. Uthred's Augury, 2 level supported skills if exactly 2 other supports are modifying them. And then Omen, 2 level of supported skills if exactly 1 other support. Why the fuck would you ever use Uthred's Omen rather than Uthred's Augury? Whatever change on Ratha's Assault? Really? I mean, like, you load 1 less bolt when you dodge, you load 1 less additional bolt, and you have 10% less attack speed. Ideally, you want to fit all Uthreds? What do you mean? How do you do that? Archmage, for example, just doesn't have a lot. Archmage doesn't have a lot of support gems? Is that what you're saying? Really? Okay. Archmage is that's a reservation skill, isn't it? In PoE 2. Charge regulation is another one. Yeah, there are some skills that it's hard to find. There are some skills it's hard to find support gems for. That is true. But then is... Yeah, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I'm more so looking at it from a main skill kind of thing, but obviously you have supporting things. It makes sense. I didn't think about the reservation skills and stuff in particular. I was just thinking if you do damage with something, which is the main reason you'd want level to skills, but obviously reservation gems as well. Yeah. Oh, Vault. I used that a decent amount. Oh, wow. Now grant supporter skill gain 2 per meter. It previously 3. Yikes. Supporter skills now also gain 1% damage. Previously... Wait. 1% per voltaic consumed. Previously it was 5 per 10. So it got buffed, but you gain less. You can have 30. So before it gave you 15... Will it now give you 30? So you have to walk a third longer to fill up your charges, but you get double the damage? Am I reading that right? Another way of using them is like Cog with 3 comments inside and Uthris and something. Yeah, that makes sense. Can I highlight where I am? I can. Vault. So you have to move longer, but you get twice the damage. That does sound pretty good. It's also one of those things where you want to obviously try to get 30, but getting less than 30 now doesn't hurt as much because you're just getting a percent per charge, not like, oh fuck, I fired off 12 or whatever. If I remember, it has added attack time. Yeah, maybe, but it's one of those things where you just one shot, right? Like, you don't want to be spamming that buttons. You just want to go and then... It was really good for lightning spear, but that might be because of the rower. After you travel 2 meters, you get extra damage. Yeah. This one is really good for campaign, for instance. Because there's a lot of running, and then you just fire one ability and it goes poof. And then you run again, you fire one ability, poof. That's what this gem is good at. It's not good for spammy things. Okay, unique items. I am not very knowledgeable about uniques, so we'll try. Sounds good for mapping. Depending on the density, right? And the pack distribution. But yeah, it's... I like Vault. It's a decent skill. Like, putting it on... One of the things that I like to do is have like a clear tool and a have a clear tool and have a single target tool. And Vault is really good to put on the single target tool because it's like you're just doing 15-30% extra damage every time. It's just like you walk up, oh, here's a rare oil barrage or whatever, right? Like, but yeah, once you get into the hyper specified like actual build, then maybe it falls out of certain things. But it is pretty good. If you're doing lightning damage, I feel like it's pretty good. App Eterno unique boots no longer grant 10% less movement speed and skill speed per dodge roll in the past 20 seconds. Nice. And now has 200 to 250% increased armor, evasion, and energy shield. Oh shit, previously 100 to 150. It now has your speed is unaffected by slows while sprinting, and gain over encumbrance for 4 seconds when you dodge roll. What is over encumbrance? Existing version of this unique can be updated to the new armor version using a diviner, but will not receive any other changes. Over encumbrance. Over encumbrance. PoE 2. No, not overabundance. Over encumbrance. Brands. That doesn't exist. Cool. Oh, here. Based on recent updates. Is signs of penalty for spamming dodge roll. Duration to be of last. It doesn't say what the fuck it does. Okay, I guess we'll figure it out. It seems like it's gonna punish your dodge roll. So maybe you can't dodge roll, or maybe it's slower. What did you misunderstand about Volt Midas? It is you travel X amount of meters and you fire something that does extra damage. But it's only on the next projectile. Or the next skill use or whatever. So you move... Well, it used to be 30 meters. Now I guess it's... Where is it? Gain... Oh, I guess you used to move... It was 30 charges, wasn't it? So do you need to you need to move 10 meters, I guess? So now you need to move 15. Sorry. Some reason thought we're talking about vaulting impact spear jump skill. Oh, no. No, vault support gem, right? You move... It used to be 10 meters, now it's 15. You move 15 meters and your next shot does bonus lightning damage. Okay. Apep Supremacy Unique Focus no longer has energy shield recharge because you only get the energy shield once per map and you have to deal with it. At Xeris Acuity, unique gloves have been reworked. They grant 150 to 200% increased armor. That sounds like a lot, man. 100 to 150 to maximum life. Leech 10% of physical attack damage as life. And 10% physical damage dealt by your hits cause blood loss. And Val Pact. Causes blood loss and Val Pact. Herald of the Royal Queen. Okay. Blood loss. PoE 2. Blood loss. If all physical damage over time taken by a target, including bleeding, is accumulated as blood loss. All physical damage over time taken by a target, including bleeding, is accumulated as blood loss. Killing an enemy with blood loss would cause a bloody explosion. Okay, so it's a mechanic you can interact with Bloodhunt's Mound, Bloodhunt, and... Okay, cool. Got it. And then we got... Val Pact. Life Leech is instant. That is wrong. The Val Pact Keystone skill now grants 50% more amount of life leeched. And 67% less life speed. Cannot recover life other than from leech. Life leech effects are not removed when unreserved life is filled. Provides... No longer provide... Okay. Okay. And then you get... Herald of the Royal Queen. Herald of the Royal Queen is a skill granted by a specific item, blah blah blah, unique. It's type. Okay. We have no idea, I guess. What does it do? Whatever. We will see, I guess. The Sierran Inheritance. 15 to 30% increased energy shield recharge rate instead of faster energy shield recharge. Okay, yeah, you're not allowed your energy shield more than once a map. Same change. Black Flame unique ring no longer has enemies ignited by you. Take chaos damage instead of fire damage from ignite. It now has Withered you inflict, also increases fire damage taken. Ignite you inflict deals chaos damage instead of fire damage. And Withered does not expire on enemies ignited by you. Wait. Enemies ignite take chaos damage instead of fire damage from ignite. It now has increases fire damage. Ignite you inflict deals chaos damage instead of fire. You take enemies ignited by you take chaos damage instead of fire from ignite. Ignite you inflict deals chaos damage instead of fire damage. Isn't that the same fucking thing? No, you inflict the fire damage and they take chaos damage. Now instead you inflict. No, it is. What? How is that not the same? Okay, so they just worded it differently. And Wither does not expire as an enemy ignited by you. That's really cool. Additionally, it now has 80 to 100% increased ignite magnitude. Previously 50%. And 60 to 70% reduced ignite duration on enemies. Previously 50. Ignite magnitude and duration modifiers can be updated to new values using a divine orb. Okay. I like the... Do you know the Black Flame Keystone? Yeah, it turns your fire purple, right? Makes fire damage chaos. It's really cool. That's the one, yeah? It makes fire damage into chaos and it's purple. I thought that was really cool. I really wanted to play it, but I just didn't. That was one of the... It was on my to-play list. That one's kind of annoying because it doesn't convert ignites from non-fire skills. Okay. So it's only fire skills it interacts with. Okay. I like the withered not expiring when it's ignited. I think that's a really cool little thing. The Blistering Bond unique ring has fire damage, also contributes to bleeding magnitude, and bleeding you inflict deals fire damage instead of physical damage. So you turn bleed into an ignite? The fuck's the difference between ignite and bleed in this? What? Okay. Why wouldn't you just do ignite then? I guess for some areas it's easier to get... I guess for some areas it's easier to get bleed than it is to get ignite. Why is it OP? Oh, Wither. Isn't Wither more and more chaos damage? Yeah, it is. I thought Wither was just... Wither is just... basically resistance lowering, right? And you just stack more of it. Wither period 2. It's the... Wither applies 5% increased chaos damage taken up to 10 times. Yeah, so it's up to 50% increased chaos damage taken. And it lasts for only like 3 seconds. So it's one of those things where you have to have something that constantly applies it, right? I mean, it only gets to 10. Right? It only gets to 10 stacks. But I guess you can probably invest into more Wither stacks. But you still have to apply it, right? It's more... You can have something that applies your Wither stacks and then set fire to it, and then you don't have to reapply your Wither stacks. Whereas, for instance, in PoE 1, you'd have a totem, right? Like, you'd have a totem that inflicts Wither, and you'd have to keep that totem up and hitting the boss so that you'd constantly have your Wither. Or you'd need to somehow bake Wither procs into your main ability, so you could just spam that one. Whereas in PoE 2, obviously you can have way more things, so you'll probably have like a thing that applies Wither, but then you'd have to fire that thing every 3 seconds. Whereas now you just have to fire the thing and then keep them burning, which is what you want to do. So it's a super quality of life thing, and it's probably also a decent DPS increase to not have to like constantly reapply Wither. But like as soon as you're on 10 stacks, I think you just reapply once and then you keep the 10 stacks. So it's not anything super crazy. It's not enabling something you couldn't do before. It's basically just taking you, it's taking a maintenance thing out of the equation. But yeah, that ring, that ring got a massive quality of life thing at least. But yeah, it also looks like it got a decent buff. Now, before, right, like this Ignite, this is probably the same, although it's worded differently. But it obviously got the Wither increased fire damage taken. So that's massive, I guess, unless you're already... It's kind of weird, right? Because if Ignites, you inflict, deal chaos damage instead of fire damage. Then you'd probably be playing the black key, but maybe not, I guess. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not good enough at the game to really understand how this impacts. But Withered, you inflict, also increased fire damage, right? So Wither is now an avenue of getting 50% increased fire damage, right? Because you get 10 stacks, all good. But then your Ignites are dealing chaos damage. So if you're scaling fire damage, and that applies to your Ignite, then you're losing all that scaling, right? But you're gaining the Wither scaling, right? So, and if you're playing the Black Flame Keystone, then the fire damage increase you get from the ring from having Withered on doesn't do anything because your fire damage is chaos damage, right? So it confuses me a little bit, right? It's one of those things where depending on how valuable or how scaling works and how good it is to have 2 damage types in this regard, this could be insane or it could be a bit of a nothing burger, right? Just because if you fireball the Wither target, the Ignite's going to be bigger as well. Yeah, but how does scaling apply to Ignite? Like, is Ignite scaled at all, or is it just scaled on the hit? Because if it's just scaled on the hit, and that's it, right? Like, it's one of those things where it makes the Ignite hit harder. Sorry, it makes the hit that applies Ignite way bigger, right? 50% bigger. It changes nothing for that, other than giving it 50% more fire damage taken, or increased, whichever one it was, I don't remember. But then the trade-off is that the Ignite now does fire chaos damage. So I don't know I don't know exactly how scaling of Ignite works, right? Because it scales off the hit that decides how big the Ignite is. But what happens then? Does it scale again? I don't know. You have Ignite modifiers. They probably still apply to the Chaos Ignite, so they're good. But what about resistances? Like if you have a flammability or whatever, maybe that's not a thing anymore, the curse, right? If you lowered their fire resistances, that now doesn't apply because it's chaos, right? Like, and if it even applied in the first place, I'm not quite sure. I think it does, right? You think a fire dot build might like this? The thing is, it's not a fire dot build anymore then, right? It's a chaos dot. That's the thing, right? So you need to scale with this ring without the keystone. You need to scale fire for the hit, and then you need to scale chaos for the dot, right? That's the thing that makes it maybe awkward. But again, it could just be you do this and it's great, right? But it makes you need to scale 2 different damage types in a way. And now, generally speaking, chaos is the best damage type, right? Absolutely the best chaos damage type. Generally speaking, monsters have less chaos resistance. And it bypasses energy shield or deals double to energy shield, right? Like it's just the best. From just if you isolate chaos, take away shock, you take away all of those, chaos is just the best, right? Like just pure. If you could have everything in the game and just pick a damage type, chaos is the best, right? But I don't know if scaling ignite and scaling fire. Does it say convert or deal instead? Deals instead. Ignite you inflict deals chaos damage instead of fire damage. That would tell us if it counts as ignite or chaos dot. No, it counts as an ignite. It counts as an ignite, but it's chaos damage, right? For scaling purposes, you are scaling ignite. But I don't know, because ignite is fire damage, right? And for the hit, you have to scale fire damage, because that's what you're dealing damage with. But the question then is, ignite modifiers will still work, yes. But I don't know which fire modifiers affect ignite, right? That's the thing. You would need to swap to Chaos Pen, but then your hit does less damage. And then your ignite is smaller. Right? That's the awkwardness. Now, there's probably a way to do this. And like, you could just do the black keystone, like the black flame keystone, right? Then you scale chaos damage, and you just don't get anything out of the withered. Now also increases fire damage. That you just don't get anything from that, but the rest of the ring is great, right? Now you're just scaling chaos damage, and you do chaos ignites. Everybody's happy. Bam, 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 right? All good. Or you just scale fire hit, and you don't care about the ignite at all. And you just scale the hit up because you get the wither increases fire damage taken. Bam, bam, bam. All's good, right? You can do both. Because either you get a chaos ignite that you can scale, because before you said the black flame keystone didn't do ignites, right? Now it will. So now you can have full chaos damage on your ignites as well with the ring. Or you can just go, I don't care about my ignite. I'm just going to do big fire hits. And in order to do that, I'm going to get withered, because now I can get 50% more damage on the mob on my hits, right? So I do giga hits, right? Gain fire damage sources will count on top of all the things we have now. Yeah. I mean, maybe, probably, right? But the thing, like with the fire hit, right? You got this, right? Withered you inflict also increased fire damage taken. So if you are just building a fire hit, then this alone could be big, right? Because it's 50% multiplier, or at least, yeah, I think it is, right? Because on the mob, so no matter if it's more or increased, it's a multiplier, right? So you get to pen, you get to add withered to fire pen, right? You get to lower the resistances, and you get to increase the damage they take. Massive hit increase, right? Whether it's worth it or not, I don't know. The awkwardness is if you then want to do the hit with the ignite and scale both of them. And I don't know if it is awkward or if it's just because I don't know well enough. That's one of the things I haven't really looked into, is what actually scales the dot. And it's kind of weird. It doesn't quite work the same from PoE 1 to PoE 2 in everything. I think specifically converting things is really weird and honestly kind of weak in PoE 2 than it is in PoE 1, because when you convert in PoE 2, conversion happens before scaling. So if you have a physical attack that converts 80% of your damage to a thing, right? Effectively, either you scale that. Let's say you have something. There's a lot of them where you convert 80% to lightning damage, right? If you scale lightning damage, yeah, you scale 80% of the damage you do, right? Because the 20% of physical damage, they don't get scaled. But in PoE 1, I believe, if you have something that does physical damage and you scale the physical damage and then you convert it to lightning damage, then you get all the scaling to the physical damage and then it converts. Whereas in PoE 2, if you start scaling physical damage, it only increases the damage of the 20% that isn't converted. As far as I remember. And I was like, this doesn't make sense. So I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. I looked into it a lot. And it's just iffy. And it sucks. So those things where it's like, oh, you convert 40 or 50% of your damage, is like, okay, so I need to find a way to convert the rest, otherwise I'm just not scaling well. But this ring is cool. It does lean pretty much into the Ignite, right? You still got the... It has 80 to 100% increased Ignite magnitude. Ignite magnitude? Is that how big the Ignite is? It is, right? Flammability is the one that makes you ignite, right? But then reduced... Isn't reduced Ignite duration good, though? Because don't you get... Isn't Ignite duration... Or is Ignite also changed? Because I know that in PoE 1, one of the things you wanted was reduce the duration of your dodge, right? And then you get the same damage, but in a smaller window, right? So it's a way to ramp. It's a way to make it do more DPS, right? But I don't know if that's how it works in PoE. If the duration is just... If an Ignite is like, yeah, you do this a second, and reducing the duration means you do less damage. But I know for a fact that there was something in PoE 1 where you wanted to reduce duration of your dodge to get the damage out faster. But I don't remember if it was poisons or if it was poisons or if it was Ignite or if it was bleed or whatever it was. But I know there's something. And I don't know how it works in PoE 2. Ignite is 15% of the hit over 4 seconds. Okay. So, yeah, okay. So let's say 30% over 4 seconds. If I then reduce the duration down to 1 second, does it do 30% damage over 1 second? Or does it get you... Less duration is less damage? Okay. I see, but that is not necessarily clear, right? Like, if you just read out to me, Ignite is 15% of the hit over 4 seconds, right? If I then reduce the duration, I could either cut the damage down by 75%, or I could make the damage come out 75% faster. Right? Like, I don't know which one's the thing, but it's not like clear just from reading what it is. And I know that there is one thing in PoE 1 where you wanted to reduce the duration to get the damage out faster. But there are poison, ignite, other dots, bleed, right? And I don't know which one of them it was. And they work differently, or at least some of them do. But yeah, if it reduces the damage... But this is another thing, right? Whenever it's a bad thing, they usually turn it the other way around. Right? If reduced ignite duration is bad, they'd usually say 75 to 60 rather than 60 to 75. Wouldn't they? Or is that only when it's... Do they always do it like that? Is that D4 thing? I know, at least in D4, that it's turned the other way around. I feel like it is in PoE as well. That if it's always the right number, that's the good one. I think it's because it's worth like 50% of the bay of the hit over 4 as base. I think intuitively one would assume it takes 60% of the hit over 4 seconds. No, when you say 50% of the hit over 4 seconds, I assume you get like a quarter of the 15% every second. Oh, 4 seconds. Yeah, if it's 4 seconds, then I'd assume it's 15 every second. If you say over, I assume that it's whatever's a quarter of, what is that? Like 3.5? 375? 375, right? If you say 15% off the hit for 4 seconds, yeah, I would assume that it's every second. If you say 15% of the hit over 4 seconds, I'd assume it's 3.75 every second. Would be my assumption. Over or 4, right? Like, and if you say it's 15% of the hit for 4 seconds, if you then reduce duration, then I assume that it loses damage, right? So if you do, let's do 20, because it's easier to calculate for 4 seconds, right? You do 20% of the damage for 4 seconds, 20% of the hit every second for 4 seconds, right? If I then reduce duration by 75%, I assume that I only get 1 tick. So I assume instead of doing 80% of the hit over 4 seconds, I do 20% of the hit in 1 second, right? If you say you do 20% over 4 seconds, I assume I do 5% every second. And if I then reduce duration, I assume that I do 20% in 1 second and the ignite is over. But with the special wording, the duration math kind of makes sense. Let's look it up. Ignite, PoE. Ignite. Inflicts fire damage over time. That is not enough information. Ignite guide explained. Jesus Christ. Go away. Can I just reject everything, please? Where's the reject everything? Don't sell my data. And now what's going to happen is I'm going to press confirm. Oh my lord. I'm going to press confirm choices and it's going to be like, well, we need to do these. So you're not allowed. I don't consent to anything. Oh my lord, this is... Fucking hell, I should have just pressed whatever. Think you build up a big chat layer, you think we got it right? It depends on what the... Oh my god, are you kidding me? None of you have legitimate interest in any of my things. Fuck all of you. What is Ignite? Ignite is a damaging elemental aim that deals fire damage over time by default and is typically inflicted by a hit. The base damage dealt by Ignite only accounts for total fire damage on hit. Ignite does not stack by default, and only the highest damage on Ignite on a target will deal its damage. However, all inflicted Ignite will be present on the target and will remain for the full duration, with the next highest damage Ignite dealing damage as occurred on expires. Chance to Ignite, magnitude of Ignite. The default magnitude of Ignite is 20% of the fire damage taken off an igniting hit dealt as fire damage per second. 20% of the fire damage of an igniting hit dealt as fire damage per second. Your Ignite deal 25% of the fire damage of an igniting hit per second. Okay, so it is per second. So you reducing the duration is less damage, is what I would assume. The damage dealt by Ignite only accounts for total fire damage. Blah, blah, blah. The fire element hit dealt by hit prior to the target's mitigation. Determine how much damage. Okay, so it is prior to target mitigation. So that must mean that Ignite itself go through mitigation, right? Because if it's prior to mitigation, then you get the full value. That must mean the Ignite gets mitigated, right? So that was the thing we were talking about with chaos damage. So if you build like things that lower resistances or whatever, then when you then convert your ignite to chaos, then you'd need chaos pen rather than fire pen. But you'd still need... well, the fire pen, I guess, doesn't matter then, because it's before the... okay, so you don't... you just scale chaos pen. Yeah, wait, you don't lose out on the fire wither. The fire... so the question is the fire wither part of the mitigation calculation? Because it's on the target, right? It's one of those things where... so you do your hit, right? You get all your buffs to the hit. But pen and reductions to mitigation or mitigation stuff is not accounted for. It's a damage taken. No, it says here the damage... where is it? Look here. Does not include any modifiers that specifically apply to how much damage the target takes from the hit, such as penetration. Wither is an effect on the target that applies to how much damage the target takes from the hit. So the fire wither is not going to increase your ignite. That is fucking weird. So you get your fire wither. That means your hit gets bigger after ignite is calculated. And then your ignite turns into chaos damage. So it's like... it's kind of like you either have to pick... you don't think that's right? No, it sounds wrong. But that does... mitigation sounds like defensive stuff. It is. But it's on the target, right? It's the calculation on the target. It says... it literally says, does not include any modifier that specifically apply to how much damage the target takes from the hit. That would mean shock don't work either. True. And it does? Question mark? Modifiers on target. Another way to scale ignite damage is with modifier that increase the amount of damage the target takes from ignite. For example, by lowering fire resistance with a minimum weak exposure, inflicting shock, which makes them take increased damage from all sources. So it doesn't apply to the hit. Yeah, so it doesn't double dip. I think that's bad. I think it would be much better if you take the hit and just have everything applied to the hit and then apply the ignite, and the ignite don't care about anything. So yeah, fire wither is useless. So basically, the fire wither is good if you want to do big hits. So the ring can do two things, right? It can make your ignite scale with your chaos damage if you're using the keystone. And you can now scale ignite and all that. You can make a chaos ignite if you do both the keystone and the... I guess you could do it without the keystone, but it's probably better with the keystone as well, right? Whichever way. You can make a... the ring can let you make a chaos ignite. And you scale chaos damage for your ignite, or chaos pen and whatever, right? Not chaos damage, because if you want to scale... if you want to inflict the hit with fire, then you have to scale the fire up. It's kind of weird. I mean, all of the things that apply to your hit doesn't necessarily apply to your fire damage, right? Or sorry, your chaos, or your ignite damage anyways, right? But it's one of those things where you can scale damage with, you can scale hit all the modifiers in fire, right? And then you can scale all the things on the target with chaos. So you scale all the modifiers that are increased damage is fire damage or elemental damage and all that, right? And then whenever you then burn things with ignite, you scale chaos penetration and wither effect and all that, right? And in ignite magnitude is still a thing, right? Like duration or faster tick, whatever. There's a thing for that. And then you just keep those two separate, and the hit will be big, but it will do less than what it could, and your real damage is the ignite, I guess. I guess that's a way of doing it, and that's what it could do. And then the wither, it will make the hit do more damage, even though you're not going for it, right? Like, it's just kind of free damage, right? Like, or you can use it to just say, I want to do massive fire hits, and I don't really care about the ignite. It's just a bonus. And then you just scale that up, and then you get an extra modifier to fire damage, right? But having the entire unique work together requires a bit of jiggling, right? I guess if you don't care about the hit, is there a way to make fire damage shock? Because then now we're talking, right? If there's a way to make fire damage shock, you build giga fire damage, right? I guess pen and whatever, right? Like, you build giga fire damage, you make the hit go really hard, and then you make it shock, and then you get that wither fire damage increase taken to get an even bigger shock, right? Stormweaver Ascent. So if you Stormweaver Ascent with all damage contributes to shock, you go full fire. Now you get wither to increase your fire damage to get a bigger shock, and then you get the bigger shock to then hit the chaos. Or is shock only elemental, or is it all damage? It's all damage, right? They changed it, didn't they? That's a way to make it work, I guess. To make it weave together, right? Because the shock will apply to the ignite. Could be a way. Just percent increased damage taken? Yeah, so you get percent increased damage. There's a helmet, but you don't know what inverts. Okay. So there's a helmet and there's a Stormweaver Ascendancy. There might be some ways to do it, right? But that could be a thing. I wonder what happens. How did that new Kalguran skill read? Where are we? Oh, where is it? Is it this one? Unleash a wave of volatile ice that feeds on flames. While the wave doesn't deal damage, the ice latches onto the ground, onto ignited enemies, refreshing the duration of their active ignite and rapidly freezing them, but preventing them from being ignited further until the ignite expires. Okay. 3 dragon, but you lose burn. Is the 3 dragon a purity? Fire damage from hits contribute to shock chance instead of flammability and ignite magnitudes. Fire damage from hits contribute to shock chance instead of flammability and ignite magnitude. Yeah, so that doesn't work. That, okay. I thought... People, please. I thought this one would make it actually do stuff rather than... Can we click this? Oh, we can. Let's go. So it does a bit of damage. 10% more freedom for each. Oh, so it does do more damage. I thought it would get it to scale a bit. Yeah, okay. So that thing, I thought you could make it like work together. I guess you could get that's just over engineering, right? Here. Yeah. I think you can do some cool shit with this thing. It's just having the wither increase the fire damage while then also make the ignite go chaos. It feels a little bit like we're going opposite ends of the spectrum, right? But either you just toss out the fire damage you get from the withered and be like, yeah, I'm just going to go chaos and I go the flame build, or you go, yeah, well, that's good. It's just a little bit of free damage and I just don't care about it. I scale the chaos, or I just scale the hit up like I normally would, and I scale the modifiers on the target, like the penetration and the withered and all of that for chaos damage. And then, yeah, fire damage is just gonna do fire damage. But then also you could do the ascendancy and get shock, right? And then it's still focusing on the dot, and you get to have it be chaos damage instead of, which is probably the best damage type, right? When it's in a dot, it should be, right? Like, and also you're already inflicting shock, right? So you got that. You're already inflicting the ignite, so you got that. It's just freeze, I guess. But for just damage purposes, if we're just thinking about doing damage, everything on the target is the same, and we just pick a damage type, then chaos the best, right? So for an ignite build, I think this is pretty easy to include, except for the reduced ignite duration. It's kind of just going in both directions, isn't it? Like, you can either say, fuck the ignite, it's just a bonus I get, and I'm gonna scale fire and use it for that. Or you can go, I'm gonna go ignite, but then you got the reduced ignite duration. We gotta go faster. Oh lord. I mean, there'll be much of this that I'm less interested in than this. But yeah. Did we already read this? Blistering Bond, where fire damage contributes. You take the black flame on one ring, and you take the blistering bond on the other, and you're just a dot monster. There you go. 100% magnitude and less duration probably becomes like 60% more damage on average. Okay. If you do 20% damage every 4 seconds, that's like 80% damage, right? Now with 100% increased ignite magnitude, you're doing 40. And if you then hit the 60, then what is that? Then you're doing like 70 something. So it does sound like it's a little bit of a nerf. How much less duration it is? Is it 60% reduced if you get the best roll? Assuming, but it confuses me that it's worded like this, because normally they'd go 75 to 60, right? If 60 is the best, because they usually have the best to the right, but maybe it's D4 that does that and PoE doesn't. But it seems like that's the way you'd want to do it, I think, and I feel like they do it as well. So it confuses me a little bit. It's like 40% reduced. No, it's 60% reduced. 60 to 75. Just do it? What do you mean, Jinu? But I mean, you can invest into these things, right? So it just probably just means you have to put some investments into ignite duration. Or I guess maybe it's a fire damage ring after all. I mean, there are, at least in PoE 1, I know for a fact that you can make your dots do damage quicker. If you make your damage go out quicker, there's extremely limited access to that stat. Fair. Okay. Yeah, so you're not getting 4x, I guess. One note on the tree. Just one-shot the enemies. Yeah, just fuck ignites. We're gonna make a big fire bonk. That's an option. Okay, blistering bond. That was the one where fire is now bleed. Grenade launchers in the ass crack. Brass Dome. 500 to 600. Previously 70. Okay. Big nerf. Carnage Heart now has damage while leeching. Oh, so it just got that extra. Okay. Choba Chamber. Mace 2 to 3 to all minion skills. Is that just extra? Okay. Death Harp, unique bow no longer has bow attacks, fire 3 additional arrows. RIP. Said it has 200 surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. Better, I guess. Like 330% of surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow, right? I like the surpassing chance where it's like, yeah, you scale up, you get more. That's just better, right? Like, because 2 is 200%, 3 is 300%. So you get at least 2.5, and at best 300 and like 3.3. So it's just better. I think whenever you hit 100%, it's guaranteed, right? It should be. The Elevor unique helmet now grants charms gain 1 charge per... Wait. Now grants charms gain... Ugh. Charms are shit. Oh, previously it was a half per... Was it previously half a charge per second, or previously half a charge per half second? 1 to 2 charm slots, previously 1. Existing item can be buffed, so it is a buff. Okay. Who the fuck cares about charms, bro? It's so dog shit. Okay. Esther Path unique ring no longer has cold resistance unaffected by area penalties. No longer has cold resistance is unaffected by area penalties. I don't know what that means. It now has 5 to 10% to fire and cold resist per equipped item with a lightning resistance modifier. Oh! Okay, that's kind of fun. Existing items are not affected by this change. This defense, are you interested in casters? There's basically a well-established Infernalist recoup caster. There's a guy that has an insane version of it. It's game since 0.1 and it's going to be working perfectly for 0.5. Casters are pretty cool. I don't know that I'd want to go Infernalist as much as I like the Fire Demon. I less like the gimmick of turn into a monster that does damage than getting cool shit. Like, if my choice is become a Fire Demon and get damage, or my choice is to be a monk and be like, and then everything explodes around me, I'm gonna pick that. You'd love to show you a clip of it very much, pew pew. Yeah, I mean, you can link the clip. I'd happily see it. It's not that it's not my style. It's just the recoup engine is what's really cool about it. Yeah, that sounds cool. It also sounds like it's something that needs a lot of gear to work. Because if you need something specific, right, for that recoup engine to work, right? It sounds a little... It sounds less intricate than ward loops in PoE 1, but more intricate than just a normal build.
Glow Swarm unique ring. They love rings, right? Now has using a mana flask grants guard equal to 100% of the flask recovery amount for 4 seconds. Gravebind unique gloves now has increased rarity of items found, and your other modifiers to rarity of items found do not apply. Okay. The Hollow Mask unique helmet now grants the Wildwood's gift skill, where Asmarian spirits offer guidance, allowing you to see nearby ancient blooms. It also now has remnants you create affect allies in your presence, as well as you when collected. 180 to 100% increased reservation efficiency of remnant skills? 100% increased reservation efficiency? Jesus. That's pretty good. What is Ancient Blooms? Ancient Blooms, PoE 2. What does that do? Ancient Bloom. They are remnants that grant the following bonuses when collected. 5 charges to all of your charms. 5 charges to don't care. Okay. Hollow Mask was the one we just read. Moving on. The Husk of Dreams unique body armor. Let me see if we're still listening to the Terraria music because I don't have my headset on. We are. Let's go do. That's a swap, huh? You guys might even be able to hear it. There you go. How's the sound? Is it too loud? It's for party, I guess? Yeah. I mean, who cares about flask and charm charges, right? Like, charms are so ass and flasks are so uninteresting in PoE 2. I really think... I understand that they didn't want the piano, right? With the 5 flasks. But the charms are dog shit. They are not interesting at fucking all. The flask in PoE 1, while the system itself is not super good, it's a little clunky, and it's one of those things that where you're like, what the fuck am I gonna do? Whenever you start the game out, it's one of those things that you skip or don't really do because it's just like, ugh. But then as you get better at the game, well, you don't even have to get much better at the game, but as you get them sorted, it's super nice. And it's like this little thing where you can, okay, I can get this bonus most of the time, if not all of the time, if I play well or fast, right? If I do a blah, 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 and there's some messing around with it. I really like flasks in PoE 1. Despite all its flaws. Don't forget Maze Blood will be in the game. Yeah, but it can't do anything with flasks, right? Because there's no fucking flasks. I'm gonna call it here. I think, because Mark said that it was gonna be a Divine Sync, I think the belt they put in PoE 1, where you get 2 shrine buffs permanently, I think Mageblood's gonna do something like that. I think it is. I think they're just gonna straight up do that, because Mageblood in PoE 1 does flasks, and there are no flasks in PoE 2, right? Yeah. Oh, you can have a permanent health flask going, maybe. And while that might be good and all that, right? But I'm not entirely sure it's gonna be worth the chase, right? It might, or it's gonna be one of 2 things. It's either gonna be so stupid that it's unbalanceable, and everybody's gonna put that belt in everything. Even like whenever you really want to do something else, it's basically just gonna make you immortal, right? Or it's gonna be shit and lackluster. I don't think they can do anything with flasks, and I think if they do anything with charms with Mageblood, you're gonna be so fucking disappointed. Dystopian some builds with very little mana, sure, but Mageblood should be a general good item. Mageblood should be usable for every single build in the game if it doesn't have a better belt, right? It shouldn't necessarily be the best for every build, but it should be a good slot in for every build, right? Unless they use a unique belt to enable it. Okay, let me get the headphones on. We got the clipper. Okay. Let's see.
Welcome everyone. In this video, I just want to show you some of the fun that
It looks a little shit. What? Oh, okay. Honestly, this doesn't look fun because is he slowing it down, or why is he not doing any damage? What the fuck are we doing? Bro, play the game. Are we in the campaign? What are we doing? Oh, this looks silly. I don't know. Like the videos, the video is a little bad. It's hard to see anything that's going on, and it looks like he does no damage. But that looks stupid. I don't get what's happening. It's a phasing boss that says damage. Ah, okay. Boss tickler. I mean, it looked cool. I think there are... It only looks cool because it completely overfills the screen with everything. I like a little bit more... I mean, I'm fine with it being dumb like that. But I would... The sparks look weak, right? The little things that... I don't know. It's not that it's not for me, but I don't think... I don't think I'd want that much visual clutter, and I think there are cooler things. Like it was basically just blasting a bunch of spells, and that's cool, right? Like that's fine. That's basically what you try to do on anything, right? The idea is Infernals make your mana Inferno Flame, and instead of paying for stuff, you fill your flame. Instead, and once full, you get big damage, then you recoup and get massive regeneration. Yeah, I saw the mana go up and down the Infernal Flame. I don't exactly know how that mechanic worked, but it is cool that it seems like you're supposed to run out of it, right? And he never does. That is cool. And that's how you pay for stuff and survive. Yeah, so instead of mana, you have Infernal Flame, and then Infernal Flame turns into a life regen by the sound of it. That sounds cool. That does sound cool. I do like the idea of that. The Husk of Dreams unique body armor has been renamed to Reverie. No longer has blast charges gained. Oh, we didn't finish Mage Blood, did we? If Mage Blood does the same in PoE 2 as it does in PoE 1, where I get there's no flasks, but if it permanently activates your mana and life flask, or permanently activates your charms, I think it's gonna be fucking boring shit. Now, there might be some charms that you can do something stupid with, but it's fucking... Where's the music coming from? It's just Doom music. Is it annoying? Do you want me to turn it down? I figured that usually you don't want dead air, right? And I can turn it down. There we go. Is that better? It's just so that whenever I'm not saying something, it's not just dead air. Because dead air is terrible, right? Like, it's uncomfortable to just have dead air. So there needs to be something in the background. And usually when playing games, I don't have music on because there's game sound in the background, right? But when we're just reading patch notes, If Mageblood can activate the Rite of Passage, it's OP together. Yeah, usually Mageblood can't activate unique flasks. Right? That would also limit their design. So I don't think it'll be allowing to activate uniques in any sense. And I'm gonna be honest, I think it's gonna be the shrine thing. That's what I think. They made a shrine belt in PoE 1. They're pretty popular. Mark said it's gonna sink a lot of divines. That thing sinks a lot of divines. I'm not sure if you can re-roll it in but he said it was gonna sink a lot of divines, which leads me to believe it's going to have a massive amount of potential outcomes, whether it be whatever, right? And you can roll them and get different ones. I think Mageblood's gonna do the shrine thing. That's what I think. It might be something different. I hope it's different. I hope it's not just a copy pasta of that. I hope they found something cool. But if it is charms, it's fucking disappointing because charms are dog shit. Mageblood is the first thing data mined. Yo, Blitz, long time no see. Welcome. You back from PoE 2? You gonna play this league, or you waiting until they have announced when it comes when it goes core, my ass. They've announced when it goes free to play, when it goes into 1.0. It's like November-ish, end of the year. Okay, Husk of Dreams, you get flash charges, 50% less. Okay, so instead of 20 to 30% increased flash charge again, you use the 50% less. You're downloading on your Let's go. Starts tomorrow. You're gonna play the Druid. Wasn't that what we were excited for? The Druid, right? And has non-unique life flask apply their effects Wait. Oh, okay, so it's not gonna do that, right? Like, it's right here. It now grants the Rite of Restoration skill and has non-unique life flask apply their effects constantly. So Mageblood is not gonna do that, is it? Because then it'll be too close. It also now has cannot use life flask. Recovery from life flask cannot be instant. Recovery from life flask cannot be applied to anything other than you, as well as 40 to 60% life flask recovery. Existing version of this item cannot obtain these new modifiers. That body is nuts. It comes with a lot of restrictions. But that is a big amount of regen to have, for sure. Although it is 40 to 60% less recovery. So you'll only get 60% of your life flask. And it can't be instant. But you can get perma bleed and corrupted blood immunity, right? Or whatever else you want. Curse immunity as well. You're playing Druid? Cool. You can... Just a quick one, Blitz. You don't have to play the Druid to do the bear or the wolf or the wyvern if that's what you want. If it's the Druid ascendancy you want, then that's a Druid, obviously. But if it's just the animal forms, you can play something else. You don't have to be a Druid. It's, I would say, Witch, Sorcerer, Marauder. At a push, you could probably go what is it, Mercenary? But the anything on the right side of the tree is gonna be a little difficult if you don't know what you're doing. If you follow a guide, they know what they're doing better than I do. If you just want to figure it out yourself and read along, follow the passive tree or whatever, I'd stick to the left side of the tree if you want to do the animal forms. But it doesn't have to be Druid. Amathon had a weird thing where Life Flask also fills mana and Mana Flask also fills life. Oh, do you reckon those will work? Amazon Ascension. POB. Path of Building 2. I have it on my PC game. Can I just path of... There was. Oh, that takes a hot minute, huh? Amazon. Life Flask also recover mana. Yeah, so if you put that on, you got permanent mana and life, I guess. That's pretty good. What's the ascension and not the class? Oh yeah. But it's just I know Blitz is excited for the druid, when he was. Double value, you think? Yeah, for the chest. Yeah, and you can still use your. I mean, honestly, that would be really good, right? Because the chest makes it so you can't use your life flask, right? Yeah, you can't use your life flask. So it's just permanent. So you have no healing, right? You have no like, oh shit, heal, right? But if you pick the Amazon and you pick that node, then you can pick the mana flask as your health flask, right? You just do, instead of the instant health and all of that, you just have instant mana. But the question is, are the values for mana and life different? Do you get more mana on your flask or more life on your flask, right? Like, if it's the same, no issue. If it's more mana, even better. He thinks you're a furry and he's trying to convince you can get a fix without committing to the possibly worst class in the game. Druid is good. No, Druid is fine. Druid's got some really cool shit. It's just, if you want to go furry, right, you can do that without being a druid. If you want to go druid, you don't have to go animal forms, right? Like, it's which one you're excited for. And I think personally, druid has some of the coolest, given that they are the last things to be made, they are the best designed ones. Now, Gemling Legionnaire and Chronomancer are getting reworked. I don't think the reworks are as good as the druid is in terms of just design. So Spirit Walker and Martial Artist are probably going to be the new best designed things, but druid is just before that. It's got some really cool things, right? The Shaman has some cool shit it can do, and the Oracle specifically, it has like unseen paths, which I think is really cool, and I think it's pretty powerful, and I also think it's really flexible, where you get these extra talent points on your already massive talent tree, and those talent points are insane value, some of them. Like they are better than the regular ones, at least. Like they are, but they also obviously come at a cost, right? So Druid is really cool. It's just it's just what do you think of when you say I want to be a druid? Do you want to be the bear that tramples around, or do you want to be the druid class, right? The Oracle Ascendancy or the Shaman Ascendancy, right? Like, or do you want to be both? If you want to be both, then be both. But it's just, you don't have to be bear when you go druid, and you don't have to go druid if you want to be bear. That's what I'm saying. But I think the druid class is really cool. I really like the Ascendancies. Both of them I think are really cool. They have some dope things. I really like them. You like the idea of both? Then you do both. I really like the druid Ascendancies. They have some cool shit. The Shaman has something where your runes get an extra thing. That's really cool, and there's a crap load of new runes coming, so there'll be some fun, cool shit to discover. I think that's really cool. And then also the Oracle has the unseen path where you get new talent points that nobody else has. That's really cool. I really like those. Okay, back to the uniques. This thing with an Amazon sounds really good. I'm convinced, Midas. The double value is really good, right? Because the downside of this is it takes away your flask, but it gives you permanent high life recovery, hopefully, with a well-rolled flask. And then the Amazon, it gives you back your life flask in form of a mana flask. And also it makes this apply to your mana. Probably. Really cool. Super cool. That in itself is a nice little quick 2-punch or life regeneration. Question is whether or not it's worth it, or if it's too big an investment to sacrifice both your chest armor as well as a ascendancy point. But the synergy seems really cool. Here is Ire. Isn't this like the blink, whatever? What's it called? It spends frenzy charges. Fucking, you sip around like a maniac. Isn't that this one? Here is Ire. Unique body armor now has increased evasion rating. Gain. Oh, it's nerfed. Extra damage is cold. 5% less. Okay. Keeper of the Ark. Unique helmet now has increased armor. Previously, so a big buff. Existing items can be updated. Okay. Levinstone unique ring no longer has +1 to level to all lightning skills. It now has lightning skill chains one more time. +1 level is really strong. Extra chain is really cool. So, I don't mind it. They're taking away a lot of the levels to things, I guess. But chaining is cool. I like chaining things. Megalomaniac unique duel now drops identified. Okay. Plague Finder unique gloves now have cannot inflict elemental ailments. Okay, so enough. Rip. Prized Pain unique ring no longer has deal your thorns damage to enemies you stun with melee attacks. It now has 15 to 20% chance to deal your thorns damage to enemies you hit with melee attacks. So instead of it doing it, it's now a chance. Rip. Radiant Grief unique helmet now has enemies in your presence are ignited as though dealt 200 base fire damage, previously 100, so a buff. Existing items can be updated. Okay. Saffrin's Resolve unique ring no longer has lightning resistance unaffected by area penalties. Again, I don't know what that fucking means, but I'm guessing it's getting the same as the other one. Now has 5 to 10 to cold and lightning with fire resistance modifier. That's cool. I think that's cool. Seed of Cataclysm unique ring no longer has 30 to 50% increased critical spell damage bonus. Now has 5% reduced critical spell damage bonus per critical hit you've dealt with spells recently. Wait. No longer has increased spell damage bonus. Now has 5% reduced critical spell damage bonus. Wait, it no longer has 30 to 50% increased critical spell damage bonus, but now has 5% reduced critical spell damage bonus per critical hit you've dealt with spells recently? And a 15 to 30% chance of spell damage with critical hits to be lucky. Okay. So instead of it being a big critical spell damage bonus, now it's lucky? Okay. I mean, lucky damage is pretty good, but I don't know if it's 50% increased spell damage good. The Sekima Resolve unique rings have been... I guess it depends on how much critical spell damage bonus you have. In total. The Sekima's Resolve unique rings have been renamed to Saffron's Resolve and Saida's Longevity and Eshtera's Path. The Sinagro unique gloves now have increased armor, previously so 50% buff. It no longer has enemies immobilized by you take 20% more damage. And instead now has 30 to 50 increased damage against immobilized enemies. Oh, rip! So it went from multiplicative to additive? Yikes. But it's still on enemies, right? No, it's against. That sucks, I guess. I think that's a nerf. The Soul Mantle unique body armor no longer has reduced totem life. It instead now has spirit. This inversion are not affected. Okay. So it got buffed. So instead of reducing your totem life, you just now got some spirit. Here we go. Just took away a downside, gave it an upside. Woohoo! The Swollen unique shield, isn't that really good? Cast and block skill now has supported, or is that in PoE 1? Now has supported skill, cost nothing. It also has runic ward. Okay. Or maybe I just got it, and that's why I remember the name. The Saida's Longevity unique ring no longer has lightning resistance, so it's the same as the other ones. So you get fire and lightning resist when you have cold resist. Okay. System item not affected. Surfy's Genesis unique belt no longer has 10 to 30% increased charm charges or uses. The Surfy's Genesis unique belt no longer has 10 to 30% increased charm charges used. It now has 50% of charges consumed. Now has 50% of charges consumed by used life flask are granted to your charms. Skills from corrupted gems have increased cost efficiency during any flask effect, and 20 to 50% increased corrupted charms effect duration. Huh. Interesting. Item changes. Lesser, greater, and perfect jeweler's orb can now be used on items with skills on them to increase the number of sockets on the items granted. Wait, lesser, greater, and perfect jeweler's orbs can now be used on items with skills on them to increase the number of sockets on the items granted skills. Using a jeweler's orb on items with multiple skills will affect all skills on that item. Didn't they used to just get them with level on the item? I guess that means there was a cap or something. Okay. I don't know if this means you need more of them or if it's a buff. I don't know if they're taking away a functionality that we got for free and making us use the currency for it. All crafted modifiers are now guaranteed, but items can only have one crafted modifier at a time. Desecrated modifier no longer count as crafted modifiers, but items are limited to one desecrated modifier. Oh, so you can't do multiple abyss things anymore? There was an omen for that, right? Greater and perfect currencies have been made somewhat rarer, with transmutation and augmentation being made significantly rarer. I don't like that change, but we'll see how it is. Greater orbs of transmutation, greater orbs of augmentation now have a minimum modifier level of 44. Wow! Previously 55. Making them more accessible. Also making them worse. Divine orbs are now more common. Okay. Corruption outcome that randomize the numeric values of the modifiers on an item beyond the normal ranges now multiply each modifier based on the current value instead of randomizing the value. Okay, that's good, right? So that way, if you roll that, it's always going to be a buff, rather than you actually hit it and then it rolled worse. Like I had a good. If you say I had an item with the highest range, right, and we were really happy about it, and now you roll the corruption to try and hit the extended value, right? And you hit the extended value, but it rolled the low, so now it's lower than before. So that's really good. I guess on the other hand, you could also have had the lowest and hit it and then get a better. I think this on average is good, right? Like it means you'll never get disappointed whenever you hit what you were going for. That's brutal in a way. Yeah, the greater and perfect. Before it basically used a divine and then chose over under for each mod. Am I not understanding what's happening here? My understanding is you had an item. Item had modifier. Pick between 5 and 10. If you had a 10, you were happy. And then you roll for getting possibility of getting a 15. So you had now it can go from 8 to 15. Oh, and then you roll it and it rolls if you get it, right? You get now the mod is upgraded, but it rolled a 9. So you have less than you had before. And you can't divine it because it's corrupted. Now it chooses over or under of your current mods. So what happened before is, right, you had to hit the, what is it called again? Randomize the numeric values and modify the item beyond the normal ranges, right? So it could either go higher or it can go lower, right? So if it could roll from 5 to 10, it could either change the roll from 2 to 5 or from 8 to 12, right? For the sake of argument, right? Those are the things it could do. Right? You could either make it worse or it could make it better. Let's say let's say you have 5 to 10 and it can either roll 3 to 8 or 3 to 7 or 8 to 10, right? Or it could leave it alone, I guess. If you then roll the higher range, the 8 to 12, right? You got that roll. You hit the corruption, but then it randomized the numeric, and you got an 8. So you got minimum roll of the now higher, range, right? Then it's still worse, and I don't know if this is the case, but I'm assuming this is the case. It's now worse than what you had with the normal range. So you hit the corruption you wanted, but you hit a bad roll on the corruption you wanted. Now instead, you have to hit the roll you want before you corrupt it, and then when you corrupt, you just have to hit the corruption, rather than hitting the corruption and hitting the roll, right? So I think this is just less RNG. Now, obviously, if you're just hitting things with bad rolls, but then you're not getting, then it's probably worse, right? If you're rolling things, you can still roll down. Yeah, you can still roll the lower range, but if you have, again, 5 to 10, and the lower range is 3 to 7, right? You're not gonna get a 3. You're gonna get a 7, right? Whereas before, you could go from 10 to 3. Now you're gonna go from 10 to 7. Like, the corruption can still break, right? Absolutely. But that's an outcome of the corruption, right? But before, not only did you have to roll up, it's brutal because now you have to divine first. Well, now it's deterministic in a sense, right? I think this is less brutal. Because now when you hit it, you hit it. Right? It is a corruption. All corruptions are brutal, right? Because it's either really good or your item's bricked, basically. Right? Like, that's a bit, but it's very unlikely to be the thing you want, and it's very likely to break. And there's some in between where you can kind of just keep going and it doesn't really do anything, right? But it's pretty likely it'll break the item, and it's pretty unlikely that you'll get what you want, right? This makes it more likely that you'll get what you want. The indicator chains rolls +0 to +0.22. Okay, so even better, right? Because not only do you have to roll, if I understand this correctly, not only do you have to roll the highest increase to the range, then you also had to roll a good roll within that range, right? Now you have your roll. Your roll is set. And you just have to hit the corruption, right? Before, you had to hit the corruption and a new roll, right? So before, when you corrupted it, you had to hit the divine roll and the corruption in the same area. Whereas now, you can hit the divine roll before you even corrupt it, right? Now, if you're just playing the lottery, right? Then, yeah, it's probably more expensive because you have to divine it to actually get the shit, right? You have to actually have the roll before you go do it. And then you can't just, like, YOLO dolo. Oh, shit, I got this, right? Like, whatever. But if you're actually gonna aim for it, then I think it's easier to hit it, right? Man, you want to corrupt like painter's gloves or something? I mean, this is more deterministic. It's easier to hit, but it takes more expensive currency. Might be cheaper on high hand. I think it'll mean that more of the high rolls you land will be good. That's what it means, right? It means that you will... Can you check Wrath Pit? It has so many rolls, it's gonna be a nightmare. But I mean, it's bro, if it's a nightmare already, right? Then corrupting it is an even bigger nightmare. Because you still have to hit it, right? I don't know what the chance of it hitting the increased range for a corruption is, right? If we say it's 1 in 6, I think that might be a little bit... That might be a little bit... You're wrong, it's not even a good example. No, but even here, right? Like, it doesn't matter. I get what you're saying. The more modifiers you have to hit high, the more divines it's gonna cost, right? But you can also buy it with a high roll from the beginning, right? You don't have to send the divines in. But now, let's say you got the Wrath Pit, right? Because that is pretty deterministic, getting the Wrath Pit, say like 90 or 95, right? It's not the best, but it's good, right? You got that 95 Wrath Pit, and then you sent the corruption on it. Now you know that it's going to be a 95 Wrath Pit, right? If you hit the roll, right? You know it's going to be 95% of the way, right? Or whatever. It's not 0 to 100, but you know it's going to have that. Good luck making negative rarity rings now. I mean, it's not, Midas, it hasn't gotten harder, it's gotten easier. It's more deterministic now. It's just you need a more expensive currency to do it. But it's deterministic now, right? Like, if you corrupt it before, you just take whatever Venter's Gamble you can get. It has... Yeah, I get what I know Venter's Gamble. At the moment, you can just slap a... Val on there, and it becomes a... Nah, I'm sorry if I sound a little bit dismissive. The point I'm trying to... You're just listening to all this sounds Greek. I mean, this is a bit high level. Honestly, it's a bit out of my league as well, but... I get this, right? Like, I get it. You just take whatever Venter's Gamble, you slap a Val on it, and maybe you make a mirror, right? Like, that's gone. Obviously. That is gone, right? Like, your easy mirror is gone. However, if you pick up, if you want the Venter's Gamble and you want to make it, that is now easier, right? Than you just rolling the dice prey, right? Because before, now I don't know exactly how the corruption works. I don't know if it rolls it individually on all of them, or if it rolls the effect and then all of the things get it. I'm assuming the latter. So you have to roll the correct one, right? For the sake of argument, let's say it's the latter, right? It rolls all ranges goes to 20% ahead, right? You have to hit that corruption, right? You have to hit that. Then once you've hit that, 20 ahead or below. So is that 2 different outcomes? Or how does it work? Is it like it can turn into a rare, right? Like, that's an outcome. And then you roll all the rare things or whatever, right? Like, it's the same outcome. Okay, so the outcome is range, and then you have to roll either 80% or 120%. Okay, so you roll the range and you get 120. Win. Right? You got the right corruption. You got the right range. All good. But then you have to roll rarity. You have to roll maximum life. You have to roll spirit. You have to roll reduced items. You have to roll fire resistance. You have to roll cold resistance. You have to roll lightning resistance, right? So you need the right outcome from the Valorb, and then the roll on maximum life has to be good. Then the roll on spirit has to be good. Then the roll on whatever has to be good, right? So that is incredibly unlikely, right? Whereas now, what you do is you roll the thing until it has the values that you want, and then you roll the corruption. So then you just have to hit the corruption. So it's deterministic in a sense now, because you know what you're gonna get. You know which values is gonna come out. Now that probably means that the Ventress Gamble is not gonna be a mirror anymore, because it's more deterministic. It's less unlikely, right? It might keep the value because it's far more expensive to make the unlikely thing now, right? But at least from I'm never gonna use this item. I'm just gonna slap it with a corruption and hope I make bank, right? Obviously it's a downgrade, but from I need this item, it's a definite upgrade because I can just do it. I guess you could just buy it before, but yeah. Imagine how many divs for a perfect Ventress. It sounds better than before, but you're not really qualified to say. I think it is better than before simply because it's deterministic, and the fact that it's somewhat deterministic, it's gonna make a lot more good Ventress gambles, I think. Like how many times you have to roll it for all the best mod outcomes? Yeah. You'll just buy the bad one with not max roll negative rarity. Why do you roll the Ventress Gamble with negative resistances? What build is doing that? I'm assuming it's something that inverts the resistances on enemies or something. You turn your resistances into a like lightning rod, whatever it's called, the chest piece. Negative res? Yeah, the negative res. Wasn't that the one that we were talking about? Doriani, yeah. Okay, so, but isn't it only lightning that you need then? Why is Doriani's in PoE 2? Is that all elemental now? Pure lightning? Yeah, okay. So it's you want high fire and cold and giga low lightning, I guess. At least for PoE 1. But Arbiter Chicken Leg can make all res equal to the lowest res. Yo Squares, greetings, going okay. We are having some theory discussions. Arbiter's Chicken Leg. What the fuck is that? I'm a fucking... It's not called Arbiter's Chicken Leg, is it? No, what is it called? The item is definitely not called that. What is it called? Arbiter's Scepter? Okay. PoE 2, Arbiter of S, Scepter. Sacred Flame. Gain damage as fire. This looks like a breach one though. Allies in your presence regenerate maximum life. Allies in your presence gain damage as fire. Enemies in your presence resist elemental damage based on their lowest resistance. Based on their lowest resistance. So you need something. Is your cam point higher than usual? You're crazy. Nah, I've just been standing and I'm lowering the table. You came in just as I was sitting down. I've been standing for the last, what, 2 hours? So what do you use to... Is it Doriani's plus Sacred Flame? Is that how you do it? Okay, so you just need... basically, so there are other things that does it? There are other things that make enemy... You think only Aurabots do it? Okay. Oh, hydration check. I gotta go get my water. You have so many channel points you could drown you. There's a timer on it though. I need to find more things to do with channel points. I just don't know what to do. Okay. Okay, but so then basically the Venture's Gamble, you want just lightning resist and you want high on the other ones. Okay, where were we? Val of my gear? Oh lord. That sounds really bad. That sounds like we're gonna get stuck. Okay, sanctifying an item, now multiply each modifier value based on the current value instead of randomizing the values. This is definitely better, right? Is sanctifying? What does sanctifying... Sanctify can give you an extra socket and an extra... Isn't... If you sanctify it, you can't corrupt it, right? Sanctify is basically the numerical that change Val outcome. Is it worse then? Than the corruption Val? The Val change? Or is the, is the currency just more expensive and rarer? Exactly the same? Why would you corrupt for it rather than sanctify then? Is it just rarity of the currency? Corrupt you can't pick? No. Yo, Matt. 49 months? Jesus. Blasting. Holy shit, that's long. You hit 4 years last month. Holy. Let's fucking go. Sanctify is purely the numerical change. Like, if you're only looking for the numerical change, you should always sanctify. Then I feel like they should have kept the corruption. Like, honestly, I feel like corruption should then randomize the value, and sanctifying should multiply the values of the current value. Then we keep the craziness of corruption and the fuck, I just generated a mirror out of nothing. Gotta support the homies. I appreciate it, Matt. Are you blasting WoW? Are you ready for PoE 2? I'm seeing that Enhance is starting to creep up in the meta. I played with one yesterday and basically fucking 30 to 40% of his damage is Tempest. It's like, okay. Well, I was pretty dead to you. Fair. Corrupt has its own preferred outcomes, you guys. I feel like if you can sanctify it pretty... if you can sanctify it pretty deterministically, I feel like they should have kept the rare randomness of corruption. I think that would be cool, right? Like corruption, you have to hit it and then it also just jumbles the numbers, so it's just full Hail Mary. Whereas sanctifying, you can be deterministic about it. I think sanctify only works on rares and not uniques. I take it back then. If you can't sanctify uniques, then I take it back. then I think it should still be the deterministic way. Not even sure if you're gonna play PoE 2. Oh, you busy or? Omen of Corruption can no longer be obtained. What did that do? Oh. Could I just be allowed? Omen of Corruption. While this item is active in your inventory, your next value up will always result in change. Huh, that's weird. Why is that no longer a thing? That doesn't seem like an issue at all. You didn't like the last patch, you're not a fan of the end game. They changed a lot about the end game. But I guess if it's the overarching Atlas you don't like, then I guess it's not that different. Have you seen the things they're adding, Matt? Like the whole grinding for Atlas points is no longer a thing. They're probably gonna wait till release, so if this patch gets a lot of love, that's fair. You haven't seen the changes yet? Okay. I think they have a lot of focus on the end game. I think you should maybe look into it. I don't know how transformative it is, but a lot of the things that were kind of annoying are gone-ish, or The Atlas tree is way bigger, but you get... The problem is you get all of it. I don't like that, but there's like 300 points now instead of what it was before. The way you gain points for all the things... Kind of following chaos in that, to be honest. What? Oh, you don't like the base game? The base of the game. So the combo style stuff. Is that it? So like I said, you get 300 Atlas nodes now instead of whatever we had before. And but the problem is you get all of the entire tree. There's no like pathing or interesting decisions there. You just get all of it. There's a few. They've basically made 2 different Mr. Pandaria World of Warcraft talent systems, where it's just like rows of things and you pick one, right? That's basically what it is now. You get 2 of those and that's your Atlas tree. Not 2 rows, 2 systems of like, I think it's 4 rows in one of them and probably a little bit more in the other one. Yeah, so instead of in PoE 1, right, where you can pick between Maven or Fire and Eater, whatever, Exarch and Eater, right? You get like you get like masters, so Doriani or Hilda, the boss bitch, or what was the last one? Like that Order of the Jinn guy. And they have like 4 rows of 3 talents where you can pick 1 in each row, and it's like something like, oh, you get an extra revive or something. They can add 200 Uber, but if I want to play, I don't care. 200 Ubers with cock are the same. Yeah. I do think there are some issues to the combo stuff. I wish they'd just kind of embrace. I wish they'd just fucking let it be PoE 1 for mapping. Right? Just let us go completely speed crazy and just blast the entire screen. Like Lightning Spear, let that erase a map, right? Like Let every weapon have 1, 2, 3 of those skills, and you make a build around that. But then have it so that that clears, like you hit once, everything white is gone. You hit maybe twice, all the blue mobs are gone, but then a rare comes in and you'll have to like chuck 10 spears at it or something. Or because now you have different you have a lot of different gem levels, right? Now you bring in the combo. I'm fighting a rare, I have to actually do a little combo and it's dead. And then we get to the boss. Now I have to do combos to kill it. If I'm in like a single target situation with some interesting mechanics and stuff, I'm all fine with slowing it down a little bit, having to do multiple things rather than just go right. But I don't want to slow it down, do all the combos to kill a white mob. No, like let me lightning spear my way through the map, maybe have me stop up on rares and actually do a little like maybe 3, 2, 3, 4 button combo, and then I go to a boss. Then we can slow it down if the boss mechanics are good, if the fight is engaging, and the reward matches the extra time it takes. Let me then have to weave in some combos and do all that, especially with Pinnacle and Uber bosses. I think that would be the way to do it. Just have us blast, but then have things that slow it down and reasons to have the combos be single target rather than, oh, you have to combo to kill this pack of white mobs. I think that would be the fix for me. But for the end game specifically, like I said, you get the new Atlas tree, right? And then the mob style things that I'm going to be honest, it's way better than PoE 2. I think it's way worse than PoE 1. So it's an upgrade from what was in there before. It's a downgrade compared to the other game. And then the points you need for all of the separate trees, like for ritual or whatever, they are also now on the map rather than you having to go hunt down the King in the Mist or whatever. So you get like in the start of the game, you get like an area and you get a bunch of them. If GGG wanted your good faith, they would have reworked mace skills in 0.2. Yeah, there are definitely issues with it. I think this is gonna be fun. I think I'm gonna have fun at least. I'm excited for it, but it is definitely not something that I can sit and play. There's definitely a better balance they can find for mapping a boss fight. Yeah, I think boss fights would do them a lot of good if they could drag them out for like at least 2 minutes for the best builds. I think that would be at least let it take 2 minutes, right? Of fighting. Not cutscenes and invulnerability phase and shit. 2 minutes of fighting. I think that would do the game a lot of good. But I don't think you should have the same level of, oh, I need to do these things over and over again, right? But maybe 2 minutes is too much for... Also always feels like the economy gets ridiculous. Yeah. So they're doing something this time around. They're trying to make it more deterministic what you get. Want to buy a high tier unique 50k divs? They're adding in ways for you to kind of... Jonathan did on a whole rant about it. They're trying to add in ways for you to respond to the economy, right? So that if that high tier unique is 50k divines, then you can go farm uniques, right? And if the uniques then start becoming cheap, then you can go farm divines, right? They're trying to give you ways of you to... They're trying to give you ways to like respond to the economy. Balance would be a long way. Took 4 packs to real period, never used defense. Yeah, that's a fair point, Chaos. Yeah, the balance is a little bit I mean, it's always the case, right? But the defenses is definitely a problem. And I haven't seen anything that would make me think it's getting fixed this time around. They literally said stuff is okay to be OP if it's expensive. I mean, stuff is okay to be OP if it's expensive, right? But there's a difference between it taking... Like, there's a difference between Maze Blood being, like, 250 divines in PoE 1 and 50,000 divines in PoE 2, right? Like, That is wild. Deflect is good now, you guys. It's better at least. I think it's still no. Deflect is supposed to be that thing that saves you whenever evade misses, right? So it being active only 95% of the time at a cap, that sounds super bad to me. Yo, Lola, you just joined. You heard at least I'm excited for it. Yeah, I'm excited for the league. Despite a bunch of the issues that PoE 2 has, and despite a lot of the issues that is not being touched at all, and the issues that largely comes from probably Jonathan's, or maybe Mark's as well, but Jonathan's the vocal about it. Vision. So it's probably never gonna get fixed. I still like the game. And the league looks fun. They have PoE 1 attack with PoE 2 defense. Decide ascendancy? No. Right now I'm torn between going I'm torn between trying the martial artist and Gemling Legionnaire and Chronomancer. Basically I'm torn between the new 4, but with Spirit Walker being a bit of an outsider. Spirit Walker does have some cool stuff. I haven't really decided yet. I think for sure I'm gonna do a martial artist, because I think the hollow palm thing where you like channel and all the monks go crazy, as well as just hollow palm in itself, the keystone with the new gloves, I think that's gonna be fucking cool, and I really want to try that. Is that new Monk Ascendancy? Yeah, the new Monk Ascendancy looks crazy cool. Maybe there's a quick little review of it on the... It has an ability that is just super cool, where you channel and the channeling pulls out like mirror images or whatever you want to call them, hollow images of the monk that does a skill of your choosing. Let's see. I think it might be here. There. Did you see these? So you get to pick the skill, and it just goes. And if you have power charges, it'll spawn 3 of them per power charge. And I want to do that. I think it's gonna be really cool. I'm hoping I can make something that'll just channel through the entire map at full speed and just have it go, or at least at close to full speed. You want to try Super Tank Chrono build, Mancer? I really like the Chrono thing with the extra repeated and echoes, and then the basically Legion, World of Warcraft Legion Touch of Death mechanic, where you like all the damage you do, a portion of it is stored and then explodes. That seems really cool as well. That's one of the things I'm pretty excited about maybe trying as well. And then the Spirit Walker, I like the tornadoes, I like the little twisters, and it just seems like it would do that pretty well. And the bear is fun. It's just fucking wild jumping around. Monks look like a D4 class, that whatever you pick it, whatever you pick, it's OP. You don't get too used to that. D4, for all of its flaws, D4 is fast and flashy. It used to be pretty responsive. I don't feel like it is anymore. But it's fast and it's flashy. And that's always good, right? I'm playing D4 right now. Well, not literally, but off stream. And I'm having a moderate amount of fun. I'm also playing like the best build in the game. So deliberately just going metacock, right? Because I don't want a theory craft for D4 because it's the depth of a puddle and it's tedious as well. So it's like, yeah, you can spend all this time theory crafting to get like 0.1% more damage than if you kind of just took whatever first applied, you first realized, right? Like it feels like it has the depth of a puddle, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's not it is not the best. Let's say it like that. But it's flashy, and it's fast, and it has like a... You get loot. It's addictive in a sense. It's one of those things where I think every D4 season and every D3 season is fun for like a week or two, and then it's over. But I am definitely just gonna pick a guide and just blast through it. D4 is for mega casuals, and even those get bored of the game real quick. Yeah, because it's done so quickly. Like you just, I will say, there is a bit more bite to the difficulty right now. I feel, for starters, I think I'm playing the best build in the game right now. I'm at least playing the best speed clearer in the game right now. And I think my gear is pretty fucking good. And I'm not just creaming the highest torment level at the moment. It's torment 12. And I am just in torment 12. And maybe I've forgotten something. Maybe I fucked something up somewhere. Maybe I missed something. I'm using a wrong legendary somewhere. Maybe there's something wrong with my build. But I don't think so. And I am only just doing the highest tier. And there are bosses that I can't just do. If I can be bothered to actually play them, I absolutely can do them. But I can't just... which is what I want to do. So there is something there. And let me be clear, I'm playing a giga meta build. It's not some homebrewed crap. It's a giga meta build. So maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe my gear is not as good as I think. But there seems to be a bit of push. So yeah, an improvement for sure. Okay, martial weapons and flasks found in the campaign are now more likely to be of the highest base type available at that level. Okay, cool. Only in the campaign though. Overall number of essences found in the campaign has been increased, though the proportion of these being essences of the infinite has been significantly decreased. Essence of the infinite. Okay, this will lead to finding more useful essences as you progress. Cool. The amount of armor granted by items and modifiers has been increased as you get higher levels. At level 65, you should have approximately 33% more armor, tapering down to 15% at level 80. Okay. I feel like that should be a little bit higher, but whatever. E4 is grind until you get upgrade to trivialize next torment. Is that not every ARPG though, Chaos? Like, that's just every ARPG, isn't it? You just grind until you get an upgrade that trivializes the content you're in, and you go for the next one, right? And you do the same, right? That's the game loop, right? It's not really that different. Is it? To some extent, even WoW is the same, right? Like, you just grind until you get enough gear that it's... Sure, but in D4 you have cube and the ground loot is good. Yeah, I mean, they added crafting now. Massive improvement. I actually just went and deterministically crafted some of the items I wanted. Now, I will say the amount of materials you need is fucking stupid. Like, don't get me wrong, I managed to craft some really good items. But you can get greater affixes in the cube. So you just have to sit and re-roll until you get a greater affix in the cube randomly. Fucking hell, the amount you need. That is, like, in PoE you don't find upgrades just killing rares. That is true, and that is bad, I think. I think that is one of the biggest downsides of PoE. And one of the things that Diablo actually... I think the cube actually got a little bit away from that. Yeah, but it's not D3 Horadric cube, Matt. It's a crafting system now. You craft in it. You don't get legendaries like you did in D3. You only craft in it. Yo, Chucker. It's a crafting bench, yeah. Is that the OG Warlock Chucker? But yeah, I mean, I think one of the things D4 does very well is it lets you find upgrades, but I think it's gone a little bit away from that from with the cube, because it's like it's less likely that you'll find an upgrade now because you can just make it in the cube, right? And it's one of those things in PoE where anything you find on the ground is kind of it's gonna be a base maybe, and that's it. But I guess it's better in PoE 2 because you don't have scours, right? So you can't just find it, scour it, and go, right? So for the early and mid game, there are upgrades on the ground, but that obviously stops at the end. Exams and shit. Ugh. Ugh. Be fun. It's been a while. Where are we? Where will we got? Okay, so we got the armor. I'm guessing it's the same for evasion. Okay, so energy shield. You still get a buff to energy shield, so you get 80% more, but unchanged at 80. Okay, well, so basically armor and evasion, they meant that they felt that it was only 15% behind. So play WoW. I play a little bit, very casually, not in a guild. I just do M+ with Sovi and Alex. That's it. And it's not for my enjoyment, it's just for sitting in Discord, because they don't play any other games, basically. Stockholm Syndrome, you're in a guild with Dodo and Dine. Fair. Yeah, like, the thing that really turned me off from WoW was you have to play every week or you're permanently behind. Yo, Dizzy Drug, I appreciate the raid. Someone tell them, I try, bro. I try so hard to tell them we could play PoE, we could play fucking Space Marine 2, Helldivers when that was a thing. There are these, like, there's Vermintide, there's all of that shit. Like, I try so hard to tell them that there are other and better games than WoW, and it's just like, Sovi's like, oh, we could play Tibia. It's like, bitch, fucking not playing Tibia. It's a disgusting pay to win, bro. Deflect is, well, almost 100% is very far from 100%, right? It's 95, and that is with investment. And I think that's fundamentally kind of flawed for what Deflect is supposed to do, right? It's supposed to give you, it's supposed to make you survive when evasion fails you, right? So it not being permanent, it's kind of weird. Just playing M+ is bis in WoW. It is. You're heading out. I appreciate the raid, man. Have a good one. I think WoW is really bad if you're not in a guild, if you're not raiding. Like, raiding, mythic raiding is the best thing in WoW, period. And anything in WoW is better with a guild, 100%. It's just, I don't want the schedule. That's one of the things that burned me out with WoW. I don't want to play every Wednesday and every Thursday. I don't want that. If it's Wednesday and I want to sit on the sofa with Nina and watch Swedish cops get fucking manhandled by... I'm not going to finish that sentence. Then I want to do that, right? I don't want to be like, oh yeah, it's 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. at on a Wednesday. I gotta go fucking log into WoW. I don't want that. But there's no way to not have a schedule if you're gonna play with 20 people. It's just not happening. I'm not finishing the sentence. Dude, the funniest thing, it's on HBO Max and it's called Caught on Police Camera or something, but Swedish, right? It's really fucking fun. It's insane. They, like, everything turns into a car chase. Like, sometimes they haven't even done anything. And it's there's one one particular incident, this guy saw the police and he just bolted like fucking 160 kilometers an hour into like through the city. Nothing fucking just right. And they drive more on like bike roads than on actual roads. It's like, police is after me, let me drive into this fucking bike road and like walkway kind of thing over bridges that are built for humans, not cars, right? Because then fucking police stopped chasing them. And then when they caught him, it's like he had done nothing. He was not drunk, he is not under the influence, he was not what's it called, he hadn't done drugs, he had a driver's license, the car was insured, it wasn't stolen, or the only thing he was charged. Now, he could have thrown something out the window when they didn't see, obviously he could have had stuff in there, but the only thing he got charged with was all the offenses he made when he ran from the police. It's like, bitch, what? It is insane. Whereas in Denmark, you see a car and it goes like 250 kilometers an hour down the highway. And if you do that, the police takes their car and they go to prison, and the police lights up the sirens behind them and they pull in. Like, the fuck? Like, that would be a guy that should run. The raid coming in 0.7 is flex size, so you can be 15 people. Yeah, but 15 people is still you still need a schedule, right? Like, whether it's 15 or it's 20, even if it's just 5, you have to have a schedule, right? Like, if it's not, you can't play meaningfully solo, then you need a schedule, right? And honestly, this might be a hot take, but I think flex rating for WoW, mythic difficulty specifically, potentially is going to be worse than 20-man raiding. Because one of the things I think is really cool about 20-man raiding is how many things that they can implement that speaks to a certain class and their abilities, right? Their utility and all of that. Which is, I don't know how much they've been doing it in the later years. I feel like it kind of tapered out a little bit over Dragonflight when I was still playing. But in the beginning, that was like, oh, you need a fucking warlock for Cahoon, right? Because you need 2 warlocks for Cahoon. And it's like, you have 20 people. Of course you can have 2 warlocks, right? And people can still kind of play what they want. And it's like, those things are just really cool. And if you go to 4 warlocks, you didn't need 4. No way. You could use 4, sure. Dude, Monk was insane for that fucking what was optimal at the start? Oh, because so you had the guy stand at the... Wait, really? Was it that long? No way. 4 was optimal at the start? Why would you... Why would the second gateway do anything? Was it just because warlocks could put it up there, or... I think Monk was wild for it. Like, you could just fucking solo it. Like nothing. You didn't even need the gateway if you were good enough. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the gateway could just not be there and you just went... Whereas Demon Hunters had to use meta. Sovi had to do it in one of them. He had to fucking meta with the ball because we only had 1 warlock. That I do... He was not happy. Absolute demise with corruption and exist. So you go to 100 stacks all the time. Oh yeah, warlocks might be, but for other reasons than the running the thing, right? You only needed 1 on each side for running the thing. But the things you could do, right, with that, where you had like the monk statue placed up there and the druid could then teleport up to it so that somebody could throw it to the druid, right? That shit's so cool. The monk being able to like put down the transcendence and just go all the way through, super cool. If a warrior was fast I think they could do charges, right? As well. Charge, leap. Like that sort of thing. Now for Cahoon, obviously it's like, oh, everybody has some sort of movement, right? So it's, but that sort of thing is what I think is really cool with mythic raiding, where it's like, okay, we need to solve X problem. What do we have to do it? Oh, we can move it with grip, or we can like put a gateway and everybody goes through, or we can like all those things. Then there's always a best thing to do, right? And there's a meta thing to do. But whenever you play in a guild that is good enough to kill the content, not just struggle through it, but not so good that you have all the best things available at all times, and you sometimes have to find a little bit of a creative solution, that's the best. I think that's the best. Okay, let's continue this, because otherwise I'll never get through it. Holy shit. Where are we? Armor of existing items will... Okay. Base weapon... Oh, increase the base weapon range of some martial base types. And that's just everywhere. And quarterstaffs goes 1.4, whereas previous 1.3. Nice. So buff to quarterstaffs. So nerf to what I want to do. Great. Obliterator bow and artillery bow base type now have... Oh, that's enough. Okay. But the modifier for Warden and Guardian will provide chance to chain an additional time. Okay. Up 5% buff. Implicit modifier for Rabbit, Fury, and Magi Talisman now provide maximum rage. Nerf. Implicit modifier for Voltfang Thunder provide increased magnitude of shock. Previously, so 5% buff. Alternate quality items from Breach Catalyst may now be salvaged to return a portion of the catalyst used. Okay. Plus level of okay, so all of the skills are probably just getting torn down, right? So it is... There's +4, previously +5. It's +5, previously +7. Okay, ow. I don't really like the fact that one-handed get +4 when before they got +5. When two-handed only gets +5 when they got +7 before. Shouldn't it be... Honestly, it should be +4 and +2 or +6 and +3, right? Because you can have two one-handers. You like those plus level thingies? Gets a big nerf. Never like to use them. Such big mana. That's fine. I'm talking about the balance between two-handers and one-handers. Right? Like... Shouldn't it be roughly half? Shouldn't a one-hander be roughly half of a two-hander? Seems two-hander gets bigger nerf proportionally. Yeah. Two-handers also does more damage though, so maybe it doesn't need to be completely 2x. But it just seems like you'll be much more likely to have +4 on a one-hander than you will be to have +5 on a two-hander. Now, maybe it's still by far the best thing to do, so maybe you will just still. But I'd still say... +4 on a one-hander is way better than +5 on a two-hander. One-hand maces basically see no real play. Yeah, but that's... They're changing it here, right? So one-handed maces gets a 1.3 rather than 1.1. Oh, but two-handed maces get buffs as well. So I guess that doesn't change anything then. Fine. But I don't think. But it's also not just. It's also not just one-handed maces, right, Midas? It's all one-handed weapons. All one-handed attack weapons, right? You're kind of happy to go away from two-hand because giant blood sucks. I mean, that's fair, but I don't think this is the way to do it, though. I feel like the modifier should be equal in value, sort of, between 1 and 2, right? And then you should adjust it with like damage and attack speed, right? There's no other weapon yet where you have a 1 and a 2-hand. Yeah, fair. It just... I feel like if you want big bonk, you should have two hand. If you want fast bonk, you should have one hand, right? As a rule of thumb. And with that, I don't think level of skills. For starters, I don't think it should be different. But if it should be different, I think it should be more on the two-handers than on the one-handers. Because two-handers are big bonk and one-handers are fast bonk. And now it's opposite. I think this is backwards. Okay, so -1 on quivers. Plus to all level gems on attack weapons can now only roll above level 18. Okay. Oh, so you don't have to search for this during the campaign. For attack, but you for spells, you're still fucked, I guess. Surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow modifier for quivers. That's cool. Perfect Essence of Battle provides 3 on two-handers. Previously 5. Okay. Essence of Hysteria now grants energy shield recharge when applied. Previously, oh wow. Body runes 30, 45, 60. Previously 20, 30, 40. Okay. So a buff to the runes. This still seems kind of shit to me. Like, you could have resistances, and yet you get 60 life. This leech buff also doesn't seem too good. With the plus level change, you can't get +8 with 2 one-hander. What? Why can't you get +8? With 2 one-handers, you should be able to get +8, right? Doom soundtrack? Yeah. Because it gives +4. Work-free weekend, stacking some good food and drinks. I'm pretty excited as well, man. It'll be fun. It's been a while. I've been playing a lot of Factorio. Mind Runes grant mana. 5 more. Oh, 25 more. Holy shit. One hand is still overtuned. I feel like it's one hand is more overtuned in comparison to two-handers now than it was before. But yeah, if they've already opted into free PoE2 weekend earlier, can still play free this week. I think so. Yeah, I don't see why not. Like, free to play is free to play, right? I don't see why they shouldn't. Rebirth, life per enemy killed, 5 more, regenerate, 10.1 more, inspiration, mana per enemy killed, so that's 6 more and 36% more, stone runes, stun build up, 10% more, grand stun threshold, 20 more. This also just seems bad, but maybe it isn't. Grand accuracy, 10 more. Bro, that's not really gonna make it interesting, is it? Like, a bit more. So this, I hope, gets a massive one. So it gets 4% more. Like, you can pick 18% resistance, or you can pick 60 life. That sounds pretty easy to pick resistance, I think. And now it's 30% increased magnitude. Previous 25. 18, 18, obviously the same. The strength stuff, we get 2 more for all of them. 20 mana, 20 life, 20 mana when targeting armor. Previously 10, 10. Oh, wow. Double. But it's still only 20. Lesser rebirth, 4. Initial recharge previously 12. Holy crap. They really don't want you to have energy shield more than once a map, huh? Like you get, if you play energy shield, you get the energy shield you start the map off with, and that's it. Good luck. Krasen rune 30 down from 50. Lady Hestra no longer grants cold damage, instead it grants against children frozen. Really? I guess you... So, instead of you being able to use it to chill and freeze, now you have to do that already. And I guess this is instead of you being able to use this to shock, now you have to... And this is for ignite then. Yeah. All idols can now also be socketed into scepters. Okay. Idol of Egrin now grants curse duration. Oh, so now it's gonna get all the scepter effects here. Cost efficiency when socketed into a helmet, so 3 up. And then 30% mana recovery. Gold, socketed into boot. Oh, gold, not gold, gold. 50 total power counted by war cries. 50%? Previously 20? It must have been shit before. 15% increased damage for each different companion in your presence. Okay. Bonded modifier now grants 30% increased glory generation. Wait, bonded. I don't know what that means. I've heard that before. Bonded. Idle Maxarius. Flash charges. 40 increased armor while your companion is in your presence when socketed into a scepter. Idol of Sirius. Allies in presence have 8% increased movement speed. Bonded modifier now grants 20%. Bonded is a shaman ascent. Why is it? Well, I thought it was the shaman, but then I was confused as to why it's not on everything. But I guess it's just because the changes. So the bonded is not being changed here, and it's being changed here. That's why. Okay. Okay, Idol of Thruldana. Chaos damage. Bear Idol. Area of effect. In helmets. 2 up. Bonded grants 12% increased reservation efficiency of companion skills. Okay. Boar Idol. Regenerate life. In scepters. Warcry cooldown rate. 10% up. Bonded is only for some socketables, not all of them. It should be for all of them. It's every socketable gets another version. Do you have the watching subbing stuff for PoE? Yes, I believe I will. I usually have. I will definitely have the watching, and I think I'll have the subbing stuff as well. Probably. PoE. Am I fucking stupid? Okay, I can't search for it. Got it. Oh, there's Subnautica. What can you get there? Pioneer hull plate. Okay. It's neither here nor there. Where is it? It's not active now. Matrix. Do I need to do something? It's always here. Am I blind? Is it rewards? I don't see it. So maybe I should have it. It's always in here. Have they announced it somewhere? Is it something special this time? Are they doing something different? Because usually it's just any channel. Usually it's just any channel that is in the category. Soul Cores, for example, don't have bonded mods. Really? The cameo new rune added in game will? Yeah. Same 2 sub and 3 hour watching get you stuff. Visual mechanics to learn weekend.
Game director on Path of Exile 2. On May 29th, we'll be launching our next content update for PoE 2, The Return of the Ancients. But not only that, Path of Exile 2 will be free to play for the weekend, and for the first time, we have a 50% off sale if you want to buy a key. If you've been waiting for the right time to jump in, this is it. Players on PC, Steam, Epic, and Xbox will get 3 days of free access to our biggest update yet, as well as a new league, Runes of Elder. By playing Runes of Elder during the free weekend, you'll also be able to earn some cosmetics for your character. In the league, you'll carve powerful runes into ancient remnants. But why stop there? Reach Clarefell Encampment to unlock the Ezomite Runescar's character skin. It covers your character in bloody runic markings, inspired by Ezomite ritual traditions. Probably best not to attempt this one in real life though. Themed around the gothic atmosphere of the Chapel of the Fallen in Ogham Manor, the Candlemas portal effect transforms your portal into one befitting the living rite. A worthy reward for those who can defeat Count Geonor at the end of Act 1. These microtransactions are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power in any way. We hope you enjoy the Return of the Ancients, and we'll see you on May 29th.
I'll have to look into this. I guess I usually have them, but it also usually shows up in my dashboard. Maybe there's something about it somewhere. But yeah, usually I'll have them, but I'll take a look. It confuses me a little bit that it's not in the dashboard, but it doesn't all. I don't know. Maybe I have to do something. I'll try and see if I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. But yeah, we'll figure out tomorrow, I guess. Well, maybe not tomorrow, because it's like nighttime, so we'll probably figure out Saturday. Do Soul Cores really not have bonded mods anymore? Only certain tribe mods? How does it read again? I feel like it should be everything, but... Okay, so gain the benefits of bonded modifiers on runes and idols. So Soul Cores do not, but all runes and all idols will. There we are. Okay. Where do we get to? Boar. Regenerate. We saw that. Cat. Accuracy. Bonded modifier now grants charm charges gained. Blech. Fox Idol. Limit of 1. It now grants other socketed idols in this... Wait. It now grants other socketed idols in this item also grant their bonded modifiers when socketed in body armor. It now grants other socketed idols in this item also grant their bonded modifiers when socketed into body armors. Previously 2% quality of all skills. The bonded modifier now grants 5 quality of all skills when socketed into body armors. Previously 4 to all attributes. So do you put this into your chest piece, and then the things you socket into your chest piece give every class their bonded modifier? Is that what I'm reading? Or is it you can now socket things that give bonded modifiers in gloves? You can socket that into chest and get the bonded modifier as if it was in a socketed, as if it was socketed into a glove? What the fuck am I reading? It grants other socketed idols in this item, so it doesn't say where it can be socketed. Also grant their bonded modifier when socketed into body armors. So if I put it in where if I put it in the gloves and I socket a cat idol into the gloves, do my cat idols in my body armors then give the things as if it was in gloves? Like, what the exactly what it says? I don't understand what it says, bro. Like, I'm too stupid for this. You can only use one. It now grants other socketed idols in this item. Also grant their bonded modifiers when socketed into body armors. So is it socketed into a body armor? Or is it socketed into like a helmet and then you can socket the same thing into the body armor and you get the bonded modifier? Oh. Owl Idol now grants 12% increased cooldown recovery rate when socketed into foci, previously 10, and allies in your presence have 10% increase, previously 8. The bonded modifier grant 20% increased effective Archon buff, previously 15. Sounds like you put one of these into your body armor and then you get the bonded mods of all the other ones you put into the body armor. So, yeah. I mean, so is that only for Shaman then? Or does everybody get access to bonded modifiers through this? Is that what it does? Is it an access to specifically body armor bonded things for other idols? For other classes? The bond don't activate anyway? What? Only Shaman can? But it says, Fox Idol now has a limit of 1. It now grants other socketed idols in this item also grant their bonded modifiers when socketed in body armors, right? That is the effect of the idol. Now the bonded modifier is the 5% quality, so only the Shaman is getting that. But everything else... Is everything else getting their bonded things? Like if I put... It's body armor. What goes into body... If I put a boar idol... If I put fox idol into my chest, and then I put a boar idol in... Am I gonna get 25% increased Warcry recovery rate as a Amazon? Because that's what I think it says. If you have 2 sockets and one has this one, you get bonded mod on the second one. That's, yeah, exactly. So if I'm playing an Amazon and I throw a fox idol in, I throw a boar idol in, I'll get 25% increased Warcry cooldown recovery rate. And if I'm a shaman, I'm just getting the 5% quality. The effect of the fox is then nothing, I guess. Okay. Ox grants increased block chance with Sunken Shield and Bucklers. So 5% more. Elemental resistance. Primate Idol. Minions have increased life when sucked into Helmet. Allies in 40% increased damage. And Scepter previously 30. Bonded grants. Remnants can be collected 50. Okay, whatever. Wait, I didn't read it. Bonded modifier now grants 15% chance for damage of enemies hitting you to be unlucky. Ooh, that's cool. Look at the Bringer of Rain. The Bringer of Rain, PoE 2. Increased armor and evasion, accuracy rating, increased critical hit chance. Wow. Life regeneration per second. Can't use body armor. You can wield two-handed axes, maces, and swords in one hand. This item gain bonus from socketed item as though it was a body armor. Has 4 augment sockets. Okay. So you use this and you throw Fox in there and bam bam bam? Is that what you're saying? That's pretty cool. Yeah. Then you just gotta find some idols that is worth that trade-off, right? Where were we? We were at Rabbit. Limit of 1. Grants 12% increased rarity of items found when socked into body armors. Previously 5. And 15% increased spirit when socked into scepters. The bonded modifier now grants 10% increased quantity of gold dropped. Okay. Snake Idol. 8% increased curse magnitude when socked into gloves. Previously 5. And allies in your presence have 10% increased attack when socked into scepter. Bonded grants. Remnants have increased air effect. Stag Idol. Again, a limit of 1. Projectiles have 15% chance to fork in helmets. Oh, previously it was critical. Thorns crit. Okay. Bonded for helmets grant 30% chance for an additional projectile when forking. Oh, shit. That's cool. But only one of them sad. Wolf Idol, not a limit. 15 magnitude of bleed in gloves. And 20% increased critical damage bonus in scepters. And bonded is reduced magnitude of bleeding on you. At Mohua, Soul Core of Retreat, no longer 30% faster start of Energy Shield. Now grants additional ailment threshold equal to 50. Okay. Maximum Rage on Ruby Jewels can now roll between 1 and 2, previously +1. System can possibly be updated. Okay. Increased chaos damage on Sapphire can roll less. No, 1 more. Existing item. Okay. Suffix modifiers granting faster energy shell can no longer roll on foci, intelligent bodies, or jewels. Jesus. They really don't want faster energy shield recharge, huh? Increased energy shield recharge rate suffix can now roll. Increased energy shield recharge rate can now roll intelligent body armor. Faster start. Oh, okay. Faster start they don't want. Implicit modifier of the arcane raiment and sacrificial raiment is now increased energy shield instead of faster start. Rip. Fevered prefix can no longer roll on Time Lost Sapphire and Sapphire Jewels. Diffusion. Buffering grants energy shield recharge rate previously. Wow! You can divine existing items to make them worse. Out of suffix grants increased energy shield recharge. They really don't want you to get energy shield back, huh? Cast speed modifiers and rings and amulets are no longer shared with foci and wands. For rings and amulets, these modifiers now roll slightly higher levels. The highest tier cast speed for rings now rolls at level 60 and level 66 for amulet. Okay. Yeah, it's so you get the total amount of energy shield you can get is nerfed a bit, but the amount of recharge and is like cut down by 50 to 75%. And And the faster start of energy shield recharge is basically removed, if not completely removed. So like, and I don't think you can leech energy shield anymore either. It's just made so you can't recover energy shield. It's just gone, basically. It's 50% or more reduced the recharge rate, and the faster start is basically gone, if not completely gone. It is. So life stacking is the way? I don't know. But I will say that what they're doing to energy shield is going to make it a lot less fun to play. Because they're also... Ghost Dance is getting, in my opinion, butchered as well. I think it is... Instead of you gaining a flat amount instantly, you now gain an amount over a period of time. And that amount is based on having recently lost a charge, meaning it doesn't stack. So if you lose charges, right? If you lose charges in rapid succession, you're gonna gain way less back than if you stagger them. And it doubled the time it takes to gain a charge. So Ghost Dance got given the Swedish treatment. And yeah, life on tree is... They did add a note where it was before, it was like 40% increased fizz damage and 3% reduced life and something else. Now it is 0% increased physical damage and 3% increased life. Increased banner area effect on jewels, desecrated modifiers, granting instantlies are gone. Oh yeah, leech is nerfed as well. You can only have one instance of leech, and instant leech is gone. Squire's hybrid physical damage and accuracy modifier on weapons has now a minimum level of 8, previously 1. Okay. Hybrid damage modifier level 40, level 8, level 13. Gladiatorial helm has been renamed. Also will no longer undercut you for the priceless idol found. Now offering you 3, 4, 6, 5. Oh wow. The gold price for weapons for asynchronous trade have been increased by approximately 50%. Wow. Discrete map modifier of union is no longer functional. Monster changes. Calling strike threshold for normal enemies now 35, previously 30. Buff. Monster leech resistance now start at a later level, and values are lower at every level. Resistance packs are now affected by modified pack size. Asmeri Spears. I mean, it looks like they're bringing up armor innovation and hybrid armor innovation, and they're cutting down energy shield and specifically recharge of energy shield, and they're make the deflection thing better, so deflection might be good, and they're making the armor applies to elemental resistances even better, so that's going to be really good, I think. So yeah, I mean, if it's enough, right? Who knows? But there should maybe be a change in the meta for defenses. As Mary spirits are released from monsters now retain their power and empower other spirits from monsters. Beam from priest to sun no longer ignores some walls. You now refill flash charges when Viper soldiers constrict the size of her area in it. Okay. So they made the Viper fight easier. Burning Dead in Organ will now deal a portion of the damage of fire, previously pure physical. Improve the visual telegram and lightning to Oriana's lead monster. Additional chest level modifiers. Strongbows now +1 from +1 to 2. Previous modifiers strongbow use skills such as cast Casper now have additional 10 to 20% more range. Okay. 2 new prefix rarity. Okay. Quest changes. You can no longer enter Plunder's Point until you have turned in all 4 map pieces in King March. You can now receive Greater Mind Rune in the Halls of the Dead when interacting with Navali, previously Lesser Mind Rune. Okay. You no longer need to visit Helani Gates in order to access Trader's Passage from a free Rizu. Improve the rewards offered for completion of the Tribal Medicine quest. Happy shark hunting. User interface. I don't care about this, do I? Added a dedicated keybind to perform dodge roll. which will not cause the player to sprint when held down. This keybind is unbound by default and must be manually assigned. Okay. Augment stats have been updated. Empower minions. Reroll button. Don't care. Skill information pop-outs no longer have modified stats to the top of the panel. Visual clarity. I don't really care about this, do I? Microtransaction changes. What's amazing? The dodge roll thing? I don't care. I'm okay with it. I don't need it. Added a show only available option. That's cool, I guess. We can go through it, I guess. Power minion, augment stash. That's really good. Mark an enemy. Mark on the life bar. That's pretty good. Maximum rage. Rage loss delay and rage loss are now displayed on the character panel. Okay, that's cool. Maximum character limit of search. Text plus 250. Copying items text now always covers the advanced description. Item text. Blah, blah, blah. Favorite trades on the currency exchange. Okay, you can now pin tracking scroll. Don't know what that is. Preview microtransaction, weapon skins, cosmetic shop without needing the applicable weapon type. Oh, that's pretty good. If you wanted to use Blink, you needed to script. Otherwise, your character would leave Blink sprinting. You get knocked down and die. Oh, okay. Microtransactions. Okay, I want to see if the turtle is there. Armor sets, don't care. Back attachments, don't care. Helmet, don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Enable something fishy, don't care. Weapon effects, listed Emperor, rare finisher, anchor drop, rare finisher, torture, mace. Colosseum helmet, don't care. Skin, pilfering ring and tracking skulls, no, just no turtle. Now there's bug fixes. Cost minion damage bonus against non-unique introduced to function incorrectly. Okay. This is a lot of bugs, huh? But what if you cared? Have you thought about that? What specific armor or helmet enchants or microtransaction do you care about, Matt? I will look for it. 20 to 25% more late game minion damage? They buffed minions? Was that necessary? Was that necessary? Something with the Pathfinder, ritual sacrifice skill gained a cooldown level 20. Okay. Pounce was providing additional mark effects. Okay. Prevented Mirage Archer, probably rotating. Allowing certain skills to be sucked into Mirage Archer that should not have been prevented. Okay. Devour and failed correctly. Bypass last grasp. Thunderstorm could be created out of bounds. Hollow Palm was not providing its bonus to most skills that could be used with any martial weapon. Hollow Palm technique now replaces your unarmed base damage for affected attacks rather than adding damage on top of. Okay. A bug that could cause modifiers to unarmed critical hit. They're fixing a lot of bugs with Hollow Palm technique. That's good because I want to play it. Modifiers to number of projectiles apply to other values. Stats giving chances for additional projectiles didn't apply to skills like rain of arrows. Okay. Some cases where stats for additional change didn't apply to some beam skills. Benefit of quality, provide combination of functioning. Arc gain is lightning infused stats and not spending lightning infusion. Skills used to apply skills being used by clones. Prevent support gems from supporting on Earth. Disable flash to be used. Bleed effect not working. Bone construct summoned by blah blah blah. Desire lineage to still function when socketed but disabled. Tells them could gain generate radiant spirits. Lords for increased spirit overlap in value. Chaos inoculation overriding maximum life to 1 incorrectly affected calculation of stun and ailment threshold for players as well. The most notable manifestation of this for characters the chaos inoculation passive skill allocated with some kind of stun threshold modifiers becoming immune to heavy stuns. Okay. Eternal youth, zero energy would result in your life. Recharge ignoring the energy shield recharge delay. Okay. Critical damage bonus from Gore Spike was not displayed. Update the target. Oh, fixed multiple instances in which killing Palmer's Stagger Palmer's dashes would fail to hit the target. That was so fucking annoying. That's been instant 0.1. Holy shit. Devour and Lightning Mob were unable to devour or explode some corpses. They were able to devour or explode. Okay. Fixed a bug where poison spores support. Okay. Fixed a bug for burning encryption support. Creating. Okay. This is a lot of bug fixes. We go on. We move on. Okay. Wait, there's more. What happened? After unlocking unique Veritium rune forging, you can upgrade the base type unique weapons and armor to drop at levels lower than 55. Upgraded unique will have higher damage. Interval between gaining ghost rounds is no longer a duration. It now has modifiers to cooldown recovery rate. Isn't this the same? Wait, was all of this in what I read? This seems new. 33 Kalguran skills, although those are the following have been removed. Oh, right, that was in. New limited support, Allros. Okay, so that wasn't there. The doodads were there. Dude, this is confusing. Contains roll, that was there. Ice Nova is no longer able to originate from Frostball while cascading sideways. Primal Strike now has a minimum gem level of 9, previously 7. Tame Beast, Summon Beast now deal 40% more damage, gem level 9, scaling up, previously. Okay. Now immediately summoned new Tame Beast. Okay. Spell Cascade no longer limited to supporting spells you use yourself. Collapsing Horizon, unique Quarterstaff now grants 100% increased elemental damage, 300% at least elemental damage with attack. Okay. Now used for spells as well, I guess. Idol of Uldurn, unique presence, increased spirit, roar, no longer be obtained. Unbound Lich, unique, following his foul emergence now has mana cost of 0. Okay. His scattering calamity mana cost, his vile intrusion, blah 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 blah. Okay. The Thesis Soul Core is now random skill that require glory. Okay. When your mark activates the circuit helmet. Okay. What do we have here? My God. Did we read this? Many four, I don't know, circle. That was there. Oh, the clusters were there. I think we read that. And then today, we read this, didn't we? To clarify, despite spell totem having the spell tag, summoning totem itself is not a spell, so cost added to spells or not. Okay. Many skills which had no cost, no mana. Oh, we read this, right? Yeah. Okay. We got there. I think what we're about to see here is longer than we have left, right? Yeah, it's 2 hours and 30 minutes, and we only have 2 hours left. So that will be tomorrow. Now, this one I'm excited for.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson.
It's only an hour. And it came out like 2 weeks ago. This interview I've been looking forward to. It's not super PoE 2 heavy, I guess, but I think this will be really good. I've been excited for this for a while.
So this is the interview that people have been requesting for some time. Today,
Chris Wilson interviewing Jonathan Rogers. It's exciting, yeah? I need to go blow my nose while he does the intro.
This is the interview that people have been requesting for some time. Today, I'll be chatting with Jonathan Rogers. The context for viewers is Jonathan and I were two of the co-founders of Grinding Gear Games and ran the company together for 17 years or so. I left a few years ago and Jonathan's been running it since then. So for every new Path of Exile 2 release the company does, they run a press tour where journalists and influencers can interview the company about the new expansion. And now that I've got my YouTube channel, I kind of snuck onto the press tour and snagged an interview slot with Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan, how are you going?
Hey, I'm going good.
Nice, good to talk to you. Yeah, so how's life at GGG? 050 is looking really cool. I'm very, very pleased to see it.
Well, it's certainly busy, I'll tell you that. Like, there's a lot going on. Like 050 is kind of this just like giant patch that, is like a crazy bear to organize just because there's so many different parts to it. So, yeah, it's certainly probably one of the harder ones I've ever worked on, I'd say.
The scope looks crazy. Like, when you were initially telling me about it, like, obviously there's a ton of stuff in the end game, but you just kept going.
Yeah. I think one of the issues, one of the perils of being in early access is there's this kind of desire of like, okay, with every patch, we want to try and fix everything. Like, we want to try and get the game into a state where it's more releasable. And so then we're like, okay, the end game is a problem. We need to address it. So we're like, okay, what are the things that would need to happen? What are all the things that would need to happen in order to make the end game good? And so suddenly then you're ending up with the scope that's just absolutely gigantic. And probably the smart thing to do would be to be, okay, we're just going to divide this up into like several pieces, and then we're going to go and we're going to try and do each one, one at a time. But the problem is it's really... What was that, sir?
Oh, could you divide the end game stuff? Like, it feels to me like you kind of do need to do that pretty cohesively.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, it does feel like you can't divide it, and that's because you're like, okay, if we're going to make the end game good, it means that every single, like, all of the things in it need to be good and so on. But like, the reality is that probably what would have been better is like, hey, just leave one of these leagues bad, and just like concentrate on the others and everything like that. But I really didn't want to. So what we ended up doing was kind of like, okay, we're gonna make every single...
I should do this, but I don't want to. So now everybody has to work harder. Sorry.
thing that's in the end game actually good. We're going to make sure that they all have the sort of depth of a full league system. We're not going to leave it like how it was in 010 and that kind of thing. And that's just kind of led to the scope.
Get wrecked employees, time to crunch, bitches.
We were planning even 040 to have a bunch of the end-game stuff, and then it ended up just getting pushed because it was just kind of too huge. So, yeah, it's just a scope management issue, and it's been pretty difficult.
I'm a little bit disappointed that there's no new class. I'm just saying there's still 4 classes that are missing. We don't have the Templar, we don't have the Duelist, we don't have the Marauder, right? Like, we don't have the Shadow. I get 4 pretty core PoE 1 classes, yeah? Like, well, I mean, I guess it's been out for so long that all of them are core, right? But it's not some niche new thing already. It's not a PoE 2 exclusive class, right? It's literally the fucking baselines, the OGs that are not there. 4 of them. I think it's a little disappointing that we didn't see a new class. And this is the last early access content patch, right? Like, next one, they're gonna be doing some of the remix leagues or whatever, right? Where they just like reset the economy and then maybe do a little gimmick or something. But we aren't gonna see new content until the game is out of early access, which is November or December or something like that.
So with regard to that delay there, how did the thought process work? Like, obviously you'd worked out a scope of in-game stuff in your head you thought you could do for 040, and then the reality was you eventually had to decide to push it. But like, what was it that made it too big to do in 040?
Well, once again, I think it was probably just the fact that we wanted to do it all at the same time. So we were like, okay, we need 4 new pinnacle bosses because we need to be, we're upgrading 4 leagues. If we've got 4 new pinnacle bosses, we here's all the stuff that needs to do. We need to make sure the league mechanics have like an extra thing going on with each of them, like all that sort of stuff. And I think if we'd just done one of them in 040, that would have been absolutely fine, and we could have got extra, especially because like a bunch of work was done, right? Like there was a bunch of work done before 040 because we did think that the end game stuff was going to go in. Which then we kind of had to at the last minute be like, okay, we actually can't do this. It's just going to have to be the druid in the league effectively for 040. So yeah, that was kind of a bit annoying because it made 040 feel a lot smaller. And it's interesting because like 030 was obviously a huge, like a huge release. And then 040 kind of felt like a bit of a letdown by comparison. It really is just because a bunch of work that was done didn't end up shipping in it. So 050, though, on the other hand, is going to feel like this absolutely gigantic release because a bunch of work that was done for 040 which didn't make it is now going to be in it, plus a bunch of extra stuff as well. So yeah, that's kind of just one of those things, I guess. But yeah, it's sort of surprising as well because the larger something is, it honestly the time taken to do it seems to go up by more than linearly, right? Like if you do something twice as big, it takes more than twice as long to do it. So that's one of the tricky things we've certainly found.
Okay.
Yeah. I noticed. So this early access you're running for PoE2 at the moment. It's not the first time GGG did early access. Like as you recall, we did it for 1.0 and 2.0
Yeah.
and 3.0 back, like the Awakening and Fall of Oriath and so on. But those were way shorter. Like it was basically like 1 league's worth. And obviously, you guys will have run this for like a year or so. And in fact, is it a year or 2 years?
It'll be 2 years.
Yeah.
By the time we're done, I suspect.
Yep. So the question I have here is, this means that you're having to run early access, not just as a beta test, but kind of as a live service. Like you're having to, when you do an update, you can't say, hey guys, please test the campaign. There is no end game, because they want to play the end game. They're, you want them to be playing it as a final product. It makes money and so on. So is it hard managing a live service when what you kind of want is testing of specific features?
It honestly really is. And the funny thing about it is that we never intended, as I'm sure you specifically know, to have early access last this long. Like both of us were very optimistically thinking, oh yeah, it's going to be 6 months. But the reality was that it was way, way longer than that. The funny thing is that I think that when you haven't made a game from scratch for a while, even if you're sitting there churning out league launches, it honestly took me by surprise how much work there is in it. Which, I mean, we did it before, but yet it's like somehow you forget like how much there actually is there. And I mean, the first time we did it, we took like, was it 6 years or something? And like before we actually
6 years
released anything. And then it was quite a long while after that.
Bro, how the fuck? It took them 6 years before they released anything, and he thought they were gonna do early access in 6 months? What? It sounds like he asked his toddler for a fucking time frame, bro. What the fuck?
That before we had more than a couple of acts, like all the rest of it and everything. So like, that was actually kind of PoE2 just ended up being a sort of similar prospect, but it didn't seem like that, because it's like you kind of look at it and you're like, well, the team's so much larger, there's so much more going on. Like we've made all this, there's all this pre-production stuff, we've like made tons of monsters, we've made tons of unique art, we've made all this stuff. It's like it feels like the putting it together part at the end should be somehow not as long as it is, and yet somehow it just ended up being way bigger. So I think that's been kind of pretty brutal wake-up call. You think you know how to make a game, and then you do it again, and it's like, oh yeah, that's right. A decade later, it's actually really, really hard still.
I wonder if this is because some percentage of each release has to go into like league stuff and micros and other novel stuff for that release, and it gives you less than 100% of the time to, like, it slows down the development of, act content and that kind of stuff.
Well, the early access stuff is very much like that. And that in particular is part of the reason why we're not doing a 060. So, like 050 is going to be the last release, and the reality is that we're kind of like, okay, getting Act 5 and 6 and all the stuff we've got in 1.0 out, it can't be done in 4 months. We can do it in 8 months, but if we don't do it in 4 months, we have to do another league. And if we do another league, then that's even more content we have to make, because it's a league now, right? And so that would actually push 1.0 out even further. And so you've got this thing where it's like every single launch is effectively stealing resources from finishing the game. So at some point we just had to sort of put our foot in the sand and say, no, we're actually going to get this damn game out now, if it does mean going a little bit longer between 2 releases. So it'll be really good though, because once we get to 1.0, like not having to have this like extra giant thing going on in the backdrop of finishing the campaign and so on is just going to be so much easier. Like the idea of just being able to make a league rather than have to also like do like mega revamps of everything and like just crazy like new campaign acts and everything.
But like, I understand what he's saying, that just having to do a league, but you don't just have to do a league though. The revamps of everything you'll still have to do if what you've made is shit, right? Like, it's fine if we assume that all the changes they made to Abyss and Expedition and blah 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 and the end game in general is just nailed and everybody loves it, but you still have to do the revamps if it's shit. And there's still 4 classes, and there's still 3 ascendants, so 12 ascendancies, and that is only the things that are not in yet. Like, there are still a lot of the classes in the game only have 2 ascendancies, so you need like 4 classes 12, so 4 weapon types. That means 4 sets of skills, right? And 12 ascendancies plus the mercenary needs 1 more, so that's 13. The druid needs another one, so 14. Does the sorcerer and witch have 3 each? Or do they need as well? I don't... They need at least 14 ascendancies. It's not... You're not just making a league, bro. Am I playing tomorrow night? Probably. I don't think I'm streaming, but I am playing. But I think I'm streaming Saturday during the day.
It's gonna be pretty good. I think it's gonna like allow us to relax a lot.
And I should have decided this already, but I haven't. And the thing is, I think for the league launch, right? If they are slow and they budget, I'm just kind of sat here, right? And it doesn't really work that I just sit here. It's easier for like a bigger platform, like a bigger channel like Quinn or whatever, because they have a chat to go off on, right? Like they have plenty of things to do there to keep it going, and they can like kind of all be angry together. Whereas I just sit here angry, alone. Well, not completely alone, but so I think I'm better off playing Saturday, and I think it's also the fact that it's in my normal time slot is also better, I think. So I'm thinking I'll play Friday evening and I'll do the usual thing where I have 2 characters, one I play off stream, one I play on stream. And I'm thinking Saturday I'll go 11 to 17 like usual. I think that's a bit better, so I avoid, because the first league for PoE2 I made an extra stream and I sat here for like 2-3 hours or 2 hours or whatever, and the servers didn't come up. And it's like I was just sat here like waiting. They have been much better about it the last couple of times, but that really scarred me.
A little bit more compared to what we have been doing, because the rush to 1.0 has been pretty crazy.
One thing that you and I had done previously, like a long time ago, is we'd often be working on the next league, but have the beginnings of a larger league. Like I remember with Ascendancy, for example, when we started work on that. I mean, that's partly because we overscoped or underestimated it, but we essentially moved Ascendancy from its slot to the next slot, and did another league instead. Obviously, you guys, like I know GGG won't have plans that far out for the future, because you're focusing all on 1.0. But do you expect that you would intermingle larger releases and larger leagues?
Yeah. So, I mean, look, you need to have updates that like shake up the end game and do other stuff like that every now and then. Otherwise, things will get scale. So we'll absolutely be doing the whole like AB kind of like thing that we used to do. It's just at the moment, effectively, what you've got going on in the background is that the B, as it were, is like the extra.
Your initial thought of build is martial artist, semi-high critical chance. Second weapon is buckler shield, silver fist with the critical weakness 10 stacks. Probably everything will change as you play, but yeah, the only thing I want right now is I want to find a cool skill to channel that martial, hollow form thing. That's where I'm at. I just want to go like this and have everything explode. That's my current goal. How I get there, no idea.
Act that you're sitting there working on, because there's like a ton of work that's going on there in the background. Yeah, like we'll probably do that. I mean, look, it's funnily enough, right? Because sometimes the like latency times get so crazy that there are like things being made for 1.2 already in the pipeline. Like it's like we know there's certain bosses that we need and stuff like that, and we're like, okay, sometime around 1.2 we're probably going to need this, so let's get it started into the pipeline now. So there's certainly some longer things like that.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we're like, okay, I mean, as I'm once again, I'm sure you'll probably remember, we're like, okay, the league that's after Christmas is never going to be the big one that has the thing, so therefore the 1.2 therefore has to be the one, and like pretty much that's how you sort of end up with that stuff.
That's amazing. Like this may just be like a conspiracy theory I had back when I was trying to work on league planning stuff, but it always felt that the league around September was small because like my blame at the time was like northern hemisphere people going back to school or whatever, and
bro, I need to start this over because I just got distracted with how little hair is on Chris Wilson's face, brother. That is a lot of shaving. I just fucking realized looking at Jonathan, and he's a little bit unkempt at the moment, and then it's just naked. At least he has eyebrows.
Yeah, the 1.2 therefore has to be the one, and like you pretty much that's how you
He
end up with
just
that stuff.
doesn't grow hair.
It's amazing. Like, this may just be like a conspiracy theory I had back when I was.
It does look like he has hair, right? Like, it's a different, but definitely here, right? No hair, right? Which is why he shaves it, because he would look like one of those monks, but not deliberate, like not of his own volition, right? Like, but yeah, you are right. It does not. It's a bit exactly up here, but you're right. For the either he has a really fucking good razor or he has no beard.
Trying to work on league planning stuff, but it always felt that the league around September was small because like my blame at the time was like, northern hemisphere people going back to school or whatever, and there was always this dip. Like I remember Delve, one of our best leagues we ever made by far, just having such a big dip. It was like quiet and no one seemed to care at the time, and I thought, well, that's the September curse. And then you've got the January, February, March curse where you've made it over Christmas, as you say. And then you've also got like a new seasonal game coming out every week because there's going to be a Diablo 4 season and a Diablo 3 season and a Diablo 2 season and a Diablo 2 Resurrected season and World of Warcraft Classic and World of Warcraft season of whatever they've got going on and Last Epoch. And how do you like, and then there's the GTA 6 release, right? Which is just a crater where that happens. Like how do you time all of this stuff these days?
So I thought he's basically saying that 4 leagues in the year, only 2 of them are good, which is summer and winter? Summer and Christmas, right? I would assume the summer one was bad. But I guess a lot of people get to stay home for a vacation, right? Like, but do they play? I guess a lot of people sit at home inside in the summer and play video games. I guess. Do I do that? Well, right now, not more than usual. Like, it's fucking 32 degrees. Yeah, so having a computer running sounds really good, right? Like, I don't know. In the summer, it's not that I don't play games, but I'd be much more inclined to like play handhelds or like handhelds out in the shade or console because it's in a larger room and further away, right? Aircon? I don't have it. We don't use aircon in that, basically. Like aircon is like this luxury item that you barely think about. Honestly, like I don't know anybody who has aircon in their house. I don't think I know anybody who has it. Which I guess is kind of wild. But like I'm much more likely to console game over the summer than I am PC game.
Days with so much going on.
Well, I have to say, we usually don't pay too much attention to the other RPG releases because
it's not really aircon for you.
Oh, okay. And honestly, the community would slay us if they thought that we were delaying things just because some other game had a thing coming out. That being said, like GTA 6 is a bit of a problem. Like if there's a release you're going to avoid, I would say that's the one. But thankfully, since they're not on PC.
Do you think GTA 6 is gonna... I know GTA is kind of like this cult phenomenon, but I'm hearing more and more shit about it. Like, it's supposed to be like 100 fucking USD or something? Who the fuck's gonna pay that? I know it's GTA, but who the fuck cares? I think it's gonna... You feel like it's gonna bomb? Exactly. I feel like it's going to be... Everything I hear just like... It's negative almost. Or I don't care about it, right? Like, it's like it's either negative or I don't give a shit. Like, it's expensive and it's like, oh, that sounds bad. 100 fucking USD gets delayed. And then they're like, oh, but we're gonna have pride parades. Like, okay, I don't fucking give a shit. Like, okay, cool, I don't care. I bet the whatever X% of the gamer population that is in the whole Pride thing is happy about that, but I haven't heard a single thing that is positive. At best, it's Pride stuff that I don't give a shit. I don't care. I did see a funny meme though, where it's like, where there was like two. Oh, let me see if I can find it, because I don't do it justice if I just tell it. GTA 6 is gonna have GTA 6 is gonna have Pride parades meme. Where is it? Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Oh, why is that not? Okay, I fucked up. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Right? That's the reaction. Like, depending on which side of the like, everybody's gonna have that reaction to it, right? Like, it's like I think it's only people like me who don't give a shit about it that's indifferent. The ones that hate Pride, they're gonna have a field day. The ones that love it, they're really happy with the representation, right?
It's like not as big of a thing, but the thing is, they're going to buy out like literally all the media, like all the things will be that, like anything that it's possible to spend money on, I'm sure they'll be spending it on. So probably not a good idea, even just for that reason alone, to launch like on the same weekend as them.
Oh, absolutely. People who are Pride things, that sounded wrong. People who are in the whole Pride sphere, they're gonna be really excited to like take part in it, and it's there. Ooh. And people who don't like that is also gonna be really excited to take part in it. And I don't give a shit.
I would say.
Well, I mean, GGG always had the David versus Goliath thing going on, right? So why not take on Rockstar?
That's the Goliath I don't want to take on, quite frankly. Like that's the that one's kind of big. But yeah, I mean, just generally speaking, in terms of other ARPGs and stuff, I mean,
I really don't think so. The whole like he said, the GGG always had the David and Goliath thing, right? I think GGG is the Goliath now. Just saying, like for the ARPGs, well, Diablo 4 might be bigger, so it might not be the Goliath. But for anybody who cares that they're playing an ARPG, GGG is definitely the Goliath. Like, for anybody who just plays Diablo, like, right? Like, if you're if you like ARPGs, if you know you like ARPGs, meaning you know what a fucking ARPG is, GGG is the fucking Goliath, right? D4 is biggest because it's Diablo, and people are just like, I played the new Diablo game because I played the old Diablo game, right? But for all intents and purposes, for ARPG players, I think for sure GGG is the Goliath. And taking on Rockstar, I know he's saying he doesn't want to. He knows better than me, so he's right, I guess. I don't really think that's going to be that big a deal, is it? Like, how many diehard Path of Exile fans are going to miss out on a league because GTA 6 comes out? Some of them. For sure. Somebody like me would just be like, I will just play GTA 6 later. Like, if I was gonna do it, right? It's like, if I'm fucking hooked on Path of Exile, I'll play the league, because that's a time-limited event. GTA 6 is gonna be around. How long? When did GTA 5 release? Like 10, 15 years ago? I have 10, 15 years to play GTA 6. That gives me about like 5 years to save up for it, because apparently it's going to be giga expensive.
I wouldn't
oh,
launch
11,
on someone
okay.
else's release day intentionally. But if there's other constraints around, I'm certainly not going to shy away from it, just because, you know, like, we've got our own thing going, we've got our own audience, like we can deal with it. It's just been a bit unfortunate recently how often that's occurred, like seemingly randomly. So I don't know if someone else is doing that intentionally or not. But, yeah.
So There are kind of two strategies for scoping release dates and content, right? One of
The whole, it's been happening often. You can't fucking, you like, they are scheduling their releases around fucking Christmas and the summer holiday. Of course it's gonna happen. He literally just said that you got the June, like, what was it, the March, April, May, and the September whatever, right? So basically peak summertime and Christmas, everybody's releasing their games at Christmas. So if you have a similar cycle as D4 does with seasons, right, it's gonna be the same time because they're gonna release on Christmas. Surprise.
them is we fix a date and then release with the content that's available, which isn't easy if the content has to be a certain size, like a league, for example. You don't want to release with a half-finished league and say that's what we have. And then, of course, the other approach is, you know, take your time to get it right and release it without a degree of predictability. Once the dust has settled on 1.0 and you're going forward with a plan and resources and so on, which do you expect you'll be
They
doing?
do it to
How are you
themselves
gonna have a
too
rigid
because they
schedule?
can't release PoE 1 and PoE 2 leagues too close. Yeah. What is it down to now? Is it 2 months in between? It is, right? Like they have 4 releases each year, right? I'm gonna be honest, I think they should go down to 3. No, it is 3. They have 3 each, right? So it's each league is a 4-month cycle, and there's 3 every year, right? So yeah, if you go down to 2, it's too little if people only play 1 game. I do think they've run the risk of PoE fatigue. I know I ran into it, where it's like, oh, you play PoE 1 season, and you play that pretty extensively. Oh, now it's the PoE 2 season. You play that pretty extensively. Oh, it's back to PoE 1. Okay, play that, and then, oh, PoE 2 again. Like, I want to play something else now. Like, if you're not one of those guys that finish the PoE league in a month, then, and even a month is long, right? Like, you kind of gotta get down to finishing PoE in like 2-3 weeks. 2-3 weeks is basically what you have, right? Because that gives you a month and a half of cooldown. That's roughly where I kind of need. You don't feel you need to play this PoE 2 league? Yeah, and that's kind of bad, right? Like, if they release a really good PoE 1 league, then the next PoE 2 league might just slumber. That's bad. Like, they kind of screwed themselves a little bit here. I think for PoE, I need to get myself down. I need to play faster. I need to get myself down to finishing the league in like 2-3 weeks. And then every once in a while, I can hunker down and go ham. But for the most part, like 2-3 weeks, I think I need to get it down to. Otherwise, I can't play both. It becomes too much.
Let's definitely fix the date and have the content move, but there's always has to be a little bit of like sometimes you can't necessarily change the scope easily as you get towards the actual release date because what you'd have to cut will either be so large that it completely undercuts the release, or there's just like no like place you can sort of pick at it to easily pull it apart. So sometimes you do end up with sort of like 1 week delays around that sort of stuff. And this last one we did, so I mean, like that was even our intention, like during PoE 2's early access, and like we've actually improved that a lot recently. With like PoE 1's definitely successfully back on that train again, and PoE 2 sort of mostly is. What's been tricky though is just that with an example of the whole thing of having one thing that's too big in scope and therefore you can't sort of do anything but delay is all this endgame stuff where it's like, because we want to do it in one big package, it's then becomes something where it's like, you don't want to cut one league because then it sort of undercuts the whole message. So like that's the kind of stuff that's been really difficult in that. But we certainly strive for just like cut stuff until the deadline works, because people really do actually prefer the regular updates, and you don't want to disappear into a hole and just work on something forever either. Like I think I said it earlier, but like it really is the case that the bigger the thing you're working on is, the more work it takes to make it at all. So I think that like having shorter release cycles and like releasing more often honestly produces more work rather than less. Like you really want to be just producing things on as fast a cadence as possible that you can get away with.
That produces more aggregate entertainment hours as well, I suspect. More releases means more people coming back for more releases and so on.
I guess so, but I wouldn't really think about it that way. Like, it really is, I think, in terms of just being able to make content at a reasonable speed. Like, it's sort of an interesting phenomenon where that I noticed of the team as well. Is like, so we had developers who were working on things to the they were working on PoE 2 for a long time before it was released, and then we had developers who were working on like leaks for PoE 1. And the people who've been working on PoE 2 for a really long time, like, they've gotten out of the habit of like actually like finishing things and getting them, because like it kind of wasn't in a release.
Oh,
and it
that's
actually
bad.
took a little bit of effort to sort of get people back on the train again of like, oh yeah, that's right, we have to actually ship things quickly. Like, it actually is quite difficult. And I honestly feel like a lot of the reason why a lot of larger games fail is just because they're not shipping fast enough. Like, you can probably make a game better in less time, I actually believe, compared to what you get in a long time. Like, there's something really focusing of just like having a deadline that's relatively close by.
So one of the issues that I felt when working on these leagues, like this happened like 35 times and you were sitting right there alongside me every time, was just that things ended up coming in hot every time, right? Like, we're still working on stuff. Like, there's the story about how I remember vividly sitting next to you at midnight on Synthesis release day and saying, hey, Jonathan, we still have to like check that you're happy with how the tile generation works for Synthesis. And you saying, oh yeah, we should do that.
I remember now, yeah.
And you rewrote it with 3 hours to go to release, basically. And
that was a good one. It was much better afterwards. I was pretty happy with that rewrite.
My responsibility there was making sure we picked the safe option, and the safe option was you, like, rewriting it in 45
the thing
minutes.
Is that the much worse one that you probably wouldn't appreciate was we rewrote quite a significant portion of the database backend literally the night before shipping 010 for PoE 2. Like,
but it made it better.
It was the thing is like we realized something about the load testing. We were like, oh, we never tested this thing, and then we changed something about the load testing, and the whole thing just falls over. And we're like, crap, this is like a very big problem. We'll call this stuff tomorrow. And then we came up with some pretty ridiculous ideas on how to improve that. And like, someone on our team literally rewrote all the saving. Like, they added compression to character saves as like a last ditch thing. Like, bear in mind, we're like hours before release, and it's like, okay, look, how about we try this? This was like a pretty crazy one. So yes, I'm certainly no stranger to that kind of thing happening from time to time.
Yeah, compression on saves is a good idea because that can take place on the instance, right?
Yep,
and there's a lot of stuff in there, like the waypoint list and so on.
Yeah, made them way smaller.
That's
the particular reason for needing that, by the way, is because once the size of a character gets above a certain size, it becomes larger than what's called a database page. And once it's larger than that, the performance gets really bad. So the PoE 2 characters, as it turned out, were just larger than the PoE 1 ones, and that's part of the reason why it wasn't the performance was just way worse.
So rather than me asking what compression you're getting, the important number here is what percentage of characters didn't fit in a page, and now what percentage do?
Before the test we were doing. In fact, I remember what the test was now. So the thing we did in the test is all the characters that we had were not in late in the game. They were all like, they had a lot of items and stuff like that in the load test we were doing, but they weren't like late in the game where they have way more quest flags. And so the quest flags sent them over the edge. So anyone who gets like past Act 3 or 4 or something was getting above the limit of what could fit in the database page.
Yeah. I can imagine quest flags, they compress really well, I imagine.
Yeah, they do, exactly.
All zeros or all ones, right?
Yeah, we just added like a really, like, I can't remember what compression it was, but like, it probably half the size of a character, but more importantly, it's below the threshold, and now the performance is good again. So
yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So where I was going with me commenting that when I was there, we never had any time to really test stuff is how has that been? Is it still down to the wire with releases? Because I imagine it's hectic. Or have you managed to like has the console simultaneous deployment meant that you've got some breathing room for testing and stuff?
I would say it's getting better, but then on the other hand, it also isn't. Like, it always feels hectic. And ultimately the reason for that is because if there's more time, people want to do more, right? Like, people are always going to be like, okay, like, I can squeeze in a couple more uniques.
If there's more time, people want to do more.
With a situation where people, the work always expands to fill the space that there is.
Jesus, yeah.
So
I felt that
it's very hard to actually.
Yeah, I felt my role there was saying no to people in the last 2 weeks, and
yeah, for sure.
Hopefully, you're keeping the nose coming.
Well, we try, but then on the other hand, maybe I'm not as good at it as you were.
Well, here's the key thing: being completely honest. When I was fully in charge of scope of something, it would end up smaller, like Sentinel. There was less in there. When you and Mark were involved, there were more yeses and more cool stuff was delivered. obviously, I was petrified about the risk associated with there's so much extra stuff to test in the last minute, and maybe that led to more problems or something. But the releases where you guys got to decide scope had so much more interesting stuff coming, because that extra 10% on top is where the special stuff is in PoE, and I've never had the guts to do it myself.
Well, the tricky thing is that probably the coolest stuff is the stuff that comes in the latest, because you get to build on top of the things that you already...
That is one hell of a fucking admission, huh? That's cool. That was cool. I do agree with the more. Give me more.
Like built. Like you've got the actual systems working, and it's like, now we could let's think of some cool stuff. And one thing I would say about 050 is there's just a lot of the like weird cool things. Like you're like, okay, here's an ascendancy class, but look, there's a hidden node, and if you do this quest line, then you like commune with the dreamer, and then like the it unlocks this modifies the class like slightly, so it's got this extra node in it, and just stuff like that. There's just lots of things like that. Like there's like hidden, it's like here's this hidden passage in this one particular map, and if you walk past it with a specific item, then the rune will glow, and then if you walk up to it, the door opens, and then inside there's like a crafting bench, and then on that thing you can like take these things, and there's just the stuff like that, just like lots and lots of these little things.
That's cool.
So it's been kind of pretty fun having a lot of stuff like that. And honestly, I bet you that there's ones I don't even know about, because Mark will have his deceit features that he'll just sneak in like that I won't know about. Which he does on purpose, by the way. So don't tell Jonathan about this random thing. But it's fine. So like there's just like lots of little cool things.
I strongly recommend not announcing or showing those. Of course, the temptation is it's more stuff to put on the live stream. But of course,
we'll show a couple of them, and I'll hint towards a couple of others. But like there'll be more that they won't have seen. Like there's quite a few.
So on the topic of the 10%, extra stuff that can go on top, one thing you and I tried a long time ago was to release a follow-up patch after a league launch, usually after a bad league launch, with extra stuff. And what we found at the time, at least my recollection of this, is that the players playing appreciated more content. Their Reddit comments would be a bit less angry because we've changed some stuff and fixed it, but it didn't bring players back. And so, in terms of changing the shape of the graph or the income being generated during the follow-up patch, the extra 10% after release had little benefit, apart from, good feelings. But I can imagine what you're saying here is by fitting that 10% into the release, everyone gets to benefit from it.
Yeah, well, you certainly want that. No, well, the thing you were saying there about like so when it comes to seasonal content like this, you really want to just concentrate as much as you can in the season as possible. However, there is a really important thing, which is that you don't want people to feel, the people who are playing, to feel sour about the league, because that will influence the results you get next season. So you do actually need to fix stuff and improve it. But it's really challenging, especially when the things that need fixing are actually nerfs. Then you've got like sort of the double-edged sword problem. So like there was things like, this is actually a PoE 1 example, but it's like, okay, we had some things where there were some mechanics with the Breach prequel that people weren't happy about, and so it was sort of really important to make sure that we got those sorted out by the time the next release comes along. Otherwise, it would just be a bunch of people complaining about that. So you do really need to make sure that you're at least improving all that stuff. But in terms of like adding more content, like more uniques or something, it's just not really going to matter, because it's like most people are kind of like wanting to go play the season, and then then they're done with it and they want to come back next season. So it doesn't end up really mattering too much about adding content. Like it doesn't juice numbers or anything. Yeah. And that's like interesting as well, because a lot of the wisdom from a lot of other game companies is that like, oh, you need to run a bunch of seasonal events. You need to do like all this sort of stuff. Like it's like a constant refrain that you get. Like if you look at the mobile game space, it's like they're like all about the events. Like it's just constantly like you have to do something every week or whatever to prevent people from leaving. But it's just not our MO at all. Like our goal is like give you a satisfying experience. They leave, you come back later.
Yeah.
And it's honestly the hardest thing to convince people of. And like even a lot of the time people believe they understand that, they still don't really. Like there's that talk that you did at GDC that people commonly reference where we talk about this quite a lot.
Yes.
And the funny thing is that like people will reference that and talk about it and link it to each other and all that sort of stuff. But yet when I talk to these people in person, I still feel like they still don't actually understand. They're not really willing to commit what they really need to commit to really do that. Like in particular, most people are incredibly petrified of economic resets. Like people just actually, most games just do not have the balls to actually reset people's progress. And yet I would say that it's like one of the major reasons why Path of Exile 1 still is going today. Like if we did not do that.
Dude, if we had to play fucking Eternal or whatever the league is called in PoE, brother, game would die. You have to reset the economy because it gets fucking stupid. Dude, imagine if Path of Exile was like World of Warcraft. Where like, well, where you just came back and you had a god, right? And either now new league comes out and they have to nerf your god and you have to become a god again, or you were just a god and now you have to finish the content up, like, and maybe there's a new thing you could do with stuff, so you just kind of got a little bit more power or modified a little bit, bro. And then, God forbid, they add something cool that needs another class and you have to start from scratch when everybody else is blasting on their characters from last season. Holy shit, it would suck ass. That would be so bad. The economy reset is... I would not be playing without it. Like, the leaks bringing in new content, I would not be playing without it. The economy resets, I would not be playing without it. Having to start over and everybody start from the same time, that's the juice, man.
I just don't think
that's what we want.
Possibly have lasted as long as it did.
Yeah.
So
it's a bit of a shock to the system to new players, but once they experience the joy of doing a league start and then the joy of doing another league start where it feels fair, then they're addicted.
It does take a little while to get into, because I mean, like, you'll start, of course people will be, you know, you get the whole thing, oh, we need to skip the campaign, like people start to ask, you know, oh,
I don't think skipping the campaign is true,
and that kind of stuff. But it's like, it's really important that you don't, because it's so important that everyone feels like they're on a fair playing field. And it's like part of the reason why you still don't get new users at all. It's like Path of Exile 1 still gets new users today, not like a lot, but we do get them, and so like that's part of the reason why Path of Exile 1's still good. And, you know, I actually found out a metric recently that I'd never actually looked at specifically, or at least hadn't for a long time, which maybe you'd find interesting as well, which was that between the last two PoE 1 releases, even though they were approximately the same size, only 40% of the makeup of the next league launch was from the previous league launch.
Really? And were those players from past ones, or they weren't?
Yes, the they weren't. Right? Most of the players weren't new players, but yet only 40% of the people actually play from one league to the next. So what I'm saying is that a huge amount of people are actually, they'll come back like 3 or 4 leagues later and try it again and that kind of stuff. Like, there's actually a lot of that going on as well.
Oh wow, really?
So you know, you end up with a situation where for a PoE 1 launch, you might only get like 10 or 15%.
Oh, that might actually be me.
Players. And then it's like 40% of people who played the last league, and then the rest of them are people who played like several leagues ago.
That's fascinating, because
it's kind of
in the past we had efforts to enlist new players, you know, marketing to new audiences. You had the efforts to return the users from the last one, but there weren't necessarily, we didn't have a strong way of reactivating people from, you know, past leagues. And I wonder, are those users watching the live stream? Like, when you announce new league, does everyone tune in and then they decide if they're playing or not, if they want to make
I have a feeling
I think so,
it is. Like, and that's, I think, why it's sort of important to have a variety of different leagues with different like feels, because I think there are certain people who will come back with certain things and not others, and that's just kind of fine. Like, it's just sort of nice that you can do a variety like that. And yeah, like I guess you'll have some tentpole releases, right? Like Settlers was like a really huge one that, like, I think a larger than normal amount of people came back for, which is why it was so large. I mean, there was the whole thing about how PoE 2's release was coming up, and you know, there's like various other tailwinds that were good for it. But
yeah, also to bear in mind with Settlers, sorry to interrupt, but because that was one that you and Mark did, it was the 10% larger than the Chris ones. And
maybe.
So
I mean, it just presented really well, and like it was just a really good league like that. So I think a greater
10% larger than the Chris one.
The reason why I was actually looking at this at all is because I was wondering, like, I saw the number, what it was for PoE 2, and I was kind of disappointed in it. And I was like, well, I should look at what the number is for PoE, like in terms of like people who come from, I went from 030 to 040. And then I was like, okay, but what was it? What is it for PoE 1? And I found the PoE 1 number was actually lower. And I was like, okay, this seems like kind of strange. But as I said, I think it's just because PoE 1's got such a large base of people who, you know, like who come back every few leagues.
Yeah.
That that's the reason why it can be like that.
Yeah, I imagine for a very enfranchised player who knows the game backwards, they really want to play. If the release comes out and they're visiting their grandparents that weekend or something, and they kind of can't play as much as they'd like to, they're like, "Sweet, I know there's another one in 3 or 4 months. I'll play then." And then,
but it's also part of the thing of like running seasonal as opposed to ones where you're constantly running events. Is that, like, you know, the downside, as it were, is that if you don't get people on that weekend, It's quite unlikely to get them later either. So you're
Yeah.
putting all your eggs in one basket there. But I still think it's the superior strategy because there aren't really very many games that have lasted as long as PoE has. Most of the other ones. In fact, like, what is another PvE game that has lasted as long as PoE has? It's like they're actually incredibly rare. There's a few, I think.
World of Warcraft?
Yes, sure.
EVE Online? Does that count as PvE?
That game is such a, like, so far outside my understanding that I don't even know if I can qualify that one way or the other. Like, that's like a sort of a completely incomprehensible to me. I have no idea what's going on with EVE Online.
I had a conversation with the EVE developers a long time ago, like 10 years ago, and I'm sure they won't mind me mentioning this now because it's been so long, but the designers I spoke to had this concern that when they add content to EVE Online, the players expect it to be there forever, and therefore they can't experiment with interesting stuff. And they expressed direct jealousy with our leagues. We could introduce something crazy, and then worst case scenario is you break the game because it was Harvest, right?
For sure. Well,
Sorry.
we do. The funny thing is that we do actually end up bringing most of what we put in back. We just get to tweak it along the way, so it doesn't having to be a millstone around our neck for so long.
Yeah, my rule of thumb was to have the league out, then to take it away for one league cycle.
Yeah, for one league cycle, and then bring it back the one after.
Right, because then when you bring it back, it's okay to come back with changes.
But we don't always necessarily do that. It kind of comes down to a little bit of like what's going on. But I mean, the other thing as well is, like, especially for the PoE2 content,
Harvest, you only didn't break the game that bad. I didn't play, so I don't know. I do remember some people talking about how you were just fucking doing Harvest and nothing else, and you could just you could just print perfect gear. Wasn't that what you did? You just harvest, you printed fucking perfect items. Wasn't that the problem?
There's definitely expectation, all that stuff, to stay around, which probably won't be the case post 1.0. Like, after that point, it'll be like the leagues are kind of like temporary more explicitly. Yeah. Then we decide which ones we want to keep on.
It's insane how easy it was to get insanely good gear.
Kind of like, I can't remember.
Yeah.
Kind of like the omens in PoE 2, like in, was it 0.2, 0.3 or whatever? Those omens were insane.
Makes sense.
So it's pretty cool actually in the new one, because now that we've got everything on the Atlas, there's like giant abyss cracks that are like on the generated Atlas.
Oh, that's cool.
And then you can close those by running maps along the lines. So it actually kind of works out being a similar mechanic to memory lines in PoE 1, where you like run along a thing. It's like a giant continent scale abyss crack, and then you're closing it one map at a time. So that one's kind of cool.
I remember when you pitched the look of the Atlas, like having a 3D like landscape that's infinite in all directions, back when we were working on it. And like at the time I was so busy with other stuff in PoE 1 that I didn't really like watch it develop day to day. But then one day I go downstairs and check in with you, and there's this insane 3D rendered, like, you know, infinite Atlas thing. And it's very cool what the team can do. I actually had a question about this. You'll have to indulge my technical question here. But okay, so in this, correct me if I'm wrong. In the new announcement, you have like an infinite ocean that's part of the Atlas. So does that mean that there's just a portion where one direction is water and the other direction is land? Right. Like, okay, so my memory is this stuff was being generated procedurally using like overlapping Perlin noise clouds or something like that. Okay.
So when you're generating a something that's infinite in size, you need to be able to have a way to generate each block independently of the other blocks. So you need some way of saying, okay, if I can as I said, I can generate this. I don't have to know what was next door in order to be able to generate this. So that you can like generate in any arbitrary location. So games like Minecraft and stuff work this way, right? Where you can kind of just say, like, you just for an arbitrary location on the map, okay, here's a place I'm going to generate. So overlapping noise is a really good way to do that. So you effectively just take like a bunch of like trigonometry functions like sine and cosine and stuff, multiply them and add values, things like that, and then you get an overlapping one. You end up with like a kind of cloudy looking layer. And then in the case of a game like ours, which has biomes, you can kind of look at it kind of like different heights. Like if you imagine like that there's the mountain is like the mountain biome is like a height map, and then you've got like the plains biome as a height map. If you overlay them two on top of each other and you say, okay, wherever the plains are higher, there's going to be plains, and wherever the mountains are higher, it's going to be mountains. You can kind of like effectively imagine how you can get like kind of interesting shapes developing from that. So it's effectively just a bunch of overlapping noises where you pick whatever the highest one is. And so in the case of something like an ocean, where you want to have like, you don't want to have just like a flat border on the edge, but you still want to have it, like blend into it with some interesting shapes. All you have to do is just say, okay, there's like a there's a slow blend where we blend in the ocean biome from 0 to 1 over like a certain distance.
So it interpolates it in.
It effectively interpolates it in. But what that happens is because all the other things have got like various heights, the ocean just becomes more prevalent until the point where it's the only thing that's there. So you get quite like a nice borderline, so long as you can sort of define where the edges in some sort of like fuzzy way like that. And so then you end up with an infinite ocean. But then on top of that, we want to have islands in the ocean. So then once you're in the ocean area, there's like a different set of random noises that overlap to create islands. And so I think there's I'm not 100% certain about the exact way, but there's like a thing that creates the island shapes, and I believe it uses the old noise functions for the biomes in order to generate the different shapes of the islands. But then what we do is, like, if it was forest, we instead make it a bunch of palm trees so that it looks like an ocean island. And if it was mountains, it'll instead be that have like snow and stuff on them. It'll instead be like a thing that looks more like the oceans and the water. So like there's kind of like a set of alternate art variations effectively for the biomes that are on islands in the ocean. So
how do you control the distribution of the islands and making sure they don't collide with each other and stuff?
Well, they can, in which case you just get a big island. Like the island, we're not generating islands, we're just generating a noise function that happens to produce island-looking shapes.
So there's a sea level somewhere.
Effectively, you look at it as a sea level, but it's the same as you do the other thing, right? You just take whatever is the maximum value of two overlapping noise functions and tweak the parameters until it sort of looks about right.
Yeah. Okay, so the mechanic doesn't need a discrete island.
No, it doesn't. Right. So basically, the infinite ocean, there's effectively blocks that
I don't get much
explore,
of this.
So, you send out the ships.
I do get some of it,
to a given block using a logbook, and then anything that's there will be explored. And then that will include may include islands, may not, but it definitely includes at least maps that are like. So when I say islands, by the way, there are like islands that are like one map pin, which is like just like one map, and then there's larger islands that like have a structure to them that have like different biomes and stuff on them.
Yeah, it's very technical.
So there'll always be at least various maps to do when you do one of these, but it's just kind of fun to like go from island to island. And we do a few things like the distances between maps on the islands are like relatively small, but the distances on the ocean are quite large. So you get the feeling of traveling between hopping around between island chains.
That's really cool. Yeah. No, I'm excited. So prior to me leaving GG, one of the problems that we struggled with was like lack of executive bandwidth, if you see what I mean. There was me and you and Mark. Eric had left a couple of years earlier, and there wasn't enough time to do everything. Like, the PoE Mobile wasn't getting the attention it deserved internally and so on. And I solved this by making the problem way worse by leaving, but left you guys in a bad situation, obviously, with regard to, your time being further stretched. But how has it been going these days? Like, I hear that Mark has found people to, run an internal PoE1 team that he can supervise as opposed to having to work on it himself.
Yeah. So, obviously there's like a lot of things of like company structure, but I would say that one of the things that is like a lot of this sort of company level stuff, you can honestly like not worry too much about it, and like most of it kind of goes away. I don't actually know that. Like, okay, so there are probably things that are getting left by the wayside here that probably mean that there's like various intangible benefits that we might have otherwise gotten are kind of being left by the wayside. Like, I'm sure some of the like random deals you're doing and that kind of stuff like sort of probably mattered. But honestly, like I try to focus as much as I can on just the game development, like, and not really too much on the sort of company running stuff. And like there are people who like do operations and things like that, that can handle things. But it's honestly not too bad. So I really try and focus on the game development as much as possible, and anything that's kind of not that, like that's not directly going to be responsible for making the game better, I try to just make sure that someone else is handling that.
I understand. So in the managing director / CEO position, you have decision-making authority, your responsibility, the direction of the company, but you don't want to be doing like pretend CEO job all day. You just want to make the decision and move back to the game. For sure.
So I mean, like I basically have like a sort of half an hour meeting every morning of like, here's the sort of company things that have come up. And I try to limit everything to that so that I'm not spending all day doing that kind of stuff, because it would be really easy to just like spend a bunch of time on that stuff. And it's just the questions I don't know like how much value like you really get out of that. I mean, there's things that are important, right? Like we're deciding to do things like Exile Con, and there's a lot that needs to go on there. You need to hire people to work on that, and you need to do all this sorts of stuff. But as I said, I try to really focus on the game for the most part, because that's the part I actually enjoy. And I wouldn't want to like basically have my job be not that part too much, because otherwise, then I'd be wanting to leave, I suppose. Yeah, being able to do the fun part is, I suppose, the thing that actually keeps someone around and wanting to keep doing it. So yeah, that's how I try to avoid
the ultimate threat. Someone brings you paperwork and you're like, I can do this paperwork for you, but consider before you ask,
Yeah.
because if I become unhappy, this all falls over.
Right. No. It's but yeah, that's why I just try to stick on the game development. So probably the part that I like the two things that I kind of work on the most, like in terms of the areas, is like the environment side, like making the new acts and areas, and also working on the new character classes. So like I'm doing a lot of that sort of forward-looking work.
Yeah.
Whereas Mark tends to be doing the things like doing league work. I mean, I still work on the design. Like, I mean, the last league that we made, the temple.
I could do this paperwork, but just know that if I do it, I'm one step closer to leaving like Chris did.
One I made the like simulation for that, so I'm still like even occasionally doing some coding.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, like because Mark usually does things like the monster design and boss design and stuff like that, so he's like often handling the kind of like that moment to moment gameplay stuff there.
So tell me about the simulation stuff, because I remember when we did the initial Incursion League, the first temple a long time ago, that started with us, like, I may have just like, made a fake memory here, but we're like cutting up bits of paper and laying out a temple on the carpet on the ground. And like, we've got a board game version, as it were, of Incursion. And then you then coded that into a simple implementation that let us simulate it for the, like, you did a really good betrayal simulator, I remember. That was actually like a powerhouse, that thing.
Actually,
Like,
can't
there was
remember that one.
a separate C++ implementation of Betrayal that you could run.
Yeah, I sort of vaguely maybe remember about that, but yeah, I mean, but look, doing that kind of stuff, doing the simulators is exactly the kind of stuff that I actually quite enjoy doing. So I did the same thing for Incursion as well, where effectively what I did is I just took one of our tools and just made like a thing where you can open a screen, which is just like, here's the effectively card game version of the temple, and doing that stuff is also good because you can there's a lot of things that you don't really appreciate whether the gameplay is going to be good until you've actually tried it. So there were just a lot of decisions that I thought I knew that I wanted it to work a certain way, and then when I actually tried it in the simulator, I realized immediately that it didn't. So and there was like a lot of things where we sort of eased up on a lot of the rules and like made it easier to connect things and that sort of stuff. And I don't think I would have done that if we had not been having the simulator early.
Okay.
Because a lot of that stuff, like if I was to just put a league like that straight into the game, like a sort of technical league like that, I think you really would. Like you'd be in the last few days and realizing, kind of like we did with Synthesis, that we needed to change the generation for it. Like, so this is an example of a game of a league where we didn't make a simulator for the sort of mechanics of it, and that meant that like because it all sort of has to come together before you can really play it. You then realize that okay, we actually have to change quite a lot about this. So I mean that's the reason why you do it. And really, everyone should do this, and everyone knows this. But then at the same time, it can be tough when you're staring down like a relatively fast league turnaround, and then actually budget time towards something like that.
Yeah.
Like it's easy to think, okay, we understand what we want this to be. We can just make this and hope that things come together. But yeah, it definitely isn't as good when we do that.
Yeah, I remember for Delve and Prophecy, I made these gigantic Excel spreadsheets where using, I'm losing a lot of geek points here, using Visual Basic for applications, which is what we script Excel with, it would implement the simulator kind of stuff. And every time you hit refresh, it would populate down like it had a list of world areas for a run through the game with how much sulfite you'd collect in each one, how many delves it let you do, and given the number of delves on average, how much progress you'd make. And then I'll let you say things like, okay, by maps, I'm at this depth, and therefore we can have it so that the catch-up mechanic went to that depth minus 10% and so on. And yeah, as you're saying, it made it so much easier to have a separate thing to do that, because otherwise, if you're relying on the game version, it's ready, 3 days before release, and have fun balancing that.
Yeah. So you did the gameplay simulation of that thing, and then I think I did the actual generator for the map. For that
Which
one.
is like
actually,
the Atlas one, right?
Yeah, the Atlas one. And that actually, it worked exactly like the Atlas one, actually. And that one came in handy because I ended up using the same thing for the card game at ExileCon, the last one.
Yes.
So it was kind of handy that I'd written that, because it meant that I could really easily take that and turn into that, which we ended up using for that. So that was
Speaking about ExileCon card games, do not confirm what's happening at this ExileCon, because I understand it has to be a surprise for all of us. And as an attendee rather than a host, I am looking forward to being surprised. But have you had time to do planning of what's happening with that kind of content?
So I do have an idea for what I'm doing with the card game, but I haven't started writing it yet. The card game is kind of one of those things that I sort of do in my spare time at home. So I'm not going to be sitting there at work doing that. And I haven't had as much time during the 050 cycle for this kind of thing. So after 050, my plan is to go and start, as my little hobby home project, get the card game sorted out. And there's lots of other ExileCon planning going on. And we've got like broadly,
He's making a
we
PoE
know there's things like
card
the
game
crafting benches and all that sort
in
of
his
stuff.
spare
like
time.
the map system and stuff like, like things like that we need. So there's like space planned out at ExileCon for that. But, the exact mechanics.
What's next? Fucking World of Rayclast? Like, you got Diablo, now you got Hearthstone. It's time for World of Rayclast, bro.
Of the game in terms of what the league expansion is for it is not something that other people have know about yet.
There's this second layer to the card game design, which is to do with availability of humans to run it, because obviously the staff love engaging with the players, right? Like, it's a highlight, the fact they get to go and play the card game with players, but it's tiring. And, as we found out with the first one, if you stick a t-shirt on someone and hand them some cards and say, go engage with the players for 6 hours in a row, they
yeah, well, that's why last time we made it so that people have 2-hour shifts of wearing the t-shirts rather than do that. So we'll do that again. Plus, we've got more staff now, so we can actually have a similar number of monsters for with half-time shifts. So that works out okay.
That's very cool. Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't want to be in that position again because it is overwhelming to be that swarmed by people in my position. But it was one of the highlights of the last ExileCons is getting to talk to players who. The people who were like fighting me and you, as it were, because we had the highest t-shirts on, were people who had mastered the card game. They'd arrived with the goal of doing really well at the card game. And it helps that there were rumors that someone was offering $2,000 for the card game prize. Like, remember those Mirror of Calandra pins? Anyway. So the people that came up to fight the card game against me were people that were so passionate about it, they'd made it their identity. Like, there was this guy, lovely guy actually, he was at the Ultra VIP party, who had pre-arranged card game strategy to like buy the starter decks that came in the backpack off people who didn't intend to play. He had some amount he was offering them, and I don't approve of the real money trading of cards to cheat at the event, but it did mean that he was able to get through the first couple of levels of the card game slightly faster and get to the monsters that weren't quite as swarmed as the other ones, and it was like a league launch.
Well, I can get you a t-shirt for the next ExileCon, Chris. You can at least go for some of the time. Get some
Whatever you need me to do, Jonathan, just let me know. I'll be available. Yeah. When are you announcing obviously you'll still be working on it, but when do you plan to announce the schedule of what's happening at ExileCon?
Oh, it'll be a little bit later. I mean, we already talked about broadly what's going to be there, but in terms of the exact schedule, it's a little bit later because we need to get all of the talks and everything from all that stuff written. And as I said, probably
Nice.
a little bit after 050, I would say.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I had a question about the league design stuff we were just discussing. So obviously, like, you and I know how leagues used to work when we did dozens of them for PoE1. But these days, is the process of making a league for PoE2 different than the way that we made it for PoE1? Bearing in mind, like, how PoE2 leagues get integrated into the end game? Like, are there any big differences there?
Not really, to be honest. It's pretty much the same stuff because at the end of the day, the formula that we worked out in terms of all the things you need to have in a league is still very much the case. I would say the main difference is that the level of narrative complexity is higher than what we previously had in terms of like the quality of the events you need to do and that kind of thing.
You want to have like a storyline that runs through it because you've got those the progress indicators now, right?
Yes, but it's not just that. It's kind of like, just the overall quality of what you're doing just needs to be higher in order to match with the rest of the game. So you can't really half-ass it the way that like maybe we would have, some years back. There's just quite a lot going on there, and that narrative stuff actually takes some of the largest amount of time because it requires a lot of different departments that are all moving together to create that stuff, and there's a lot of just like timing things and all sorts of stuff around that make it really hard.
Yeah,
it's probably one of the hardest things about 050 is because there's effectively the narrative content of 5 leagues in one release.
Yeah, that sounds tough.
Like there's so many of those narrative events, it just takes a really long time to get all that stuff working. And as I said, just one of the hardest things for whatever reason to actually to actually make good.
Early league.
So the card game they're talking about, that's like a Path of Exile event. It sounds like so the quote unquote monsters are employees that you then have to go and quote unquote kill. So you have to go beat them in the card game and then move on from them. And then Chris Wilson was like the final boss. So it's like they have a separate card game for the event. That's kind of cool. No wonder Exile Con is so popular, huh? Like, I saw them announce, yeah, Exile Con is announced. But by the way, the tickets are sold out. It's like the first time I heard about the announcement of Exile Con, obviously I know it's happening every year, right? But the first announcement I saw, it was also sold out. And it's not that I'm trying to go or anything, but it's popular for a reason, I guess.
Leagues in Path of Exile 1, like Anarchy, right? You know, there's a Rogue Exile, that's the league. Or Invasion, there's an extra monster that's hard to kill. They were quite simple, obviously, and it got more complicated as time went on. You know, budgets went up, quality standards went up, and so on. Do you think there'll be a situation later where these early PoE 2 leagues seem really primitive and simple compared to the monstrosities you'll be producing in 5 years from now?
Well, it kind of already happened with the 010 leagues, but for a somewhat different reason, right? Because they were all made together. So I mean, I'd say what effectively, like a lot of what 050 is bringing all of those ones up to the standard that we've now effectively got for what a PoE 2 league needs to be. You know, I don't necessarily foresee them getting like too much larger, because like on some level there's a limit to what you can actually do in like a 4-month time period. Yeah, like I think it should honestly be like relatively similar. And like, to be honest, like the PoE 1 has also got that sort of level of stuff going on with a lot of its leagues. You know, like, I mean, especially things like Settlers. So, you know, like, there's just a little bit of that coming on, just like the overall studio, like the kind of stuff, the kind of standards that we have as a studio are just higher now than they used to be too.
I wonder if, like, if you've got this process where you come up with a league idea, you make the simulator and you try the league idea out, which is a good opportunity. If you don't like it, you can fail at the simulator stage rather than once you've made the thing. Have you considered having like dedicated designers working on multiple leagues at a simulator level, where all they're doing is getting approved ideas that then get made sequentially later? So now it's time to do League A and you implement that, but League B and C and D are being prototyped and iterated on at a simulator level in the background?
Well, I guess I got a few concerns about that. So one of them is that not every league is the kind of league that should have a simulator. Like Abyss is an example of a league that's just like, it's not like, the mechanic isn't. I mean, there's balance simulation in the sense of like, you know, you need to work out like, you know, what the right number of the holes is and like, you know, how many, like stuff like that, right? Like there's things like that need to be done, but it's not like a simulator in the same way that Incursion would be.
Yeah, that one could be prototyped for fun testing.
I'd really say that only every other league is the kind of league that needs to do that, and that's probably a good thing because they attract different types of player bases. And the funny thing as well, by the way, is those sort of simulator type, heavy type leagues, a lot of them are actually less popular when they get first released, and then they sort of tend to be more beloved later.
Once they're understood.
I've noticed.
Yeah.
What was I going to say?
Give us flashy
things. Another
thing.
point about simulator leagues.
Right. But the other thing as well is that it's really actually hard to make a league before you in advance, because so much of what you make needs to be a response to what the community cares about right now anyway. So like, you wouldn't really be able to say like, I mean, obviously there's things like, you know, you're going to need some uniques, right? You know, you're going to need a pinnacle boss, you know, you're going to need stuff like that. But like, in terms of what the mechanics are and like what the game feels like it's missing, it's sort of hard to know about that in advance. So it's honestly makes it a little bit hard to really to do that stuff in advance. The other thing as well, that I think that is a bugbear that I think some game companies have, is that, so I mean, we put everything into our leagues. And what I mean by that is like, we don't come up with like, here's a plan for like the next, like, you know, years of content or whatever, and then like hold things back and kind of like, okay, here's when we're going to release this thing, whatever. It's like everything we come up with that's cool, we just do it immediately. And like, there's always more ideas that you can have, like if you can go back to the well and do it again. So I think that actually some game companies have run into problems where they like plan out this content schedule and then that's what they stick to, and then it's like they end up not really adding enough and that kind of thing. Like, part of the reason why our leagues feel full is because, like, you know, if we have an idea, we just want to do it immediately. And that does sort of lead to, you know, like a somewhat hectic schedule. But on the other hand, like, you don't get this feeling of like missingness. And we actually almost made this mistake for 050. It's a little bit complicated to explain because, like, we kept...
Bro, I'm getting distracted again. Like, if you look at Jonathan's background, right, it's like woods and like a garden or whatever, right? Like, there's some trees and stuff, right? It's really green, and the same over here. And then he has a massive picture of woods and green. Fucking have another window, bro. brother, it's the same. Just painted.
I've changed the plotline in order to not have this happen. But like, we were going to have a situation where the boss that we were going to have was going to be one of like, it's like, oh, but like you haven't actually fought the true boss yet, kind of thing. And it's actually a really crappy ending. And I'm like, I actually don't want to be in a state, even if interstitially, where like you haven't fought the boss that you know is coming in the future. You know, like it's actually really bad. So
another large action RPG franchise that did that, I think.
Okay, I wasn't thinking of anyone in particular, but effectively, like I actually think it's really
Shots fucking fired. Did he just fucking take a blast at D4 there? That's what he did. He just did a little D4. Like, let me just go back. That was a D4 jab. Chris Wilson is a sassy bitch, and Jonathan is a happy little camper.
This happened, but like we were going to have a situation where the boss that we were going to have was going to be one of like you can go back to the well and do it again. So I think that actually some game companies
So
have run
no
into problems where they like
D4?
plan
Yeah.
out this content schedule and then that's what they stick to, and then it's like they end up not really like.
Whenever he says this, that the company they come up with the content schedule and then they end up under delivering because they stick too much to the schedule, that is very D4.
Really adding enough and that kind of thing. Like part of the reason why our leagues feel full is because like, you know, if we have an idea, we just want to do it immediately. And that does sort of lead to, you know, like a somewhat hectic schedule. But on the other hand, like you don't get this feeling of like missingness. And we actually almost made this mistake for 050. It's a little bit complicated to explain because like we kind of changed the plotline in order to not have this happen. But like we were going to have a situation where the boss that we were going to have was going to be one of like, it's like, oh, but like you haven't actually fought the true boss yet, kind of thing. And it's actually a really
This is the Bodag, right? Or maybe I guess it could be. Oh, it could be the spider as well, because you do have some big bosses leading up to that. I guess it could be Tangmazu. No, because that's a simulacrum, right? I don't know.
crappy ending. And I'm like, I actually don't want to be in a state, even if interstitially, where like you haven't fought the boss that you know is coming in the future. You know, like it's actually really bad. So
another large action RPG franchise that did that, I think.
Okay, I wasn't thinking of anyone in particular, but effectively, like I actually think it's really bad to leave people hanging on something like, you know, like you get all prepared for something and then it doesn't happen. It's like really crappy. So as I said, we almost made that mistake in 050 and then we changed it. Like we had to change quite a lot of plotline stuff in order to make that.
To be fair, let me just be sure. Don't think. Oh, they did, didn't they? I was about to say I don't think D4 did that, but they. No, they didn't. Nah, D4 didn't do that. What he's saying, right? Because in the beginning, in the first D4, you know you're fighting Lilith, and they then introduce Mephisto, right? So you know you're gonna have to fight Mephisto, but you're not preparing for it yet. And then the next one is like, you know you're gonna fight Mephisto, and you actually do get to fight a, in my opinion, super satisfying fight for Mephisto. That fucking Herald of Mephisto was so cool when it came out of the fucking... Let me find it. Like, whichever way, you can criticize D4 a lot, but that was cool. GM4 Herald of Mephisto entrance. Let me see. Opening cinematic. Let me see. Vessel of Hatred, Mephisto confrontation. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, that's a lot of hairs. I don't know if it's this. I think it is.
deserved better from me. I've done my part. See that you do yours.
This is not the end I wanted for us.
Enough. Damn your games and your lies.
That is kind of bad, but this.
Such sweet hatred. One moment of betrayal, and my blood sings in you. Few mortals are so worthy of their birthright. Come, child of my child. I will give you the violence you long for.
I did not feel disappointed in this. Like, I know it wasn't completely Mephisto, it was the Herald of Mephisto, but that fucking dog monster coming out of there, that was enough to satisfy me. And then, now, this time you also knew you were gonna fight Mephisto, so you fought him again, I guess. So, on a, like, it did definitely do the whole, you haven't fought the real boss yet, but it didn't make us prepare for it without satisfying the fight.
That better.
But they absolutely did a bigger guy's
it's
coming.
important that, like, you see the goal, you get to the goal. So, like, don't do something where it's like, oh, here's the series of like 4 bosses, and then like you're gonna fight one of them in this expansion, and then you're gonna fight the second one in the next expansion, and that kind of stuff. Like, you actually really want to, like, if you're gonna do it, then just do them all at once, or don't do them, like, or don't even talk about the others or something. You know, like, it's okay to be like, here's one, and then like you don't know about the others at all. Like, they're not hinted at, they're not like a thing. But then later on, there's more. But like, don't really. I think it's just a really bad idea to make players feel like, oh, you know, like I have to play later. I haven't even finished the story. Obviously, you know, we're in early access. We haven't finished the story because, you know, the storyline's not done, which is sort of unfortunate. But at least we're not doing it wherever we don't need to.
Yeah. Your point about throwing everything into each release definitely resonates. I remember a number of years ago when we were still finding our cadence and so on, I had this pipe dream of getting a league ahead or getting half a league ahead, right? And we quickly ran into the issue that if you do that, you become out of touch with the, you know, Reddit will decide 2 weeks before a release what needs to be in that release. And if you don't have that, if you haven't been reading the tea leaves just right, you know, beforehand, then you feel off base and out of touch. So
that is what fucking Blizzard does. That is the problem with WoW. Like, the whole being like a season ahead or a expansion ahead for WoW. Brother, the amount of times where they have release system has issues, spent entire expansion fixing issue, now next expansion releases with a watered down system, with a watered down copy of the system with all the same issues that the system they just spent an entire expansion making had in the beginning. Bro. Oh. Dude. The amount of times. Like, holy shit. And then it's not until the expansion after that they address the issues, what they learn. Like, they it's like, yeah, well, I mean, it might be that we're learning all of these things in season 1 of the expansion, but we're already working on season 2 of the next expansion, and we can't fix all of these things. So now we'll fix them in the season 2 for the current expansion, and they won't influence our decision making until the expansion after the one that comes after. Bro. Like, I do not miss being invested in WoW. Holy shit. Like, what I'm doing right now is even too much in terms of playing WoW. Like, I have been getting a little bit of the, oh, I need to play now because weekly Vault, I have to do it before Wednesday. There is parts of that that's digging at me, and it is killing me. I hate it. And I'm doing it to play with Sovi and Alex, and they'll play with me regardless. So I don't need to do it, but I still fucking do it. And it's like, I think the max eye level right now is like 290, 291 or something. And I'm 288. And my stats are mostly correct, if not all correct. And the only difference is I have like a trinket that is not like I have a bis trinket, and then the other bis trinket is from the raid. I don't have that, so I have the best trinket available outside of raid. Like, my characters are great. They're not up to par from what I used to have, but they're fine for what I'm doing. And still, it's like, oh, I gotta play 8 dungeons now because I hate it. Unironically, I'm about to fucking pull the plug on it just because of that. It's so bad. It's so bad. Really.
And then the other thing I remember you talking to me in detail about at the time was that if we have extra content, releasing it in this expansion and just making more extra content later is probably the best thing to do. I'm always valuing the today player rather than making our lives have an easier time later on.
Yeah.
I was trying to overproduce it, I think, and the reality of what we did was the way you wanted, where we dumped everything in each expansion and they had more stuff as a result.
I mean, it's not like we can never produce things ahead, right? I mean, for example, like the acts.
Time-gated and mandatory stuff just kills the game for you. Yeah, I don't. So if I'm invested into a game, I don't so much mind the occasional bits of mandated stuff, and time gates are frustrating in a sense, but time gates are shit and also sometimes kind of necessary. But it's when it feels contrived and when everything is designed around it always, it's like, fucking hell, stop, right? Like, that part gets me, where it's like, oh, you can get all this power, but you have to wait for 10 weeks to do it, and you have to log in every week to get the points that you need. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck you and everything you stand for. Like, but whenever it's like, okay, we have this system where right now they have bonus rolls, which is a really good change that they added bonus rolls back. And actually the functionality of them is better than it used to be in some sense, where if you bonus roll a mythic plus 10 right now, you'll actually get a vault level item. So you'll get, if you bonus roll a plus 10 or above, you'll get a mythic item out of it. That is so nice. And it takes a lot of the I have to do my vault away. And it also takes most of the fuck, what if I never get this trinket in the vault? Because you just go bonus roll that dungeon. And on top of that, whenever you bonus roll an item, it's removed from the pool. You cannot bonus roll it again. So if you want to roll for like avoidance and all that, you can't. Or I don't know if it resets when you have everything. It might. But it means that you will never see the trinket. At most, it will take the amount of weeks that the amount of bonus rolls as the dungeon has items, right? So you will deterministically be able to get your bis. That is really fucking good, and I'm okay with that not being available from day one of the season, right? Like, that's okay if that comes in like day 2, day 3, or sorry, week 2, 3, 4, whatever. But for things where it's like, yeah, you can now equip 2 legendaries after 10 weeks of grinding, shut the fuck up, right? Like, that shit, ugh. The thing I mostly hate is the FOMO. And FOMO and time gating they're both time sensitive things, right? But time gating delays you. FOMO is like, play now, play now, play now, play now, play now. And if you have FOMO with time gates, right? Because now I need to play now, but I'm waiting for this thing. Right, but the FOMO is, oh, you gotta get this season, otherwise it's forever gone. Oh, you gotta get this weekend, otherwise you'll never catch up, right? Like, fuck off.
That we're making, right? Obviously, a bunch of work has been done in the background to make that happen. But it's honestly not the way I like working. And it's like part of the reason why I find like working in early access stressful, because you've got multiple things on the go at the same time rather than being able to just throw everything into one thing. There's a certain clarity you get just like being able to work on one thing. And so I honestly I just find these long pipelines. That's
why you're enjoying old school RuneScape. Yeah, RuneScape is really good, man. It is. I'm I'm mostly just honestly, I'm mostly just going away from online games. I'm mostly just going into single player games. All of the events and all of the fucking things. I think the only online games I have left is like PoE and D4, and then obviously I play WoW with friends, right? But PoE and D4 I don't care about, so it's whatever. PoE I've not yet to care about the challenge leagues enough that if I want to finish them every league, but if I decide nah, I'm done, I don't care that I'm missing out. So yeah, I just try and play, like you said, whenever I want and whatever I want. And then D4, I don't need to be that scared of FOMO because it doesn't take too long to finish the things. So the investment is really small. But it's also one of those things where if I don't get it, I don't get it. There has been pets and stuff that I haven't gotten, so I don't really care. But mostly I just play single player games now. It's a peaceful life, right? Like I'm looking forward to playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I still haven't done that. Right now I'm enjoying Victorio, right? Like there's Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2 that I haven't played that I'm looking forward to. Subnautica 2 release that I want to do. I haven't finished Subnautica 1 and I haven't tried Subnautica something zero below zero. I've heard that one shit though, so maybe we won't give that too much of a go. And Terraria I want to get into as well. I just try to not do too many of those like things. But RuneScape is really. Oh, there's the RuneScape Dragon Wilds, like the Valheim style game. I want to play that as well. I haven't done that either. And yeah, Valheim is getting a new expansion soonish, soon TM. There's so many games, man. But yeah, I just stay away from all the online things that try to catch my attention, and it's a peaceful life. But RuneScape is a banger. RuneScape is it is scary how simple RuneScape is and how addicting it is. Make number go up. That's like holy shit. Like that gameplay in RuneScape is nigh non-existent, right? You click things, and that's basically it. Oh, you can press spells, maybe. You pick your low. Dude, Jesus. It's simple, and it's so addicting.
Be quite stressful.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So I had a question. So early on, when we were discussing...
Simple RuneScape is not... Dude, it is. Like the combat and all, like... I get that there's like... spreadsheet stuff, right? Like where pick X amount of gear, pick whatever gear, which spells, all of that shit. But when you're actually playing, like if you're doing agility, it's like click the thing, right? In combat, it's like click the thing. Maybe there's something where you swap in a certain whatever, but like it's not if you do woodworking, right, it's click the thing, right? Like in terms of gameplay, PvE is so much harder than WoW. Oh really? Is there actually like rotations and stuff? Because oh wait, you got skills now, don't you? Oh, maybe you do. It's way worse. Dude, it's... I can't tell if you're trolling me or what you are, but like PoE... PoE, fucking hell. RuneScape is so addicting. Like, I spent so much time making bows because it was fun. Video. Okay, I got it. I will watch it after stream.
Starting Path of Exile 2, one of our motivations for it was that we felt that because Path of Exile 1 was dozens and dozens of releases in, it was harder to get new players, right? Like jumping on a train that's been going for 10 plus years is difficult for some people. You know, the game has a reputation for being complicated. And so Path of Exile 2 was an opportunity as an onboarding point. And so my question is about accessibility. And, I don't mean dumbing the game down or anything, but I just mean in terms of making sure.
It took you nearly 30 hours to get the PoE 2 raid 2 down? Do you mean RuneScape raid?
Sure that it's not, too complicated for new players. So you've got this tension where on one hand, you need to be a worthy sequel to Path of Exile. And that means for many people being more Path of Exile than Path of Exile is. But it's also a thing where if you are too, opaque and complicated for new players, obviously they'll bounce off it. How have you found trying to manage that? And do you think you've been successful at it?
They have not. I don't care what he's saying. It's not more Path of Exile than Path of Exile. It's less Path of Exile than Path of Exile. Absolutely. It's less.
Well, I think that my opinion is probably a little bit different from a lot of people, which is that I think that Path of Exile 1 being such an old game is in itself the accessibility problem that it has. What I mean by that is that this isn't to say that Path of Exile 1 isn't complicated. It is. I just don't think that the complexity is necessarily the reason why new players don't play it. I think the main reason why new players don't play it when they're not going to play it is just like, well, this is a game that came out a decade ago. Like they feel like they've kind of missed the train. And so I don't think PoE 2 is necessarily... I mean, like, PoE 2 does have things that make it more accessible.
Yes.
But I wouldn't say that those were necessarily done because we're appealing to a different audience.
It's also simpler.
We just thought that they were better designs that are just better in general for everybody who plays them. And I think the main reason why someone is going to play PoE 2 over PoE 1 is literally just because it's newer. Like, that is like a big factor for a lot of people, right? Like, there's just people who are like, okay, well, I never played PoE 1, I'm not going to get into it now. It's like really odd. It's just the way a lot of people will see things, right? But hey, PoE 2, it's new getting on point. I can play it now.
I'm definitely like that in some regards. Like, it's only recently I've started being like, let me play the first releases of the same thing before I do the new one. That's only just these last couple of years I've started doing that, honestly.
And like I'm getting it on the ground floor and then I'm going to play it. And that's just going to make the audience bigger.
It also depends on what it is.
Just from that alone.
So I'm not like I wouldn't have done it for PoE 2.
I'm looking at them and I'm not looking and saying I want to appeal to a bigger audience. I'm looking at this and being like, this is a sequel that will appeal to a bigger audience who never, like, because many people know about Path of Exile now. And the only reason they're not playing PoE 1 is just because it's old. So literally, it's like even if we literally had appealed to exactly the same audience, I think we'd just have a bigger audience from that reason alone.
Good answer.
But yeah, as I said, like I don't say that to say that I don't want to make things more accessible, because I mean it is good to make things better. It's just that I wouldn't be like I never want to be the person thinking I'm appealing to a different audience specifically, because I'm not. I'm just making the game better. And at the end of the day, the audience I'm appealing to really still is myself. Just whether I think things. So it's like things like the way the thing I use this example all the time, right? Like the support gem system is just easier to deal with in PoE 2, but it's not like I wouldn't have done that in PoE 1. Like if I'd have thought of the way of that working back then.
Yeah. I think the support gems in PoE 1 is better.
Right? Like it's just that we just didn't for whatever reason.
I really don't like the support gems in PoE 2. It's all coming back to me, man. I really don't like it. The one-stop done, like, bro, you level up your skill gems. That at least is something. The fact that you have to find items every time pisses me off. Like, the experience that you accumulate on your character and the experience you accumulate in your gems, bro, it's so much better. And then for support gems, it's like, yeah, you get rank 1, and rank 1 is just shit in comparison to rank 2, right? And then you get rank 3, and rank 3 is just completely different than rank 2. So you don't even have a rank 3 for a lot of the things you want, because all of a sudden rank 2, that is the direct upgrade to rank 1, but rank 3 then goes and fucking throw a monkey wrench in things and completely changes what it does, completely changes what it's used for. Like, you get the one that's like increased attack speed. So it's like, okay, level 1 is like 10% increased attack speed. Level 2 is like 15% increased attack speed. Level 3 is like 25% increased attack speed, but 50% reduced damage of the skill you use. It's like, okay, so I can't use that? Got it. Like, so I just have 2 support gems now, rather than before I had 20 levels of support gem with 20 quality on top. There's no quality on them either, right? Like, or is there? No, I don't think there is, right? Is there? I don't think so. Like PoE 1 is PoE 2 will be the better game, hopefully. In terms of graphics and controls and stuff, absolutely PoE 2 is better. But most other things, I'd say PoE 1 is the better game. The talent tree is better. The skill gems are better. I do like I will say, moving the gems off the gear and into its own tab, where you can then have multiple skills that are 6 links. I think that is an improvement. But I don't like I don't like everything else they did with the gems. Like taking them out of gear, and so you can have like the potential of having your AoE clear and your single target clear, and to an extent the combo abilities and the supporting abilities, having a movement ability, even certain things, having some defensives, like that is all better, and I love it. But everything else they did about them, the reservation gems are boring and they feel unimpactful, a lot of them. The support gems are it's way more boring. I don't know if they're necessarily more or less impactful, but they feel more boring. The skill gems are roughly the same, but the limitations between weapon types is really fucking bad for me. Like, I think PoE 1 is just a better game, man. I think it is. And I'm hoping they're gonna go more PoE 1 than PoE 2. But I feel like Jonathan has a vision, and he's not gonna let up on it, because he feels like his vision is the right way to go, and it's not the way I want it to go. And it's one of those things where I'll definitely keep giving it a go. But it is also, if it keeps going in this direction, PoE 2 is not gonna be a game I keep returning to every time. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing how well PoE succeeded despite having this system where if you're a new player, you have this really complicated thing where if I take my boots off, I can't cast Fireball anymore. Why is that? And if I'm a high level player, if I take my armor off to put a better one on that I found, I have to spend a week getting the sockets and stuff perfect again, or however long it. They're probably a lot faster.
Objective is at the moment, but it's not fully. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking PoE 2 is gonna be better, and that's why I keep coming back to it. But if they don't solve the issue of every single skill, every single weapon in the game having this, like, tying to the skills, making the skills feel very narrow and very samey, like, I don't think there's that many different, like, there's 2 or 3 spear builds, right? Like, there is more, but it feels like once I've played like 2 spear builds, I've played them all. Once I've played 1 mace build, I've played them all. Once I've played like a quarterstaff build or 3, I've played them all, right? Like, it does not feel like there is endless possibilities like PoE 1 feels like. Now, I think the right choice is to blur the lines between weapons, but they can also just do it by quadrupling the amount of skills every weapon has available, and they will in time if they keep the vision, I think. And then even then, I think it would still be better if you did quadrupling the amount of skills, but also blurring the lines a little bit. Like, I'm not saying that if, like, you gotta go full PoE 1 where every single skill is used by most weapons, right? But having axes and maces share a lot of skills, having quarterstaffs and maces share a lot of skills, having swords and axes share some skills, right? Like, where it makes sense. If you're slashing, you can do it with a sword, you can do it with a dagger, you can do it with an axe, right? In some situations, maybe you can do it with a spear, right? And I've fucking harbored on that to death. And I think it would be such a good change, and they're not doing it, and it pisses me off.
I have my mind back in the pre-301 era.
Yeah.
No,
Sure.
but you have to futz with sockets quite a bit in order to have it be equivalent. And it's one of those things where every player at every stage of the game has to understand, I need to be considering sockets with my items, which is, something that's cleaned up really tidily in Path of Exile 2. I've been quite pleased with the progress of watching early access so far from my vantage point. I've been seeing really cool things about the game, so I wanted to say thank you for doing a great job with it. I think that what PoE 2 has grown into is far bigger than both games grew into far bigger than we imagined, but PoE 2 is such a unique identity of itself. You know, it could have easily been PoE 1 with better graphics and different sockets, but instead you've made something that feels like a very modern action RPG in it.
Am I crazy when I say I wish PoE 2 was PoE 1 with better graphics and better sockets? Like, that is literally what I want. Like, it sounds a little crazy, but it's the same for D4, right? Like, D4, I wanted D3 with better graphics. That's what I wanted, right? Like, for PoE, I wanted PoE 1 with better graphics, right? Any improvements they make is welcome, but honestly, what I wanted was PoE 1 with better graphics. I didn't want a new identity. Am I cooked? You agree? Yeah, I mean, dude, like, sometimes you just gotta know when you have a golden goose and, like, just go with it, man. The biggest criticisms I see of PoE 2 is that it's not PoE 1. That's like, it makes you wonder, maybe you should have just made it PoE 1. And I know there's guys like that, the guy with the glasses that hates everybody who's a PoE 2 tourist, that doesn't just religiously play only that one game. I know there's guys like that who's like, this isn't PoE 1, it's not easy, you don't just spam one button, this is harder. That guy, right? Like, fuck that guy, by the way. I know there's guys like that, but, like, you should appeal to your existing audience, not to new ones. I would have just wanted PoE 1 with better graphics, man.
In a really good way.
Thanks.
It is a lot easier than PoE 1, I agree.
Well, thank you very much for having the chat with me today. It's been really interesting talking about this stuff, and I hope the viewers have found it fascinating as well.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, just more buttons to press. Yeah, but like it's also easier to get more things, right? And like the talent, honestly, it feels like the talent tree doesn't matter as much because it feels so boring, but maybe it does. And it's just like, yeah, I don't know. A PoE 2 is, I mean, it's still the second best ARPG out there, right? Like, it's not like anybody else is coming up and taking. Maybe Last Epoch, I haven't played it, to be fair, and there's another one I haven't played either. So maybe, but it's not like they have a lot of competition from D4, at least. This was a cool interview, though. Last Epoch is supposed to be pretty decent. Yeah, I just saw that they're going like pay to win, so I'm not gonna give it a chance at all. I saw they went pay to win. Let's see. But maybe I feel like they went something pay to win, right? Didn't they? Last Epoch pay to win. As of May 26, Labs user is not considered pay to win. The game operates on a buy to play model with microtransactions limited strictly cosmetic armor set. They provide no gameplay advantage or character power. Last sells cosmetic items supporter packs. The developers have stated player consent and community generally agrees the cash up does not offer. The community generally agrees. Further speculation, while some players have debated the implications of future paid content. Currently, there are no mechanics allowing players to buy stats or power. While some potential unconfirmed rumors about the future class monetization have been future class monetization. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. That was exactly what I heard. Like, new classes coming in is going to have to be paid, and I don't want that, right? Like, I think that's what it was. Let's see. We saw these. We have a little bit more time. So they are grenade launchers. Let's take a look at that.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts,
Hi,
Game
Mark.
Director on Path of Exile. Today, we'd like to showcase two new unique items.
Oh, it's unique.
First,
Okay.
Nightfall, a shield of the Breachlord Tull herself.
I was about to say that's from the Breachlord encounter.
And then, Redemption, a Trathan weapon of absolute destruction. These are both being added in Return of the Ancients. Tull ruled her frozen, barren wasteland with an eye cast outward to worlds beyond. She wanted more for her brood, and being the formidable breachlord that she is, she waged war to get what she wanted.
Oh.
Nightfall gives you the opportunity to wage war like a breachlord.
Raise shield, soaring midnight. Brother. Bigger strength requirement, increased block chance, armor, cold resist, 90% fire damage taken as cold, 30% of lightning damage taken as cold, 900 armor. Holy shit. Look at the shield thing, though. This is fucking cool.
Gives you the opportunity to wage war like a breachlord.
Damn. Wow.
Using Soaring Midnight, you throw the shield outward. If you do nothing, it will return to you.
Held Shield's projectile will return to you at the end of its fire. While Shield flight, the skill's replaced with Embrace the Fall. The skill's cooldown is skipped if you catch your shield as it returns, or destroy ice crystals with Embrace of the Fall. Destroy ice crystals. Okay. So it does damage, converts to cold. Number of targets pierced. Pierces 3. Projectile return. Pierce all target. Cannot fall, cannot split.
However, using the skill again while the shield is airborne will teleport you to the shield and slam it down for ultimate devastation.
Bro.
Catching the shield or destroying ice crystals will reset the cooldown, allowing you, in the right condition, to become an avalanche yourself.
Wow.
Now another unique, Redemption.
Okay.
This is certainly not
Dude, that shield look, that fucking effect looks dope. I like that spell. That's really cool.
no ordinary weapon. It specializes.
Isn't that exactly the same as the slam skill? I don't think there's a slam skill that teleports you there and does bam. Is there? I mean, you're right. It looks a little bit like a slam where it's like a little line forward and then big explosion. But it's more that it looks so flashy.
Addition to become an.
Oh, where you run and slam at the end? Oh, yeah, true. Like the bam, 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 boom. But that's more like slam, 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 big slam. Right? Shield charge or something. That one does look sick as well. I used that for my like thing. It's really fun. It's like 3 little slams and then a big slam. It's really good at activating things while you move. But yeah, the shield thing, it looks cool. And I like the conversion of the damage conversion.
Unique. Redemption.
Okay, redemption time.
This is
Grenade
certainly
launcher.
no ordinary weapon. It specializes in all things that go boom.
Cannot load or fire ammunition. Okay. Does grenades not have ammunition? Do they just have a cooldown? I guess it's so that you can't use like fragmentation shot with it. Big physical damage, no critical damage bonus. Cooldown recovery, reduce cooldown recovery rate, gain 1 explosive rhythm every 2 times you use a grenade skill. Remove all explosive rhythm on reaching 10 to gain explosive fervor.
This weapon was created during the peak of the Trathan Wars and wielded by none other than Ratha Azadi herself. It was designed specifically for her to send a message. Never again would a rival house doubt the ferocity of House Azadi.
It's a little bit small.
This modified crossbow cannot use normal ammunition skills, but is particularly effective at leveraging various grenades to demonstrate your explosive rhythm. That's because this isn't really even a crossbow at all. In fact, we've made an entirely new base type for this unique, which you can find at endgame.
Ah, my fucking headset is dying and I'm trying to pay attention to the video and then it just goes doot 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 doot. You guys can share my pain a little bit. Doot doot. Okay. Grenades.
Craft to be a rare item too, including having a more grenade-oriented mod pool.
Okay.
Redemption guaranteed.
Armed with Redemption, and once you have caused enough trouble,
How'd you like this?
you're ready to unleash explosive
15% increased attack speed per different grenade skill you've used recently. Cause grenade skills to ignore the cooldown and fire an additional projectile and makes grenade explode on any impact. Wow, okay. The only thing is, you're forcing a downtime here, right? because you gain 1 rhythm every 2 times you use a grenade skill. They have cooldowns and stuff, right? So you can't just blast them. And even reduce cooldown recovery rate here, right? So you need to fire 20 times to gain the fervor, and then the fervor only lasts for 10 seconds. So it's gonna be a... I don't know how long it'll take you to fire 20 grenades. I don't know what their cooldowns are, but it's gonna be like at least downtime into uptime into downtime into uptime. I don't like playing that, but it is cool.
Fervor, which causes you to ignore the typical cooldowns of grenade skills, on top of dramatically increasing their fire rate. If you...
Because it also says it's things that you fire, right? Gain explosive every time you use. So you can't even... They show the little grenade launcher guy here, this one.
On top of dramatically increasing their fire rate, if you fire a medley of grenades, allowing you to go on an actual rampage, obliterating everything in sight.
Yeah! Hit the dirt!
You'll be able to find Nightfall and Redemption as in-game unique items in Return of the Ancients.
It does look like the
Grenade
cooldown is
skills,
not really there.
On top of dramatically increasing their fire rate.
So this is rhythm, right?
If you
because he's
fire a
getting
medley
stacks
of
of it.
grenades, allowing you to
Yeah,
go
look. He's getting stacks.
on an
But it
actual
also looks like he's
rampage,
just firing.
obliterating everything in sight.
Yeah!
Here he has fervor.
You'll be able to find Nightfall and Redemption as in-game unique items in Return of the Ancients.
It might not be too bad.
Join us for the release of Return of the Ancients on May 29th.
Read the buff in the top right. Ignores cooldown. No, yeah, but that's while you have explosive fervor, right? But you have to get 20 stacks of explosive rhythm in order to get... Now, it doesn't say what explosive rhythm does, but the thing is, you get explosive fervor when you have 10 stacks of explosive rhythm. That means you need to fire 20 grenade skills to get 10 stacks of explosive rhythm, right? Next screen, does it?
You to ignore the typical cooldowns of...
No, this is fervor. This is fervor. And this is fervor.
grenades, allowing you to go on an actual rampage, obliterating everything in sight.
Yeah!
So, I don't know exactly how grenades work, right? But firing 20 grenades, and you can't gain the rhythm when you have fervor, right? So, it's forcing downtime. So you gotta somehow fire off 20 grenades really quickly, which is fine, right? But it's a type of gameplay that I don't like. I don't like the, I'm a god, I'm shit. I'm a god, I'm shit. I'm a god, I'm shit. Right? I don't like that. But I think it's cool. And there'll probably be some crazy things around it. And maybe it's really good for... Maybe there's something boss... maybe you can use it as like a secondary weapon or something. And you can have like your setup. And then... No, but you have to use it with this one, right? Maybe it's 200 grenades and you can shoot 5 per. I don't think it's every time you use a grenade skill. So it's not every time you fire a grenade, it's every time you use a skill, right? So it's not like you can just up the number of grenades you fire, and it's not like you can just have the machines fire it for you, right? The grenade launchers or whatever, because it's you use. So you have to fire 20 skills in order to get the buff for 10 seconds, right? So I don't know how long it'll take you to fire 20 skills, but if it's less than 2 seconds, I'm not interested. Insane item, actually. It seems really cool, yeah. It's really cool. And it's probably super powerful, and there'll definitely be a build or 3 made with it. It's just, I don't think it's for me. But yeah, it's super cool. Let's try... Oh, fuck.
Is it... This is the... What's the obvious and available pairing option? With the Trothan cannon? What do you mean? Do you mean like a weapon slot or something? Or do you mean a skill, or... I don't know. I don't know enough. I'm not good with uniques like this. Just get a Temporalis and spam grenades. Is Temporalis the one that has cooldown reduction stuff? Also, just get a Temporalis. Isn't that shit super rare? Isn't that the no hit run thing? Skill have -2 seconds to cooldown. Yeah. So, but even with that, like, I don't know how fast you can fire off 20 skills, but even with that, right? It's still too much downtime for me, I think. For me to be interested, at least. How long is this one?
Hi,
Yeah,
I'm
let's
Mark
see.
Roberts,
Let's see the
game
yellow
director
paint that's
on
not
Path of
yellow
Exile.
paint.
We've heard player feedback on the time it takes to replay the campaign. We're actively going to be making changes to streamline that going forward. And today, we'd like to show you some examples coming in Return of the Ancients. To start off with, in the Growwood in Act 1, if you happen to find the river, you can follow it upstream and it will always lead you to the Red Vale.
Oh, that's cool.
When seeking the Tree of Souls, keep an eye out for these magical glowing roots.
Oh, that's cool.
Follow them, and you'll find the tree. That's not all. In the same area, you may even see these mushrooms. If you do, keep an eye out for the entrance to the Grim Tangle. It's nearby. Now, the hunting grounds is pretty huge, which is why we're making it easier for you to spot both the entrances to other areas and the various landmarks in this area. Like this nifty signpost in the middle of the path,
I like
which
this.
will lead you
This
to
is
the
cool.
Ogham farmlands. And if that wasn't enough direction, there's now a rather grim farm-to-table trail in the form of this pecked-at bovine leading straight to the territory of its butcher, the Bloody Crowbell. The ritual in this area, once completed, will
This is
create a
cool.
trail of locusts leading direct to Freythorn. And once in Freythorn, each ritual will do the same to the next closest ritual. This has even been updated to rituals
Oh, wow.
in in-game as well, as an added perk. Moving into Act 2. Traitor's Passage now has a guaranteed intersection, where one of the ways will always lead to Balbala, and one to the exit. To know which way to go, just follow the Maraketh parchment, which was used to bind djinns. Surely
Okay.
that'll lead to the Djinn Balbala, right? And of course, Titan Valley. Now you are immediately presented with your goal of the level, this giant set of Titan heads. Behind each is an entrance to a linear canyon. Reach the end of the canyon, activate the seal, and use the newly spawned portals to return back to the start and see what activating the seal did. Significantly smoother
Oh.
and clearer objectives in this area. In Act
Okay.
3, the jungle areas have camps of explorers to sell you items.
This is nice.
However, they are now even more useful.
I like how they have different themes that work with the area. Now, I think the portal is a little bit much, but okay. But this is really cool because these are explorers, right? They're out there. It makes sense that they would be mapping, so they show you where things are. Whereas the other places, it's like you have to find routes and stuff or river. I think it's really cool.
By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area. The destination is also revealed on your minimap, so you'll always know where to go. That's not all we've improved in the start of Act 3. We've moved the entrance to the waterways to be in the jungle ruins, instead of the infested barrens. And we've added an alternate escape route from the Venom Crypts to allow you to shortcut through the jungle. And we've even moved the Azak Bog to be in the waterways, so you don't need to go searching for it in said sparse jungle. But
Okay.
these are just a few examples. There are many more improvements throughout the game, and will continue refining the experience over time.
There's definitely some.
Check them out and more in Return of the Ancient.
There's definitely some relearning to do for the new one. Let's see. We have some uniques. How many unique things? Let's look at Reverie and Hollow, and then I think we're gonna call it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Today, we'd like to showcase 2 unique items straight out of the mysterious Wildwood.
Okay.
These are existing items, but have been completely reworked in Return of the Ancients. First, we have a rebranded Husk of Dreams, Reverie.
Reverie.
And then the Hollow Mask. A great choice for those botanists out there. A druidic Magi woman, Sorel of Caer Tarth, led many into battle against the Nameless, who threatened the Wildwood. She was so in tune with the goddess that she'd call upon the very roots of the forest to aid her allies in the heat of battle. With the armor of Sorel, you too can call upon the aid of the.
You get Rite of Restoration. It has armor. It has increased armor and energy shield, minus to fire resist, up to chaos resist. Cannot use life flask. Oh wait, is this the one where? Yeah, this is the one where you constantly have your life flask. This is the one with Amazon that was really cool.
Goddess Viridian. While Reverie is equipped, you forego regular life flask use to instead passively apply recovery from life flasks constantly. Reverie also grants a sigil skill called Rite of Restoration. Use it to call the goddess to your aid, creating an area that amplifies the defense and regeneration of all those standing within the circle.
Okay.
While you are inside the invocation
that's
circle,
massive.
the bonuses to your defense and regeneration become stronger and stronger as you spend mana.
This is like the sigil in PoE 2.
Now, the
PoE
Hollow
1,
Mask.
sorry.
Its roots penetrate your flesh and bone, giving you a direct connection to Viridian herself. What better way to see all the potential gifts she has in store for you? While adorning the Hollow Mask, it will reveal gifts from the goddess in the form of ancient blooms. These flowers manifest in the different forms of the wisps of the Wildwood. Collecting them will respectively grant you charges for your life flask, mana flask, or charms. But there's more. With its roots well and truly embedded in you, the Hollow Mask causes any remnants that you collect to be shared to your allies in addition to affecting you. You may want to consider using both of these when playing with your friends, especially when used together, serve as a powerful combo for supporting your allies. You'll be able to find Reverie and the Hollow Mask as unique items in Return of the Ancients.
So
Join
those
us
were
for the
items for Mark. I guess we could watch another one. Let's see. Unique. The Auspex and Facebreaker. Oh, Facebreaker. We know that one.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Today, we'd like to showcase 2 more unique items. First up we have the Auspex, an attire to drive your foes mad with. And then, a remake of a Path of Exile 1 classic, Facebreaker, which provides a variety of ways to bring the ultimate beatdown on your enemies. These are both coming in Return of the Ancients. In ancient times, a lost child was taken in by an Asmeri village. The Auspex of the village declared him an ill omen, as their crops soured and their days darkened. Thereafter, ravens gathered and mists descended, following him, driving him deeper and deeper into madness.
Oh shit, is that Tangmasu?
Harness that madness and become the Auspex yourself. Summon a singular Mist Raven, a minion that will ravage your foes and kill enemies. The Mist Raven has a unique command skill, which causes it to dive at your targets, shattering reality and creating an explosion of madness. Enemies killed by the Mist Raven will also grant you frenzy charges, giving the Raven extra utility. The Mist Raven also causes enemies in your presence to gain grueling madness, a slowing debuff that empowers your other slows to be even more potent. Finally, the Auspex also makes your deflect chance lucky while you're on low life. It seems the Mist Raven does a good job of instilling fear in your enemies.
Good.
Okay, wait.
More
Let's
potent.
read this. So at maximum 10 can be inflicted each target. Target will lose 1 every second. The pass without more being inflicted. Okay, so mysterious and undamageable mist raven that can be commanded to dive at a target location, crashing through. Dude, that looks really cool. What do you get from it again? So you get evasion rating, 1,000 of it. 109 max life. You got increased attribute requirements. Chance to deflect is lucky while on life. Enemies in prison gain. Okay. That's kind of cool. The frenzy charge is for what's it called, for executing is really cool.
Fear in your enemies. Next up we have Facebreaker. The Ezamites and Eternal Empire have a bloody history. Some enjoyed the thrill of battle a little more than
Has 8 to 12 physical damage, 3 to 4 per boss. Face broken. What? Stun build up, 1% more unarmed damage per 5 strength. 3 melee strike range while unarmed, 1 armor per strength. Can attack as though using one-handed mace while both of your hand slots are empty. Unarmed attacks that would use and equip one-hand mace damage use this item's damage. Wait. Can attack as though using a one-handed mace while both your hand slots are empty. Unarmed attacks that would use and equip one-hand mace damage use these items instead. Okay.
others. Follow in the footsteps of the Red Wolf with his legendary gloves. While equipped and your hands are empty, you can use all mace skills with just your fists.
Weak.
This is the ultimate Smackdown unique.
Got you.
As you progress through the campaign, you too can collect teeth of enemies you've pulverized. As you break their faces, you can track the bosses you've smashed on your
What? You can track the bosses you've smacked. Each boss encounter icon on the world screen is a face which can be broken by beating the encounter. One percent more damage per 5 strength. Yeah, that's really good. This is insane.
progress through the campaign, you too can collect teeth of enemies you've pulverized. As you break their faces, you can track the bosses you've smashed on your map, with each granting you added physical damage. Facebreaker provides offensive and defensive benefits for stacking up strength, so you can become a true face-breaking powerhouse.
Leave it for me.
I mean, just check this out. Hammer of the Gods? How about Fist of the Gods?
Oi!
You'll be able to torment minds with the Auspex and break faces with Facebreaker as unique items in Return of the Ancients.
Does that mean it scales to infinity? No, I think it has a max point, and the question is whether it's all campaign bosses or if it's all individual bosses that you need to hit, right? Like, there are X amount of bosses in the game. The question is if it's every boss on the campaign screen, which it sounds like it is, or if it's just every unique boss, right? But it would definitely only be once per boss, right? It's on one hand it's really cool, and on another hand it's kind of annoying that you have to go back and farm the bosses out, right? It would also be annoying if it was, say, like every boss on the Atlas, right? So you had to like find all of the different bosses because there's like so many. But that it is kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. Like, getting extra damage for killing bosses, that's really cool.
Join us for the release of Return of the Ancients on May 29th.
Facebreaker is cool, man. That is kind of exciting. We don't need the unique ones anymore. Streamlining the campaign we don't need. Auspicious is Facebreaker. Are there more unique? Exploring the ocean, breach? No. Okay. Let's see if because they usually release one of these almost every day, don't they? Leading up to. So we got new Kalguran skills. We got user improvements. We got Runes of Aldura challenge. Become a rune seeker. Twitch drops. There they are. Ritual changes, delirium changes. Okay, let's see these.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. During the launch of Return of the Ancients, we're running 2 weeks of Twitch drops, as well as a supporter streamer campaign.
Look at that little guy.
During the first week of launch, you'll be able to claim the Arbiter of Ash waypoint by watching your favorite creators in the Path of Exile 2 category for 3 hours. In week 2,
I should have that. Like,
you can claim the Wendigo's Crown helmet attachment. Support your favorite creators by gifting 2 subs or subscribing to 2 channels in the Path of Exile 2 category to claim the Verisium Parasite Pet. Embrace the Infinite Void with the Arbiter of Ash waypoint. Should other exiles visit your hideout, they will be covered in ash upon entering.
oh.
Become the Nameless with the Wendigo's Crown helmet attachment. It offers 6 variations, allowing you to choose any combination you like, with or without visual effects. In addition, the helmet attachment tracks your kills across different types of monsters, be it beasts, humans, demons, constructs, or undead. Not all Verisium spawns desperately want to end you, some simply need a little love, like this Verisium Parasite Pet. That's a good boy. All of these items are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. Thanks for watching and have a great league start.
We'll be running 2 weeks of Twitch drop, including a special drop campaign for community streamers. The special drop might not be when they say community streamer, but all the Twitch drops should just be there. But for PoE, they usually just have it on every channel. So I've had it all the other leagues, so I'm hoping I'll get it again. But yeah, I don't fucking know. But this is gonna be it for today. I enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. I will be back tomorrow, where we will be watching the Darth Microtransaction and Gassy TV podcast with both Mark and Jonathan. I'm excited about that. Don't use pets following you. Always think it's monster from map. Yeah. There. I let Douglas follow me. Douglas follows me everywhere. My duck. And otherwise, I don't really use them. Sometimes I use the Manticore from the first one. They really do talk a lot. They do. There's a lot. Tomorrow is gonna be more of it, and then Saturday is going to be my League Start stream. I will be playing Friday evening, but I think I'll stream Saturday. I will stream Saturday, but I don't think I'm streaming Friday evening. But definitely stream Saturday as well. So normal time Saturday and normal time tomorrow. I hope I'll see you there. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.